Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Nexus Invitational, day 2 of the Nexus event. Woo! Ready
Come
to
on.
go. How are we doing today?
I'm doing great. We had a fantastic day 1 at the Open yesterday where we saw 8 players making it into the Invitational today, where we were running a double elimination tournament alongside 20 top talents from across Europe and 4 of our Nexus team members, actually 5 because George yesterday managed to qualify. But we're in for an amazing time today. What are the teams and the players that are represented today, Frankie?
Yeah, we've got a really good spread today. So we've got Inglorious Blasters making the trip down south. You have got the Boffin Network. We've got a really good spread across the world, actually, showing a good top 8 performance, I believe they even had in Galactics last year. Yeah, really cool there. We've got guys from the Two Moons have made the trip over from Europe.
From Switzerland.
Woo,
we have the Nordic Takedown from Sweden. We have a member of the Nordic Takedown coming from Washington. Yeah,
wow.
long way.
They must really like us.
And we have none other than our world champion, Beton, coming from Poland. So we are actually ready for round 1. It's going to be a long day. So shall we jump in?
Yeah, I think the guys are just getting ready. Time on the clock's ready to go. So let's get across to the table.
We are ready. And we're jumping in with a pretty exciting matchup. We can give an insight. I think today we're going to have a meta breakdown. We know all the deck lists, obviously. Yeah, we're ready. We're ready to go.
Yeah.
Just setting up with the rest of the team. But we have a full house today, 32 players, double elimination, meaning that we're going to be able to feature all the winning brackets. And then we're going to go into the lower bracket and we'll find then our winners who are competing today for what? What's on the line?
Yeah, we've got a lot of additional prizing today, but the big one, we've got cash prizing on the line. First place, £400. Second place, £200. Working all the way down, 8th place, cash prizing, £50 spread. So a lot on the line for these players here whilst everyone's made the trip.
Absolutely. We are going to have the trophy here in a second. We're just setting up, ready to go. The players are down. Our head judge has given the okay. Yeah, we're good to go.
Yeah.
Awesome. So we have some familiar faces.
Yeah, I mean,
we
you guys, if you joined us yesterday, did get to see Josh on stream having a nice little chat with us. And if you know Josh at all, anyone out there, you will understand that he is a Han Solo fanatic.
Oh, yeah. So it just makes sense that he's playing the new Han Solo leader. Can you remind us what it does?
Yeah, so the Han Solo leader is an exhaust action. Defeat a token, and if you defeat the token, you may deal 1 damage to a unit.
Yeah.
Kind of pseudo-maul, ironically.
Now, what's funny about this is a token is any token.
Yeah.
So Josh is using his Force token as a token to proc this ability.
Yeah, and you're seeing that there on stream right now, getting that Force initially with the Youngling Padawan, just doing that 1 damage over to the Karis, and just getting that early game start. But as I say, it's a lot of ping in these two lists, and a lot of them just based around the Force. It's quite a quite a nice synergy between the two of them.
I think the title of this match should be "Who Pinged First."
Yeah, you know? Dude, that's a good one for sure.
But we will see how Jordan can navigate playing against this new leader with potentially a lot of new cards. Obviously, Josh is part of the team, and we've been testing with him. This is something that has been brewing for a while. So I'm really excited that he gets to showcase it.
Yeah.
But Jordan yesterday pulled a really great, convincing performance. So I think he's, riding hot on that. We'll see. We'll see how develops this turn with the GI.
Yeah, Granny Quince is a great play here. Raid 1, hitting for 4 on the force is always quite nice. But at the moment, Jordan's having to hold off using this ping ability. Otherwise, he is going to have to damage one of his own units. Ooh, okay, following up by the Sabine Wren.
Sabine Wren,
Yeah,
which
the
is
new
the
one.
new one with ambush.
Yeah, just running it into the Karis.
Yeah, so that ping was relevant, right?
For sure. Now, the Karis ability is going to be used here to proc the force and trade out the Sabine. So probably not the most optimal play there for Josh, as you are trading your 3 drop down into the 2 drop. But still getting the value off the force, getting that pinging onto the GI, leaving it on 3 remaining HP.
Yeah. GI is such a great card, man. For as far as 3 drops go, I think it didn't have a lot of airtime in the last meta, although it was really, really important in Talzin Red. But I'm sure that post-rotation we will see much more of him.
Yeah, for sure. And Jordan just opening up there with a 4 to base, getting back on the force. And Josh answering with the Youngling Padawan, going back in for 2 to base. It's looking like a little bit of a race right now. Oh, and the Talzin's Assassin's going to blow out that Youngling Padawan. -3, removing it straight from the board. Nice and simple from Jordan there. Exactly what you expect from Villainy Force.
Yeah, one of the MVPs. But now we see one of the newest cards with Qui-Gon Jinn coming in with Sentinel and a when played an on-attack effect of being able to see the top 3 cards, and we can discard one. And then put them in any order.
Yeah, top 2 go back on top. Yeah, it's really cool, really interesting mechanic. And one of the most sought after uncommons, I believe, from the... Is it uncommon or rare? Oh, he's a rare, isn't he?
Yeah, it is rare. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the most chaseable rares at the moment for this event.
Absolutely. We'll see. Now, I think Josh has that kind of like Sentinel protection, but Jordan's board is pretty healthy, and we're getting into 1,000 flip. So
yeah, 5 resources. Both leaders can deploy this.
Sorry,
turn.
1,000. Mole. I was looking at 1,000 because yesterday I played against the 1,000, and I got confused for a second. Mole flip is on 6.
Correct.
So no leader yet.
Not for Jordan, but Josh is on 5 as well. So we can see the Han Solo come out here. And this is a tricky spot for Josh. There's an ability here to make an equal trade. Depending on how Jordan plays out this turn.
Yeah. So we're going to crush the GI first.
Yeah. Bringing that force back.
We can get the force for the ping.
Now, again, Josh is in a little bit of an odd situation here where typically with a Sentinel, you think, right, I'm just going to go to base like he is. Use that when on attack effects. If he's going to remember the proc there.
Yeah. So he decides not to ping... to trade the 1,000 assassin.
Yeah, and then the ping kind of comes out there and is quite explosive. I imagine Josh has got something in there. You go. Yeah. I was going to say, I imagine there's something there that Josh is going to play around. The K2S though,
nice.
Ambush on attack, deal 3 damage to a damaged unit.
Yeah,
really cool. And look at that. I think he opened that card yesterday. Look how pretty that is.
Yeah, that was good value play.
Yeah, for sure.
Josh.
Very heads up play. Very smart.
Now Jordan still has 5 resources up and is presented with a board that has been resolved from Josh's side. So now he needs to find a way to clear that K2 or maybe develop his own board.
Yeah, but looking at hand, it looks a little bit troublesome because it doesn't seem to be any units that Jordan can get onto the board right now. And having cleared the assassin and keeping Jordan off the force, this K2 is going to stay till next turn, at least, with that Maul not being able to ping.
Yeah. And
So-
he's flipping
Yeah.
the Han. Let's see.
So 2 left standing for Jordan. Just slowly trying to do the maths.
Yeah. I believe Josh actually missed the Qui-Gon. I don't think it's a May.
It is not a main, no.
Yeah. Unfortunately, both players missed, so I don't think there's a way to rewind that, but it's essentially a Josh's miss, and he loses on that value.
Yeah, it's always going to be that filter. It's always very valuable to get in, and just one of those opening mistakes that we see players making in these early rounds, just trying to find their feet.
And new cards, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We need to learn 290, wait, 264 cards.
I think so, yeah.
264 cards with some
scary number.
reprints, but
Oh, that Anakin there is huge. What a
Anakin.
good pickup.
yeah, Anakin was one of the MVPs yesterday. Like so many lists play this staple now blue card, even just for the one -3/-3 proc. So it's coming down as a 5/7. It's locked in and is Mole deploy turn as well.
Yeah. And again, with the Maul deployer, you are looking at the Force coming back, which is quite scary on the side of Jordan. But at the moment, Josh is ahead in this race, 11 damage on base, and this Han leader ready to swing. But you got to think Josh is trying to figure out a way to remove this Anakin, just having to think of what options he's got or further down the line, because this is a bit of a grindy matchup, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, because, these are like fairly like new decks, like maybe Mole will see more of it. I think we have a couple more today, actually. But yeah, this Han is packed with new tech. But speaking of some old friends, Kiadi Mundi coming in, drawing 2 cards. It's a red deck, so I'm assuming that Josh is running one of the most infamous card right now. But Mole is out, Frankie.
Yeah, Maul is there, ready to go. But again, at the moment, Josh just being ahead in that race, saying, "Well, you've got to catch me. I'm ahead of you right now. You're going to have to get the value and clear this board state, not the other way around." But Maul's quite good at doing that. It's a really good stabilizing leader, especially when there are 2 units on board. And that ping effect is quite nice. Just removing the Han Solo leader straight off the board.
Yeah, I love the thematic kind of like effect on. I think all the Mole cards that feature him with the dual lightsaber have some sort of
double interaction.
Yeah,
very true. Good pick up there.
Yeah. I
very
love
good
that.
design. And we just see the Adigalia there, just spending the last 2 resources for Josh, getting optimum value off that turn. But the board is slowly changing. It does look like Jordan has stabilized to quite a good degree.
Yeah, I think he's not presenting the most scary units on the ground, but still something for Jordan to have to deal with. But he just decides, you know what, my Mole is doing enough work. I'm gonna send it to base, get the double ping on your units, and I'm gonna let you trade into mine as I keep working on your base.
Exactly that. Jordan understanding that ping will eventually build up to a lot of damage, and that's a lot of unit removal. So Josh will have to answer that at some point, ideally without sending in a unit into its death. So it will have to require a little bit of figuring out.
Yeah, we'll see what Josh decides, because the race is still on. I mean, Jordan has 13 HP left. There's 6 presented here, right?
Yeah, 6 left here.
Yeah, you can say, well, I might have enough to race you.
Yeah, but it looks like Josh opting to run into the Anakin.
4 into the Anakin, interesting. So
yeah,
kind of like respecting the potential of Jordan to just, also get the game. And Jordan decides to attack the Adigalia.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Just getting as much value from the Anakin as possible, saying, well, if you're going to run into my Anakin, I'm not going to let you pick it up for free. It's going to get a 2-for-1 at a minimum. So technically a 3-for-1 with the when played effect, which is quite nice.
Yeah. For 1 resource, we see a
Shen Flurry. Okay. This is going to be a big boy.
Are tapping
the Mace Windu. So coming in with a 6/6 with Overwhelm, Shen Flurry reducing the damage being taken by 2. The when played effect coming off the Force here as well, being a double clear board wipe for Josh here. What a heads up play that's going to be.
Amazing. Amazingly executed. We were kind of looking at the Kiadi Mundi crashing it into Anakin with a bit of a doubtful face, but now we understand. Now we understand what we can do here. Incredible blowout with that Shen Flurry ambush that really takes the best value for this unit.
And I believe it has Overwhelm as well. How crazy is that?
Yeah, such a great card. And now we see just a topple the summit from him to get rid of it and just equalize, the board. And then we go in with a outer rim.
That outer rim's looking quite fragile.
Yeah, quite fragile to that ping that is enabled. But it will get in 3 damage.
Yeah, yeah.
It will do some work.
Yeah, and we're just showing you the HK there, just in case you forgot what it does. Not quite the outer ring constable, but still.
Just as a reminder,
Just so you know it's there.
this
you
card
know?
is here. Yeah.
Here's a guy.
So we play the little Padawan for the force, so we can have the ping. We go in for those 3 damage before we lose the unit.
Yeah, interesting opting to go into base there rather than get the equal trade.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. And it could have been a better choice given that Jordan is behind on damage.
Yeah, I believe it's just, Jordan saying, I need to keep up in this race. Even if you remove this outer ring constable, I need to make sure I'm getting some damage into base. And also by clearing that outer ring constable, it does allow the Maul to get a ping without pinging your own units as well. So
Yeah.
there must be a good reason behind it. GI coming down there, being another board threat.
Yeah, another big tap from Josh.
Oh, and it's another one.
Another one. So that's why we didn't use the force.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, we can deal with that constable later.
No
We
disintegration.
have another no disintegration. We're gonna see again Maul doing what he does better. Combo there.
Yeah, getting the double ping off. A lot of value there from the Maul ping.
Yeah.
Removing the Mace Windu from the board. Leaving that youngling Padawan with 2 HP remaining.
For sure.
But it leaves Josh on the initiative with 2 potential damage to base to get himself back onto the force. But again, Jordan is now off the force with no force unit on the board to reclaim it.
That unit is not force?
No.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's just Jedi.
Oh, sorry. No,
No.
Jordan doesn't have a way to get the
Oh,
force.
sorry.
Jordan doesn't, but Josh does.
Yeah. JJ.
JJ.
Sorry,
yeah, it's
JJ.
okay.
So Josh is opting to go to base because it's only 6 HP left.
Yeah. Putting
And-
himself back on the force.
Yeah. And getting ready to get that ping. Meanwhile, this outer rim has has done 6 damage probably. So
Yeah,
far.
I'd like to think so.
I don't know if he's gonna decide to swing in.
I mean, it looks like Jordan's counting out his resources here, trying to figure out if he can afford to play something pretty juicy.
Yeah. Let's see.
Oh, the emergency.
Oh
pack.
my goodness. Well,
That is
now
juicy.
I think Josh is regretting not doing that ping because emergency powers is being played by Jordan. Cost 1, tap 5, 5 XP.
It's
on
a
the
risky
outer
play,
rim.
though. It's a risky play.
It's a very all-in, right?
Yeah.
It's
But you'd like to think if he did, he would have used it last turn.
yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I wouldn't assume that he would just want to take 8 damage. So
There you go.
He is
Claiming the
just claiming.
initiative, saying, I don't have it right now. I've got to find it. Got to be digging for the beguile, some kind of answer to remove that from
Yeah,
the board. But to
exactly.
say that was a very, very open-handed play there from Jordan saying, I don't care. You probably... The aggressive
Oh, the
negotiations.
aggressive negotiation.
Oh, what a play. That was the claim. There we go.
this
Well done.
I think this is the first victim that aggressive negotiation is claiming on stream.
I think,
between
yeah.
yesterday and
So
today?
yesterday we only saw one get played, and it was in round 1.
Yeah, we saw a trench run winning a game,
Yeah.
but aggressive negotiation coming in as like one of the top cards, I think, for this new meta. And obviously in a red heroism deck that has draw power like Yadi Mundi, this card is just going to put in so much work. And
Yeah.
it just did because it got Josh the first win for round 1.
And that shows the power of it right there. Because you see, right, Jordan had basically full board dominance, but he left 1 unit on board, a 2-3. A 2-3 was able to secure, what was it, 8 damage to base, I think,
Yeah.
in total with cards in hand, 6 damage to base,
I think it's 6, yeah.
which is just crazy. That is crazy. And that just shows the power of aggressive negotiations and how you have to respect the ability of your opponent to be on lethal at nearly any point of the game.
Yeah, no, it's the reason why this card is being pointed as so problematic. If you think about it, we had staple cards like Surprise Strike and other pumps that are being played that just give maybe just one +1 or +2.
Yeah.
And they're like staples. They were staples as many of them rotated out. So you can imagine how a card that says give +1 for each card in your hand opens up so many possibilities. And it's so important in a game where action economy is extremely important. Like the more you can do in one action, the better it is. So this card is just great.
Yeah, pretty much that. But both players just going through their sideboard now, just figuring out what they want to bring in for this next matchup. I don't know. I don't know what I'd be actually expecting to see from either side here, to be honest with you, Emi.
Yeah, I think, I'm thinking about how do you counter such card, and in the red and blue color scheme, right now, top of my hand, I can't think of many ways. To be fair, actually, as I say, it just comes to mind. We can name cards and have them stop being played with Galen Urso, but I think that's terrorism.
Yeah, it would be out of aspect.
It will be a lot to pay. There are other cards that say name a card, don't play this card. There's a new one in yellow as well. But yellow is the color that really can help pick off cards with like Gem Comps or like Grindan maybe. So I don't know. I think like Jordan really needs to respect that potential, and I think he's done it like earlier in the round in the game when he killed the Adigalia. But now even more he's gonna have to think, okay, well, when I'm on that 20 damage mark, I gotta control the board even more.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with you there for sure. And just opening up here with an Acolyte of the Sith, basically guaranteeing force will get generated here for Jordan. And Josh, again, answering with that awesome start of the Youngling Padawan straight away using the force, pinging the Acolyte for 1. It's quite a nice opening play, really.
Yeah. And the Youngling Padawan is a decent stat for this meta, I think, that because with 3 HP it should, and 2 attack, it should be able to trade or resist most of the turn ones. So we're seeing now just a couple of swings back and forth with, Josh actually deciding to take out the Acolyte. We see a GI coming in.
That red 5 is going to do a lot of work now.
Yeah.
But it does give the double ping and removing of the Youngling Padawan, basically going ping for ping there.
Yeah.
But that extra ping from Josh will turn on the red 5 ability. So Jordan's going to have to find a way to answer that pretty quick. Otherwise, that 2 extra damage to a damaged unit per turn is going to ramp up really fast.
Absolutely. I think the red 5 does combo extremely well with this deck. Obviously, you need that turn 1 to activate the force. But what do we see here?
Oh, that is... Oh, so what we saw there is the upgrade from the last set. The upgrade is when defeated, I can defeat a unit that costs 3 or less, I believe.
Yeah.
And obviously given the additional power and defense. However, instantly Snap answered by a Beguile.
Yeah.
Putting that GI back in hand, pushing the upgrade into the trash.
For sure.
And that's a huge blowout that turn for Josh. Again, getting to answer with another 3 damage into base as well. And basically saying, I'm on board, you're not.
Yeah, and now I think Jordan is thinking how lucky it was last game to have that one outer rim sticking with the, with all the XPs. We see a Secretive Sage from Jordan.
Yeah, Secret Sage is quite nice here. Just saying, I'm a shielded unit. I need to get back on the force to start getting some value.
Yeah.
But it's against a deck that likes to ping things, so I can't imagine that shield's going to be around too long.
Yeah. We don't have the force, though. So
don't have the force right now, no, but we are on the deploy turn of Han Solo.
Marin is the red 5 of Jordan, we'll say. Also is relevant because I don't remember from yesterday, but he might have some heroism cards they can discard to activate that double trigger for Anakin. So we'll see if can have some interesting combos there.
And again, another Beguile.
So what do we have in Jordan's hand? Another Anakin.
So you see a Devastator there, an Anakin, and I can't remember the name of that card. The 2 cost generates the force.
I'm sure we'll see.
I'm sure chat will help me out at some point.
Meanwhile, there's a deploy turn with an Adigalia being played. and the shield being removed from stage.
Yeah, the attack there from the Han Solo unit, doing the ping first,
Yep,
and
ping
then
first.
going into the Secretive Sage, taking 2 back, basically just wanting to deny Jordan from getting back on the Force.
Sure. And Josh is looking really good now. He's able to control the board with that double beguile that puts so much advantage in the momentum for this game. And now Jordan really needs to execute this deploy turn well. Starting with a drain, force drain, I believe.
Yeah,
Use the force.
or Drain Essence, I believe
Drain
it's called.
Essence,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's the one. 2 damage to a unit to create the Force.
Yep.
Really nice. Lining up this Maul for double ping to get rid of this red 5.
Yeah, with a Tyrannus
Nice.
as well.
The
That
Tyrannus
now
is a huge answer.
gets the value off of the force, clears the leader, and now Jordan is really kind of turning the tides a little bit. Josh still has all his resources and 2 units, so we're gonna see the red 5 leaving the table with another ping on the Adigalia, and now Josh is playing another great card from JTL, I believe.
Yeah, Ahsoka Tano's a huge card. Kind of fell off for a little bit in the last set, but now just saying, well, you haven't drawn a lot. I have put some cards back in hand, but you are spending quite a lot of cards. I'm going to rip one, and it's a Condemn. That's quite a nice card to see go there.
Yeah, just a correction. Yeah, chat pointed out correctly. Han has Saboteur. It wasn't a ping.
Ah,
Yeah.
Saboteur. Thank you, chat.
Thanks for spotting these as we still go through all the new cards. And we really appreciate the chat. So, make sure to let us know what you think about the games, what you want to see next. We have some amazing decks in the field. We have some Tobias Beckett's. We have some... Oh, I'm not going to spoil it.
Yeah,
actually.
what are you doing? Don't tell
I'm
them
not
all.
gonna-
Come on, you got to stay to watch.
Absolutely. And if you're watching, you like it, please like and subscribe. Let's push this to more viewers, more players. And let's get back into the game where swiftly that Maul came out to take out the Ahsoka.
Yeah, it's quite a nice back and forth there. The Han Solo ping getting rid of the Tyrannus by the looks of things, and then the Maul on deploy, just straight trading out this Ahsoka Tano, and then the Adigalia being left on 2 HP, ready to start fighting this round out.
What is being played here? Josh is thinking about his resource. It's a very important turn as, that Maul needs to be answered. So he's sticking with his choice.
But interestingly, at this point in time, if Maul was to swing, he would have to self-damage himself.
Correct. Yeah, because the double ping needs to be resolved onto units. So I wonder if Josh, confident on the fact that, won that first game with aggressive negotiation and presents that kind of like threat, is he just going to say, I'm going to go to base and I'm going to let Jordan do the work, remove my units, and I'm going to start keep chipping to his base?
Yeah, you'd like to think that would be the first action here from Josh. He's pushed a lot of damage. He's ahead by 9. The Maul is quite scary, but actually deciding to go into the Maul here with the Force. So again, we've got to think he's got some kind of trick up his... Oh, well, obviously it puts the Maul into 1 damage ping. Very smart there. See the play coming. And even if the Maul was to attack here, he would actually just have to trade himself out with no added value, as the on attack would go through before the damage. So very smart play there from Josh.
Yeah. I think right now it's really important to understand how to execute this turn, because I think Josh only has 2 cards in hand. So there's some limited... yeah, there you go.
But very smart. Yeah, very smart play. And again, Jordan just went through the pass there just to see if we could get Josh to play a card. Understanding there's 2 cards in hand, so it's very limited in what Josh can do this turn. But we are at some point of a race. We know that Anakin's there to come down this turn, but nothing for it to hit into. And it's followed up by a Luke. That is the new Luke from the new set, giving 2 options here. Jordan just having to have a little read of this card saying, I don't know you yet. It's a very pretty Luke, by the way.
Beautiful. And it's a new yellow-red double color legendary that is coming in as a 9/7, and it's giving your opponent an option. would you like to take 5 damage on a unit, or can I ready my 9/7 behemoth and you get a token? And Jordan said, you know what? I'm good for tokens. I'll take the 7 down. I'll take the 5 damage.
Yeah, getting hit for 9 right now is not it at all. But the Anakin is ready. He's ready to swing. You got to think that Jordan doesn't have an answer for this Luke. He is in a world of pain. It's 2 swings from this Luke, and that will be the game over. So you have to imagine finding a way to out this Luke from the board will be the first order of play. Just having a think, though, here, Jordan. Maybe not seeing a good line to do it effectively.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Jordan is 2 swings away from losing. And, you know, Josh only has 3 cards in hand. But, you know, there might be another Luke. I'm sure Josh is running more than 1 Luke. But priority number 1, get that unit off the board.
For sure. So just opting for the ping here, though, self-damaging the Anakin,
okay.
which is interesting.
Yeah.
It is interesting, but again, I'm sure there is a logical out to this play. Jordan playing there to understand, right, I can't out him in 1 action. I am going to have to soak the 9 damage.
Yeah.
But now, how can I stem the bleeding for the next turn?
That is brutal, though, because now he has to crash it.
Oh, that is not nice.
Yeah. And he still doesn't have an answer. That means if you can't kill this, you're going to lose.
Yeah, pretty much. At least it has put him back on the force, though, so some options will be in hand. It looks like Josh here just opting to raw play the Mace Windu, saying, I just want another threat. Look, I've got 2 big guys now that you're going to have to deal with.
And Jordan either has an answer to that Luke or he needs to claim right now.
100%, yeah. And it's basically a clock now for Jordan. As 20 damage to 2 is quite a big disparity at this point of the game.
And Josh with that grin on his face, saying, my hero, my protagonist here is actually doing some work. Cue the theme.
The look of
song.
desperation there, yeah.
Cue the team song. But let's see. Let's see if Jordan can figure out a way to get himself out of this pickle. It's really unfortunate. That stat line,
huge unit.
9/7.
Yeah.
I think 7 is really, you know, a key pivotal stat point. So, especially, I mean, particularly in this matchup, but 7 HP, that's a lot, man.
It is a lot. And it's like someone decided, you know, we had Spark of the Rebellion, Luke. He was a 6/7. We're going to give this one 2 more. Why not? You know, let's make him a 9/7. Yeah, sure. Why not? That's a good idea.
It's going to be a tough transition to not have the Luke from Spark of Rebellion available in the meta, but maybe this new Luke will be a great replacement for it.
Okay, so we're just seeing Devastator come down here.
Okay, so we do have an answer.
Yeah, but it does mean that this Mace Windu is going to be ready to swing next turn.
Yeah. And we haven't seen a single aggressive negotiation.
You got to be thinking, if you're Jordan, seeing it last turn, praying it's not in hand.
Yeah, and Josh would have exactly the right amount of cards in hand. I didn't see it.
No, I didn't see it either.
Yeah.
No, I mean, committing to the resource, not that it would matter this turn. So 3
it would
cards,
still be lethal.
It'd still be exactly it.
No, actually, it's Maul 6. Sorry, it's Mace Windu 6 there?
Yeah, so Mace Windu's a 6/6. It would give the +2, but just opting to going for the 6 to base it. Again, saying, well, you still need an answer to this Mace Windu.
That's enough.
Yeah, 2 damage is not a lot to be surviving on. Jordan just coming straight back in with 9, trying to catch up in this race. Oh, quick take back there. Nice. The no disintegrations is good. At least there is a way of removing this Maul from the board.
Yeah, I assume that was the case when Jordan decided not to put the extra indirect onto that. But we see a Qui-Gon Jinn hitting the board, giving Josh the chance to get that aggressive negotiation. What did you see?
Did you see the 2 pickups there? So that looks like a Shen Flurry and 2 Vanestra Rose.
Ooh. Okay, so Vanessa Rowe, when played, use the Force, come in ready.
Yeah, 3 damage, which would be lethal. Now, I think Jordan's been quite smart here. I think Jordan has purposefully purposefully played that node disintegrations first, trying to line up this ping.
Yeah.
But this Vanessa row on the top deck could be quite
Oh,
powerful.
and now we need to claim.
Yeah.
And what's in Jordan's deck that can help with stopping both of these units to close the game?
You got to think he'd be digging for some kind of sentinel. If there's a chirrut somewhere, maybe,
Yeah.
whilst he's on the force, that might be an answer to it.
There it is.
You go. Look at that.
Very
Wow.
nice, very nice. And we have the force, so we can stop both attacks.
We can stop one attack.
Yes, as in like we can stop both. Like both needs
Yeah.
to swing into chariot.
Yes. But remember,
Now-
this Mace Window has overwhelm.
It does, correct. And
And
that would be enough.
And for this chirrut to use this ability, it will put Jordan off the force to prevent the ping to clear the Mace Window.
Yeah, so now Jordan really needs to think, can I afford this? It's pretty much the same thing because it's given -2 or, you know, one way or the other.
Well, he has to clear the Mace Window.
Oh, yeah. Ooh.
Ooh, topple the summit. That's a
Okay.
huge card.
I think the chariot does as well, right? Is it every unit or every enemy unit?
It's a good question.
1 second. I think it's...
Okay, Vanessa Rowe coming down here. It's a huge pickup. Now, readying off of using the force. Now, with this swing, it will regenerate the force. So, Emmy just making his way to table, just to make sure that this chat call has figured out the topple the summit. Yeah, and just understanding there that the turret would have also been removed from the board there. Good pickup by Chat and Emmy. The Vanessa row comes in ready off the force.
Yeah. Again, on the stream is a bit tense, you know. Just nervousness.
Yeah, the guys might be rewinding back a little bit here to figure
Yeah.
this one out.
They both missed it.
I have a feeling either way the writing might be on the wall here for Jordan a little bit because
Yeah.
there's the double Vanessa row in hand, which is quite a puzzle to unravel.
Yeah, Vanessa Rowe does need
Yeah.
the force.
And there's the fist bump. So,
But he also had the
But-
K2SO to clear, so
but as we say, seeing the double Vanessa row there, no matter what, Jordan was fully tapped.
yeah,
First Vanessa row would swing, regenerate the force.
yeah.
Play the second one, comes in ready, using the force, gets the 3 damage into base. So really well played from Josh there, understanding he
Yeah.
had a lot of outs. Jordan just showing the shatter point, but the lack of force generation there was the real holder. So Josh doing a great job of holding more to the force ransom. So a really good opening game there, Emmy.
Awesome. Yeah, and I'm so happy because for once, obviously, Josh, Team Nexus, representing and getting that first round 1 win, but also we get to see a brand new leader that honestly I haven't seen any other creator talking about this leader before. So hopefully the chat finds it interesting. Within the team, we brewed a couple of lists with new set leaders. We're also looking at set 6 leaders. That is my favorite that we've been working on. So much more to come from that. But also, if we go back to us, just for a quick moment before a break and an interview with Josh, just as a reminder, this is day 2, which means it's the final, is Nexus Invitational. We have 4 Nexus players, plus top 8 from yesterday, where 1 was a Nexus, so we have 5 Nexus.
Yep.
And 20 top SWU talent from Europe competing in a double elimination tournament.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Emmy, but I'm quite happy I'm on this side of the room today. There are some pretty big names competing
Yeah.
this one out.
I'm sad that I'm not playing, but yeah, the competition is like as high as it gets. From Team Nexus, we have Lucas on Gina Herson.
Yeah.
We have George on Vader Yellow.
Everyone loves Vader.
We have Arthur on Obi Virgin Stack.
No, I believe he's actually also on the Vader Yellow.
Oh, he is on
He
the
is
Vader Yellow.
yeah.
We have Josh on the Han Red Force. And we have Oliver, big on notation, top 11 in the world on Akbar Data Vault.
Yeah, going back to his roots, understanding that Gen Con choice was quite a fun one, and you've got to think there might be some Rebo or Rebo band going on in there somewhere.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, having some fun with it.
I'm excited for that. We're going to cut a really short break, and then we're going to have an interview with our winner. And then we're going to jump into round 2 very soon. Put in the chat if you have any question for the winner, for Josh, for the Han Force deck, and we'll see you in a minute.
Hello, everyone, and we are back with our first round winner, a member of Team Nexus, I might add. Look at this lovely jersey, one right back there as well. Josh, how was that game for you?
It was excellent. It was really gratifying to be able to take the first win because I've just been testing that deck and only that deck. So yeah, very satisfied with the win. Wanted to put it on the map, so to speak, so that other players might be inspired to try and improve on what I've got. So yeah, no, really happy with the result.
Yeah, it's a really interesting list, and obviously being the first person to have a proper swing at it, getting it on stream as well to show everyone is really, really cool and really interesting. Hope you guys back home appreciate that. So Josh, new set leader. We know you love Han Solo, right?
I do love Han Solo.
You do love Han Solo. What about the leader made you go down the Force route?
Well, I tested using other sort of token forms. Obviously, we've got the new credit token system, which when it was first announced, I kind of thought that's what it's going to lean into. But it wasn't as effective as I wanted. And yeah, honestly, the red Force package is excellent. You know, Kia de Mundi, and then you've also got Venestra, really excellent cards. So the curves seem really nice, and being able to renew my my token maybe more than once a turn just seemed really, really a good way to go. And then after doing a bit of testing on it, the play line seemed very smooth. So I was like, this is definitely the way to use Han at the moment.
Yeah, and you can see in that game, utilizing that ping to its full effect there. You knew the lines.
Yeah, I mean, I like I said, it's the only deck I've been practicing. I think I've done about maybe 100 reps on it, including the practice with you guys.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's not the hardest deck to play. I will be like that. You know, you've got to see the cards, but you know, that's obviously part of the deck composition phase, which I worked on to try and get the curves correct. And as you saw in the game, I was drawing cards as I needed them. So, you know, I cannot complain there.
Yeah, when your luck's in, your luck's in. So you got to roll with it, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And obviously going up against Maul, not the easiest thing to play against in the world. Basically both ping lists. Any real concerns when you come against Maul?
Oh, the main concern is that he can ping two things and I can only ping one. That felt a bit unfair. But no, I mean, obviously, you know, the Maul list has, we saw Jordan yesterday on stream. He was, you know, excellent. He did make some changes. He admitted to me from yesterday. Very, very strong top end. And, you know, to be honest, I was just glad I didn't run into some big removals. Lucky with the Sorcerer's Blast. That, you know, that's my answer to Darth Tyrannus,
Sure.
which is, you know, a really dangerous
Makes sense.
4-cost card. Being able to answer that immediately, I think, was, you know, integral to me winning game one.
Yeah, you can see the flow. You understood keeping him off the Force was the right choice. And you just ended up with a dominating ball presence. He did have a few good answers, though. I have to give Jordan that, and he played it very, very well.
Oh yeah, it was no slouch for sure. I got quite lucky. The K2SO unit, the new one, that card is fantastic.
Yeah.
You know, when the board state was he had 2 cards with 1 ping on it, I had the ability to be able to take them both out at once if he didn't swing into my unit. So you made the right choice by sacking into the unit. But yeah, like I said, there's so many options. It's just a really, really fun little toolbox.
Yeah, for sure. And let's have a look at some of the questions from chat now. We'll just get our producer to bring them onto the screen so we have a quick look to see what we're going to be going with. Has anyone got any interesting questions up for there? The only main question we've got is Han 7 ? Exclamation question mark.
Yes. Like I say, I'm a massive Han enthusiast. I didn't play Han 2 at all, though. I played it a bit when it first came out, but I felt like it was a bit of an unfair deck. Not that should really matter, but yeah, I played Han 1 a lot, so I can't say anything. I was playing Han Pilot for a few sets, and I saw this leader, and I wanted to try and put it on the map because it was getting so little respect, and I just love Han so much. So, yeah, that's basically why.
Makes sense. No, it does make sense. And it looks like the guys are asking any other additional little tips or tricks you've got up your sleeve for the remainder of the day.
Well, I will say there is some extremely nice top-end guys. That Liberty card is actually unreal. So, I highly recommend if you're in those aspects to try out Liberty. It was a later addition to the deck, but it really sort of rounded out when the games go slightly longer. K2SO as well is, with all the pings and all the, Sorcerer's Blast and all this stuff. It's all about mapping it out and just trying to, as this game is, get the best value trades possible.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. Well,
also, if you can get Luke to stick and then use aggressive negotiations after that, that's always a good way to win. So,
I mean, it makes sense, right? And well, Josh, round 1 complete. Great job. Keep going. You've got 8, maybe 9 rounds today, so you got a long way to go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping I can just keep catching people out with silly deck so they underestimate it at first. That's my whole game plan.
Well, let's hope that works for you. Guys, stay tuned. We're going to go into a short break right now, but stay tuned for the rest of the day. We've got a lot more content coming up. Enigma, Beton, World Champ is in the room. We're hopefully going to have him on stream today for you guys to come see. We've got a lot of the other best players from around the world here today, so make sure you stay tuned. It's going to be a good one. Catch you guys in a bit. Hello, everyone. We are back live at the Nexus Spellbound event, the Invitational. I have a very special guest for this round. We have Mark. Mark from the Boffin Network. How are we doing today?
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome, SWU fans. Yes, here at the Invitational, 32 players from weirdly all right around the continent of all places. We got some of the best people in the world here. We got the top 8 from yesterday from the Open, all except Sarah, who's sadly not made it in, because I understand the other. Exciting evening, let's say.
Yeah, in typical Joshua fashion is what happened there.
We'd love to see what he was brewing, but it is sadly not to be.
Yeah, it happens. It happens from time to time. So, Mark, Boffin Network, give us a little bit of an insight. What you guys do? What are you known for? How did it all come together?
So the Boffin Network is a global team that was started by Frankie and Courtney from the States, as well as a few other people, including Phil, George the Hulk, who's famous for having written a deck that was Vader 1 Blue, piloted by Guy Cohen in one of the big early events to victory. They've come together, they've grown the team. There's the European side, which includes Buku, who's here today, Dave Cerberus, who's here today. Dave was famously in the top 4 at the Galactics last year at 2025. We got a whole load of other people in Europe. It's a really wide network, very close-knit. I'm privileged to be a part of them. It's wonderful. Thank you.
Oh, no, it sounds like a really good team. And you guys are very active in the community, so we always say thank you for that. Always promoting Star Wars is a great thing, and I'm sure everyone at home would agree. Now, what would you want to see today? What is the list that you think you want to see some spice? You want to pick out? What do you want?
Out of all the having had a walk around during game 1, seeing everything that's on the table, I've seen an Akbar, I've seen a number of Lukes, I've seen Betton's spicy Tobias list, which is going to be very interesting.
Juicy.
The one that I didn't predict and couldn't have seen coming is what Howie, who's been like a Palpatine player since set 1 all the way through, what he was going to play now that Palpatine 1 is dead and rotated out. And he has chosen a really interesting deck. He's on Secrets of Power Jabba with a yellow Force base.
Ooh, nice. That is uber spicy. We really like to see that one.
Howie famously took second place at the OPE tournament in Birmingham for the Twilight of the Republic set in the final against Thork in a control versus control game that went to time after 3. It was like an hour and a half long. It was amazing.
Awesome. Well, I think your wish is going to come through.
Not that I'm a complete shill, but yeah, exactly. No, awesome. Looking forward to it.
So it looks like the players are just getting ready on their table. So give them a minute just to get set up.
Yep.
Now, we have got a real, as you mentioned, variance of lists in the room here today across all the different teams. You can see everyone's been working really hard to get their list put together. You yourself, you've been playing much lately?
I've been playing a little bit, yeah. If I was playing here today, I would be running a list that I've seen 2 or 3 other people bring here today, which is interesting. I'd be running Luke 4, but I've been bringing a little yellow variant of it, running with Nabat. So that's going to be,
Crazy, nice.
Got some little combos to work up there in the first few turns, and it seems to be working nicely. So, yeah, that's what I'd be giving a go.
Well, I'm sure if any of you guys at home want to hear more about a Nabat yellow Luke, jump into the Boffin Network, give them some chat. I'm sure Mark and the guys will be more than happy to have you over there and give you some insight into what they've been brewing.
Or hit me up on any of the Facebooks, UK, Facebook, worldwide, or the Unlimited Power YouTube channel, which I run as well. Unlimited Power TCG, not the same as the US one, which is the same name, but doesn't have a TCG at the end.
There you go. Awesome. Right, so it looks like the round's just about to get started, so we're going to start heading over to the table and get you guys some gameplay.
All right.
Awesome. So it does look like we are going to have a Jabba, as you mentioned, Jabba Yellow with Howard Williams, and a Lando Blue, the new set Lando Blue.
New Lando. There's a few of those up here as well today. It's very interesting. Obviously, when he deploys, you get the 2 extra credits, assuming that you've got one on the table already. So you get a built-in ramp on the flip turn of, well, you defeat 1 to gain 3. So it's a net increase of 2.
Yeah, exactly that. And interestingly, round 1, I believe it was a Lando Blue mirror.
Oh my! Wow. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, exactly that. So that's quite a unique one. I can't imagine anyone would have wanted to have done that testing, but There you are anyway. So yeah, both players here just having a shuffle up, understanding what cards are doing. Howie having to pick up the Lando there, understand exactly what's going to happen to him through this game, being like, oh, okay, fine.
Work out just how likely are you to play a Liberty on your flip turn that I'm going to have to deal with that will kill my units and block up the space lane in one go. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, exactly that. And obviously in that color scheme, you've got all the usual suspects we saw from the previous set, being the Bo-Katan, the Galen Ursos as well, which are going to be really powerful this set. We'd imagine we're going to see some of them appearing throughout this game. But the Jabba list, Jabba Force, obviously got some really good upgrades in this set.
Yeah, and the key one straight away, he's running Force, he's running yellow, blue. You've got the Stranger right there. So that will be attacking, it will be generating the Force right away. It'll be doing damage, it will be taking out almost every unit that it goes into. Yeah,
really cool card, the Stranger. We saw it get played a few times yesterday throughout the day. Its ability to trigger the opponent's damage to come through first, giving the grit, and then trading that back in, complemented with the Jabba the Hutt leader when deployed ability, can be an instant board wipe.
Oh, absolutely.
Off of one card.
So much damage. So one turn. Oh my! And he flips on 5 as well, which is the same turn you're playing the Stranger.
Perfect synergy.
8 hit points. Very difficult to take out Jabba the Hutt. Very difficult to take out any leader at the moment in this current meta. But an 8 hit point deploying on 5, you're going to have next to no chance of getting rid of that quickly.
Yeah, you'd like to think it's going to stick for a little bit. Yeah, he's quite a hefty boy, is Jabba.
Right, what we've seen there, we've got a Liberty in the Lando player's hand straight away. We've got a Bo-Katan in Howie's.
Yeah, quite an interesting opening hand from both players here, but both seem quite content to be working with it.
Leaving their top end in their hand. Oh, well, no, we haven't had the resourcing from Coaxium yet. So it might be getting rid of it at this point. There's a droid, the 2/1 shielded sentinel I can see in his hand as well there. That
it would be, I'd imagine.
Shield will take out some Jabba damage.
Yeah, imagine quite a good card for this matchup. And Edward is obviously a part of the Two Moons team, who have made the trip over from Switzerland for today, which we are very thankful for them to come over for. Really good team. They have done really well at some some sector qualifiers. They have numerous PQ takedowns. A really dominant force up in the Central Europe card playing scene.
And we've had a lot of sectors and regionals out in mainland Europe over the last year or so. So there's been a lot of room to do so. Right, we're starting off with, is that an Anakin?
Yeah, I believe it's the new Anakin, correct? The 2/4,
the new leader. No, sorry, not leader. The ground unit one, not the pod racer, but the actual Anakin unit himself.
Yeah.
Followed up by a Atreus Acolyte. Okay, there we go.
Okay, nice and easy start. Howard just saying, I want to get a force unit on the board, start creating my force, making it nice and easy to trade. Obviously, the damage that would be generated if it went into the unit would get the Jabba online early, which would start to generate some value.
And a 2/4, ridiculously hard to kill for the vast majority of decks for turn 1. Gone into turn 2 straight away. Anakin does its damage.
Yeah, just saying, I'm quite happy to trade out some damage here. I'm going to be the control, just trying to slow things down.
Yeah, it doesn't want to bounce itself back to its hand. I mean, why would you, really? That makes perfect sense.
Okay, how are we going into base? Generating the force with his lovely 2 moons token there.
Okay. What are we looking to see? He's also going into hoping for the Stranger in a few turns' time. We've got a Death Trooper.
Okay, Death Trooper is a nice pickup here for sure.
That will clear the Anakin, which is exactly what it does.
Yeah, 2 damage to a unit on your own board, and then 2 damage to an enemy ground unit. Really cool card. The reprint, obviously, from last set, I believe.
Yep.
Originally printed from Spark of the Rebellion, so it is sticking around.
Howie famous for blinging out his decks with as many hyper foils as he possibly can, and we can see an OP foil version of the Death Trooper there being played, so that fits in with that. Nice commanding board presence to begin with at the very least. I can't quite make out what Edward's got on his turn 3 play there.
Yeah, I can't quite see it too much either. I believe it's a card from the new set. I think it's a 2/3 raid 1 restore 1, if I remember correctly.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
Obviously utilizing
that
guy. Yeah, one of those. Utilizing his ability to generate a credit there as well, getting it on board early.
Yeah.
But instantly, Howie taking the trade with the Death Trooper.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice.
Back.
the Freya's losing the Force. Maybe how he's going to replay that, or perhaps play an Assassin. No,
Nice.
Chariot.
The turret is a huge play there. Still on the Force, though, Howie. So this turret is going to be quite a roadblock for this Kanan Jarrus to get through.
Yep.
Really nice new card, the Kanan, and what a pretty artwork that one is.
Oh, gorgeous. Love it. Such a good card as well. Has he aspect cheated that one to come in?
I
No.
believe he's a blue-yellow.
Yeah,
I believe it's a blue-yellow, so I think he hasn't used it yet.
but he's not making use of. He's using aspect cheat base, so
He
if he
is.
had saved that, he could have potentially got a little bit more out with Kanan, but nothing more expensive to bounce at this point, so there's no reason why he would do. Although potentially using it to bounce Chirrut or something else along those lines, maybe how he saw that coming and chose to say, oh, we've cheated out a Rex.
Yeah, the Rex is a very big play there. What an absolute unit that is.
Yeah.
7/7 Sentinel on play for himself and making an opponent unit Sentinel. Well, guess what?
He
Chirrut
already is.
Already is.
Wasted that downside completely, which is strong move. He's spent his 3 credits to do so we might be going into the Lando flip turn without any credits. In order to make use of, unless he chooses to try and generate another one before he flips Lando, which would be the obvious play in this space. We've got rid of it.
Yeah, what a good answer from Howie there. The shatter point is great, but he does have to use the Force. That does mean there's an opportunity to get some damage onto this Chirrut before the Force is regenerated. Now the Jabba ping there going to finish off the Kanan Jarrus. A really good value play here from Howie, utilizing that mid-range style that we'd be expecting to see from this Lando deck, this Jabba deck. Deploying Jabba, another 2 to base.
Yeah,
Good start from Howie here.
indeed. He's got the damage on the Chirrut. He's got the force from Chirrut. The damage from Chirrut will be able to help kill and clear whatever he needs to play and clear any further units Edouard's going to be playing. What do you think Edouard's going to be looking for at this point? We've got 6 resources. We've got, is that no credits in play?
No credits in play right now, but we are using the discount. So we are playing the Zeb.
Okay.
Just to pick off that.
Get rid of him.
Yeah, makes
Absolutely.
sense. Chirrut could be a real problem for these mid-range decks sometimes. That
By
Force
shooting
generation.
him, you get rid of the unit with no need to run into the damage reduction ability of using the force for the Sentinel, which makes perfect sense.
Yeah, exactly that.
And now, of course, we've got a multicolour unit on board, so if he wants to play another Kanan a little bit later, if he's got one, he can bounce a slightly bigger unit, which I think the 4 costs are higher, but we're seeing 2 Liberties in Edouard's hand.
Yeah, 2 Liberty in hand. Obviously, it does look like Edouard's going to be trying to generate a credit right now with that extra one stood up.
No,
And,
is that 3 Liberties?
oh. Well,
Wow.
they
Okay.
might
All
be
right.
like buses. Turn up all at once.
How he's got an Anakin. That'll damage the, well,
Yeah, doing the -3 onto the Zeb.
yeah, not going to affect it too much at this point. That'll go away.
No.
Jabba will be able to kill it at the very least and survive very happily and easily. Jabba sitting away off to the side there. Maybe he's hoping people will forget that Jabba's been deployed, but he's got plenty of hit points to go in there. Lando comes out.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. We've got a little counter thing there, so we keep track of how many credits he's got. On top of
Very
the card.
cool little credit system. Glued together, multiple credits with a little slider to show how many he's got. That's a very cool homemade kit.
Right. We've spent all the resources though, so we're not bringing out a Liberty this turn. So I would imagine we're going to be seeing one next turn. There's no reason why not if he's got at least 1 resource left to do so, which he has. Okay, that will exhaust, I would assume, the Anakin and play a huge Sentinel in the space lane that will be able to start hitting for 9 each turn following.
Yeah, but obviously with the Jabba still deployed, the any damage dealt can be dealt back again. Quite a scary thing to be considering, especially with this Lando looking a little bit vulnerable on the ground on his own there. No additional protection for him, meaning he is fair game.
And that's cross arena as well, so that will quite happily shoot the Liberty for some damage. Maybe not enough to deal with it, but not in one go at least anyway.
No.
So Edouard will be thinking, do I do this? Is the damage going to be able to take me out? Lando will put some damage into Jabba.
Yeah, just second guessing this from Howie here. Looking at this stranger, I mean, what a card that is.
Yeah.
Deciding to go with it, ambushing down as a 1/7, as we said before. Damage being dealt from the Lando first into the stranger, putting 4 onto it. The card has grip. Damage dealt back into Lando. Jabba ability, pinging off the Lando. A 1 for nothing with this stranger play. Absolutely crazy.
That is horrific.
And you know, you mentioned earlier no leader removal.
Yeah.
Howie's gone, well, I've got a little trick up my sleeve. I can kind of deal with this somehow.
Yeah, one way or the other.
Yeah. Howie there now pushing some damage into base, just understanding that we have got to get this base moving.
Yep.
It doesn't look like the players are using the... Oh, there we go. We're just updating it now. Look at that. Wow. It's like a magic.
Yeah. Paying attention to the dice on the base and not the damage tracker at the top of the screen, which you're all seeing at home. What do we got here? We got some damage from Anakin, some from Stranger, some from Jabba. Although a Liberty can't really be ruled out, but Howie's currently winning the race. They've both got all their resources. Oh no, Howie spent a little bit. Oh, he's
Just on the resourcing turn,
I
yeah.
see.
But it does... I do think I saw a sneaky little condemn in Howie's hand. I do think I saw... Oh, and that's a Lawbringer as well, I think, sat on the top of by his thumb.
That certainly is.
Haven't seen one of them on stream yet. What a cool new card that is. I believe it's on play and on attack. -2/-2 to every unit within a certain aspect. Is it a named aspect?
Yeah, so you got to name the aspect, and then you'll pick it, and it'll go from there. So I'd imagine he's probably choosing heroism at this point, as
Oh, well.
being the likely common thread throughout most of what Edward's going to be playing.
Well, it doesn't look like we're going to see it anytime soon as it goes down into the resource row.
Yeah.
Obviously, Howie, understanding, has got a lot better things to do than play the Lawbringer right now.
Yeah, he might be looking for another shatter point to get rid of the Liberty, potentially a debuff to tap it down.
Yeah, you have to admit, even with this Liberty up in the space lane, Howie is in a bit of a commanding position right now. Getting that swinging with the Stranger, going 5 to base.
Yeah.
Quite a chunk on straight away. 11 in total.
The Liberty will attack, and I'd assume tap down Anakin.
Yeah, what a good new card that is, the Liberty.
So good. One of the best. Liking it very, very much indeed.
And Edward even showing the hyperspace one there, flexing a little bit on us, saying, I've got some pretty cards to show you guys today. And the Lando Showcase, by the way, that hasn't gone amiss.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
Seen them fold. The Lawbringer is an interesting one. The popular opinion for it has been the new villain top end that has come in to replace that which has rotated out from sets 1, 2, 3. Has not been up to the same standard as the Avenger and the Devastator that has been lost in a few others. Ooh, Galen Urso come down. Wonder what he's naming.
Yeah,
What
obviously.
would you be naming at this point?
I
Shatter
mean,
point?
it's awkward because I think in this matchup, you always feel like you want to name the base. Naming the force base to turn off the force always feels quite nice.
Good shout. Yeah.
But
fair
with
point.
the force already being generated,
Yeah. We've got a Hondo and Narca, which
has a look.
I believe is the one that lets him see the top deck top card of the deck at literally any point he chooses to throughout the game. We've played down a small Space Sentinel just to be a road bump for the Liberty and soak up 9 damage for a small cost of 2 or 3 resources.
And Howie there using that ability of the Hondo. That's a really
Yeah.
cool trick. Any's point as well. That's an interesting play. Just to have a quick look on the... I understand now.
Yeah.
Seeing that Qui-Gon Jinn in hand, it makes sense. Howie is playing the game very smart.
Yeah. Qui-Gon being the new Lord Qui-Gon? Or the ambush one from Legends?
The Lord Qui-Gon. So when played, ability to look at the top 3 cards of your deck.
Put to the bottom. And
Discard
also be a
one.
ground sentinel as well at the same time.
Exactly that. So he's understanding I can have a look, see what's there. Is it worth me playing the Qui-Gon now? Can I get this discard online for the Anakin maybe? Have I got any heroism in there?
All right, so we've just, I think that's a tree remembers to get rid of the Space Sentinel, but we've condemned the Liberty.
Yeah, Condemn goes really nice there, reducing that down from 9 a turn just to 3 a turn on the swing if Howie has to disclose. No guarantee there, obviously.
The tiny bit of damage to base with Galen. Galen not being long for this world with the board presence how he's got. If he chooses to get rid of him at any point, that will be no trouble at all to do whatsoever.
And this Jabba is still there.
Yeah, and can just use the damage that's on the Stranger to ping him and shoot him and kill him. So
Yeah, pretty much. How are we doing some math? Just trying to understand what lines have I got?
Yeah.
Opting for the 5 to base, again saying I'm still winning this race. Even with the Liberty up there, I've got so much damage on board.
4 points damage, 9 damage. Just
Disclosing a very pretty Darth Vader to reduce that down
that'll
by
be 3 damage
3.
from the Liberty and negates the ability for the Liberty to tap down the Anakin, which will now still be doing a bunch more damage into base. If you're Howie at this point, do you just go ham to base with all your stuff and don't worry about killing Galen?
I think so. And I think Howie has got, as he's already disclosed the Vader,
Yep.
if there is a Shen Flurry sitting about, again, some scary cards that can come out of this Jabba Yellow Force list for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
But we've
fine.
got a shielded sentinel in the way in ground. That will take 2 attacks out the way from Hondo and Jabba, which is fine. Although maybe it's just one attack if he goes into it with the Jabba and uses the damage taken from the sentinel to ping off the shield and kill the unit at the same time, which it can very easily do.
Yeah, exactly that. The Jabber ability being able to be triggered post the damage being dealt to clear the Sentinel would be very useful here.
Yep. We have no idea what Galen chose. I'm afraid that information has not been communicated to us at this point. Qui-Gon coming out to be the ground sentinel.
So it looks like we are
More
Shen
for the
flurrying.
filtering.
Shen flurry Qui-Gon is what we're seeing
Oh,
here.
so he's ambushing.
He is ambushing.
Okay, which can... That will, I would assume, be using the Jabba ping to just flat out kill the sentinel, which is fine.
It looks like Edward said, yep, you know what?
I'm done
That's
here.
enough. I don't think I've got much of an answer after seeing a
Let's
Shen
go into
flurry.
game 2 with 40 minutes still on the clock. I have seen instances in the past where players who've played Galen have had a little notepad and paper on hand and written what they've named and shown it to the stream camera
Oh,
for
that's
just this
very
sort of
nice.
situation.
That's very nice. Maybe we can get that done for you, chat, in the next games to come. If imagine we're going to see a few Galens today.
Oh yeah, 1 or 2. I think I've lent out several of them to various people who I'm supplying cards to like at least 3 different players at this event who borrowed them to fill up their decks with. Only 2 of them are on my team as well. So
Oh, wow, look at that. That is called equality for everyone at home.
Absolutely.
There you
yeah.
go, sharing far and wide. Looking at the sideboards here, I don't quite know what I'd be expecting to see from both players in this sideboarding situation. Both such new decks and the ability to kind of surprise us and each other.
Yeah,
So-
there's a lot of tools in yellow, blue, both of them having access to those, but from a hero and villain point of view, maybe Howie is looking to bring in a little bit more space hate to deal with the Liberty. Howie hasn't shown any space units himself, so if Edward has sideboarded in a lot of anti-space cards in his sideboard in preparation for the large amount of loots that a lot of people would have predicted to be very popular in this event, none of that is going to be particularly useful to him because, for better or for worse, Howie did not play that Lawbringer, so he hasn't shown any significant space presence at all, except for that Sentinel, the cheap one that we saw.
Yeah,
It'd be a massive waste of a hyperspace disaster.
very true. And yeah, that last game was basically just how he's saying, I am a mid-range deck. I'm going to dominate board presence,
Yep.
and you've got to find a way to answer all of this indirect removal is essentially what's happening there with the Jabba, which is not easy to do. Board clears are nowhere near as easy as they once were. Removing individual units, again, nowhere near as easy as they once were. So powerful deck that Howie has here, and it looks like it's going to be a really interesting game too.
Yeah. It's really good to see Howie moving away from the hard control archetype he's played solidly for the last 2 years into one that is a lot more interactive. And I'm really happy that he's doing so well with it. He's played it and mastered it really well, but you never really want to see someone just be a one-trick pony.
No,
moving
exactly.
Away from that is
Yeah.
very good.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's showing a real diverse skill level here, and Howie's a great player. I'd expect nothing less from him.
Yeah.
I imagine he can pick up anything he turns his hand to quite easily with a few reps of it. But yeah, this Jabba Force is a new one, and as you say, the Stranger is one hell of a card, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Maybe Edward's regretting not playing the Bo-Katan over and keeping the liberties that he did instead of that. That might be something that you would choose to focus on more in game 2, given how the ground presence went. You'd be able to clear a lot more of the units more effectively that way, especially the Stranger with its leftover health.
Yeah, Bo-Katan in these matchups can be absolutely devastating. You say Howie does end up with a lot of units just kind of surviving on
A few
thread, as it were. So it's a really useful way to catch your opponent off and, well, basically have a blowout unit on board ready to go.
Yep.
The XP generated from Bo-Katan does make one hell of a unit to contend with.
Absolutely. All right, here we go. Shuffling up, ready for game 2. What are we thinking? Do we think Edouard will have sided in anything that will sweep the game in his favour? Or do we think how he's just going to continue on just as planned?
Yeah, I'd like to think that both players are understanding their roles a bit more here.
Yeah.
Howie understanding in that game one that he was the aggressor, even though he was tempoing out the board state, knowing
Yeah.
that he had to push the damage early. Edward understanding that I need to find a way to stem the bleeding. Maybe a few more sentinels, maybe a few more bits of removal
Yeah.
that can come into the game. But with this Lando package, you do have to spend resources on generating credits.
All right, so we can see some more removal straight away in Edouard's hand. I think that's what the yellow card is on top.
Yeah. I
There's
believe
another
that.
Galen, I think, 2 cards in.
So I think
Has he put a Rex down?
he has put a Rex down. Oh, no, second guessing that one. There you go, must have heard you.
We are quite some distance away from the table. They can't hear us.
No shot they can hear us. Don't worry, Chuck. We're all good.
We're not going to be influencing any aspects of this game one way or the other. Right, we started with the Karis. We've started with that 2 raid restore card whose name still escapes me.
Yeah. Quite a powerful card, though. A
Yeah.
2/3 restore one, raid one.
We saw how powerful that Honor card, the red-blue one,
yeah.
was yesterday, doing 5 to base and healing 2 at the same time in racing and space. So having access to that a little bit cheaper, a little bit quicker, a little bit earlier is going to be very tasty indeed. Helping the race certainly, it might not help him clear the units though.
Yeah. So Edward here on the initiative, just mulling over his options, looking at this board state, opting to play something rather than swinging with the unit. Lothwolf, right, makes perfect sense here. Throwing up an early roadblock, 3/3 Sentinel, but he can't attack. Well, Edward says, yeah, I don't really need to attack things. I'm just going to...
Not going to kill Karis in one go, but it will allow him to get the force and put some damage on him and maybe allow the Karis to get cleared out afterwards.
Yeah, would make sense.
Leaving the Lothwolf in place as a roadblock, which is exactly what happens. Taking 2 damage from the Karis to get rid of it. Is he going to use the force?
Yeah, so how are we using the force? 2 legible targets here to clear with the Karis effect. Opting for the Lothwolf, trying to open up the ground lane, saying I do need to find a way to get through to this back line or into base.
Shinati is a hidden shielded unit. Not a lot of health, got a lot of attack though, and a force one, of course. You probably do have to get rid of the Sentinel just for the immediate benefit rather than the long-term benefit of getting rid of the raid restore unit.
No,
I don't think I've seen Shinhati ever played.
Yeah,
Ever.
she had a little bit of a stint in the Force Yellow list from the last set, but which really didn't quite take off.
Yeah.
Really powerful unit though, Shinhati, 4/2 shielded, hidden. Hidden's a great keyword.
Of course, they're filming a
underutilized.
Focus Season 2 at the moment, and I'm looking forward to watching that. She was one of the best characters in that. I enjoyed it. Although, no, let's be fair, Balin Skull utterly stole the show. He was so good.
Yeah, and obviously both of them getting some lovely prestiges in the Legends of the Force set.
You are not wrong.
Yeah.
We've got a discard. Is that a? That's not a Chewy.
What, discarded away?
Yeah.
No, I believe that is the World's Ezra Bridger.
That makes more sense. Yep.
Ooh, and that's a huge answer for
Yep.
the Shinhati there. The Kanan Jarrus coming down, bouncing the Shin back after having the upgrade played onto it. I believe that was a Mastery for free there.
Yeah.
So Mastery going into the discard. Shinhati going back to hand. That is a huge answer
Yep.
to Howie's board.
How are you thinking that Shinhati was safe due to her being A, hidden, and B, shielded? And Edouard says, nope, bounce that. We do not want that hanging around and causing us problems.
Yeah. Hidden doesn't protect you from abilities, unfortunately.
Yeah. Jabba comes out, as he would do, which is absolutely fair. Howie still has they both still have all of their resources.
Yeah, I think that last turn was played quite quickly and quite promptly as both flew through the turn. The Lando coming down here is very nice.
Yep.
A Sentinel 4/5 that reduces the attacker's attacking by 1.
Yep, brand new card from the Leia Spotlight deck, which you can only get in there unless you're lucky enough to pull a Prestige version, as has been done here, which now appear in normal boosters, which I really love the change of, or a Hyperspace or Hyperfoil version, of course.
Yeah, so it does look like we just got a slight judge call here. Just trying to understand exactly what's... as the players are rewinding back the turn to make sure that everything has been played correctly.
They're asking whether or not Kanan could make use of the ability to bounce a 4-cost unit, because did he have the extra aspects on the board at the time, and he did not.
4 cost unit, but Shin costs 3.
You sure?
Yeah, Shin Hatti's a 3 cost. The Mastery is a 4 cost.
So Kanan, I believe, normally bounces a 2 or higher and then goes up to a 4, unless I'm misremembering that, which I entirely might be.
Okay, so it looks like we're, yeah, there you go. It's
There
2
we
or
go.
less. There you go.
Awesome. Thank you very much, chat. Appreciated. We can't see chat as a general rule, but it will get shown to us when something's going on there that we do need to see at any given point. So that has been wound back by our head judge of the event, Rich Higgs, one of the best and most prolific judges in the country. He's been to events all around. Level 2, extremely skilled judge. Playing his trade as he should do. Excellent. So we're winding that one back.
Yeah. And as you say before, we've just got to give these players a little bit of leniency here, where there are such new cards and haven't had much time to play with them yet. Everyone is still learning all of the lines and all of the ways of playing.
Yep.
So we are being slightly lenient towards how these things are going to be rolled back and the outcomes of these
Indeed.
discussions.
The benefit to you guys is you get to see all these new experimental decks at the start of the meta when no one has any idea whatsoever what's going to be good.
Including us.
Yeah, exactly.
that, yeah.
I mean,
We are learning with you.
Jabba Force in the Lawless time meta. Sure. Okay. Why
Yeah,
not?
awesome.
Let's do this.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got the Shin back on, we've got the Mastery, we've got the Shielded back on, she's hidden, and Kanan has been played to what is essentially now no effect.
So yeah, so we're just rewinding back there, obviously having to undo the resourcing of the last turn, showing the hand count is correct,
Yeah.
understanding that the cards have gone back on top, 4 resources apiece. Kanan is remaining on the board, fully tapped, but this Shin is now ready to go.
Yeah. Edouard, I believe I saw a Rex in his hand, another one, so that's good. Whether Shin, I mean, with that amount, she's going to hit for 7. You're going to go to base, right, aren't you?
Oh, I'd imagine so. Okay, so we're rewinding a step before.
Okay, we're allowing the take back of the Kanan. Okay. Interesting. I wonder whether that was a generous ref rules call, or perhaps Howie. I mean, Howie is a true scholar and a gent. I'm
Oh,
sure he would
sure.
have absolutely no problem with that being done. He's such a lovely guy.
Okay, so opting for the Sentinel here instead of the Kanan, which does make sense
Yeah.
post review, as we should say.
Is that the OP one? Oh man, I really want some of those OP cards. They look so good now.
It does look good. And ironically, has got a shield on the shield, which is quite funny.
Right.
Okay, trading shield for shield here,
Yeah.
which does make sense. Saying I've got to get through it at some point, so let's
Yeah.
get this moving.
Shin having 5 hit points, I believe, from her own native 2 and the 5 and the 3 for the mastery. So she can take a hit at the very least. But you've got to get rid of the shield and the sentinel and slowing it down. Edouard, what assumes then, looking to get through to his top end, make the use of the credits that he will get on the Lando flip turn and try and run away with things in advance of how he's being able to play his own top end.
Yeah. Okay, so discarding card from top deck. Generating the credit. Okay, but understanding here that now that is going to be a little bit of a problem with the rollback, because obviously we know what the top deck is.
Yeah, yeah. There's some things you've got to do at that point. Really? The price of doing business, as they say.
Yeah, exactly that. Okay, claim there from Howie, moving this board state along. 2 damage going onto the Shin. Oh, or maybe not.
Because that would kill his unit at the same time.
2 into the base. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Or 3 into the base with that raid. Nice.
Yep. And the restore, which is not really relevant at this point. How he hasn't done any damage to the base yet.
Not just yet. I'm sure he's primed and ready to go.
Defended by Edouard. Jabba has been undeployed, of course. He'll be coming out once again. Does Harry only got... Oh, he's resourcing.
Okay, just again, a bit more of a judge chat going on. Just, again, trying to unwind this slightly messy situation that they got themselves into.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh yeah, I love the discussion back and forth.
Yeah, just counting out cards, making sure that the hand size is correct again.
Rich is very skilled at rewinding game states and taking all the factors into account. If something has had to have been discarded, if something has to go to the bottom of your deck, making sure the cards in your hand are what they were, making sure you've got the right number, making sure your resources in place, which they're currently not, because Howie's only got 4 on board, but he's choosing what to go down.
Just making sure that they have got the force as well from the pin swing.
As he would have had.
Yeah, which does make sense. Okay. Resourcing up to 5 here. Howie just making that decision as we go.
25 minutes on the clock. That's eaten a lot of time.
I
But
imagine there'll be some form of extension there from the guys.
Rich will issue an extension on that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 5 resources apiece. 1 credit generated on the side of Edouard. All units ready to swing. Opting for the Jabba deploy here straight away, which does make sense, saying, I need this online. If you can't answer either of these 2 units, well, guess what? I get a lovely 2 for 1.
Yep. Shin's going to be hitting for 7, plus whatever damage she takes on whatever she's hitting into. Could be an instant kill.
Nice.
Oh, there we go. Tree to get rid of him. Get rid of her.
Yeah, the tree is a great card right now. Negating the effects of the card and defeating a unit that costs 3 or less.
It's a real shame you're never going to see, like, well, very rarely going to see the first card in that duo. The axe forgets, the tree remembers.
Yeah.
Anyway, Stranger comes in, killing both units with the Jabba ping and the ambush that it has.
And again, the Jabba flip turn does seem to always be the turning point in this matchup. As soon as he comes out, that 2/8 looks to be immovable.
Yep.
Complemented by these ambush units, it just seems very hard to get around the damage it deals.
Of which there's so many in yellow to begin with in the first place. And because he's running force and force unit, that'll be, as Frankie mentioned earlier, Shien Flurry is going to make something like the Vader play even more powerful in being able to ambush into something and double kill another unit elsewhere in the board, even in space, even something as big as a Liberty.
Yeah. And Edward there just making another credit token, discarding the Vow from top. Jabba getting in for base, doing a little chip damage at 2. Howard, again, understanding, yeah, let's start turning on the gas. Let's tighten the screws a little bit and start this clock.
Right, we're on to the 6 resource turn now. Edouard having access to credits, which he's going to boost by another +2 when he deploys Lando, plus the 6 resources already in play. Done that straight away. So, is that what, 4 or 5 credits on there I can see?
A number of credits. I think we are
Good
up to
lord.
4. Yeah.
This is going to be a blowout turn.
Oh dear. Yeah.
But he's dead straight away.
Yeah.
He's still made the credit generation, so he can still play a huge unit or 2. Like, is that a bow I can
There
see?
is a
And a
Bo-Katan.
Rex.
Oh dear lord.
He's been stacking the top end ready for this to make the most of it, which is fair. Okay, who would you make the sentinel in this? It's got to be the stranger, right? You got to kill the stranger.
Yeah. It's an interesting choice here whether you play the Rex or the bow. Obviously, the bow being able to pick up the stranger would give the 1 XP. But if that is an answerable unit from Howard's hand or an answerable event spell, maybe,
He's got the force. He's had the force for a while. It would be reasonable to assume that Howie has something ready for the sort of thing, likely a shaft point or.
So seeing the bow come down, as we said, picking up the stranger. Back over onto Howie now. Just swinging with the Jabba, which I don't think should have done any damage.
Well,
from the bow minusing effect.
Oh, yeah, that's a very good point.
Okay, we have got the no glory only results. Removing the bow from play, as we say, that is quite a good answer from Howie there. Making sure that bow is not going to be too pesky, just getting the pickup of the stranger, and essentially just going 1 for 1 in terms of removal, leaving just the big boy that is Jabba on the board.
Do also be aware the players don't seem to be paying full attention to the damage tracking app, which is being used, and we've got some dice on the board, which are going to be the damage on base. So let's just make sure we pay attention to those. We've got a Rex, we've got a Galen in Edward's hand. We've got plenty of things to play.
Yeah, going for the... Just second guessing this one, rewinding himself back a bit, taking a moment to understand the right lines to go with. Okay. The Red Squadron X-Wing, I believe that is.
Taking the damage for some card draw.
Yeah, when a card's not good, right?
Especially when you've got so many credits and resources and potential ones to use them. Although it looks like he's used most of the credits already.
Yeah, I think he's got 2 left looking at that little counter.
Yeah. Howie's still having not spent any of his resources for this turn. He'll be on 7
Ooh.
play.
Okay, Galen is back.
Yeah. So Edouard will have seen what Howie's played throughout the game so far, what he's got access to.
Really hard to name a card here, though.
I'd be thinking probably Shatterpoint or Vader.
Wow, okay. So using the Force on this Townsend Assassin, clearing the space lane.
Yep.
Obviously, for these Force lists, the space lane can be a little bit of a problem, but Townsend Assassin is a great answer for it.
Great answer for everything.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's one of the primary answers he'll have for killing things in the space unit, apart from all the Force events he'll have access to. Keep saying Shatterpoint over and over again, but it is one of, if not the best removal spells in the game right now.
Oh, 100%.
Events, at least, sorry. Not a lot of damage on base for either of them. We're tapping down Townsend's Assassin with the Liberty. Save ourselves a few points of damage.
Liberty, again, seeing it. Sentinel in space, tapping it down, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Really good answer there, because otherwise I don't think that Galen was going to be very long for the world.
No, not at all. Which will keep, assuming that Edouard's chosen a pertinent card to stop. Howie will be either desperate to get rid of it or really not caring one way or the other.
Again, playing the Hondo, like we saw last set. Just having a quick look at that top card. Sneaky little peek.
Yeah.
He can play it, I believe, if he wants to. But it does take an action to do so. But you do have to pay for it.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Does look like he's paid 6 for that Hondo, though.
Why?
I don't know. Going in with the Jabba, 2 into the Galen, taking back.
Yes, it does. That's okay. All right, cool, brilliant. He pays it for it. It's not like he's done.
It's how he's saying, you know what, I'm a little bit ahead. I don't mind paying him extra.
Sure,
Why not?
I'd
Yeah,
go into this.
sure I can manage.
He didn't spend all his resources, so it's had no material effect on his turn anyway, so that's fine. Right, we're going to start to see some serious damage come in from the Liberty, unless Harry answers that immediately. He's got the potential to do so in his deck. Whether he's got it in his hand, we can't really see, because the shiny cards are not the easiest to read from the string here, unfortunately.
Oh, and we do get to see the Zeb coming down, utilizing the base that we didn't actually get to see used last game, I don't think.
He did bring out Zeb and shoot something last game.
Ah, he did. You are correct. Yeah.
But we've shot Jabba for a lot and gotten rid of that.
Yeah, removing the Jabba is really huge. As we said, that Jabba sticking around last game just generated so much value.
Yeah. Aspect cheating out Zeb will guarantee that with the colours in deck, he will be able to do the maximum amount of damage with it, which he has done. Well, it's gone straight away because we can't allow that to hang around, obviously.
Yeah, exactly that. The Sentinel meaning that he has got to be swung into first. Liberty going through and now tapping down the Hondo. Looking like he's swinging back in Edward's favour here, though, for game 2.
A lot of damage represented on Edward's side. We have seen some of Howie's top end in the previous game that we saw.
Nice. And there's the Shatterpoint as the answer to the Liberty.
Yeah. Is that a Vader?
I believe there is a Vader.
Yeah. Okay. We've got a yellow event there, which I would have to assume is going to be Shien Flurry, because why would it not be at this point? Okay, Rex comes down. He would have to turn Hondo into a Sentinel. Death Trooper doing some more damage to Galen. He's trying hard to get rid of Galen, so I'd have to guess that Galen's named something that Howie would really like to be able to play right now.
Yeah, and I'm imagining it might be the Darth Vader you mentioned a minute ago. It wouldn't surprise me, right?
Which would be a wonderful answer to get rid of the Rex very quickly and easily. We've got a Karis coming down who on defeat will do some minus, and that will finish off the Galen after going into the Rex if he needs to do so.
Lots of options from Howie here, even though he's behind on damage, and you do think that this Rex is going to be doing 7 damage into base.
Yeah.
He's not out of the game yet.
This is, however, a long game too. We've got 15 minutes left on the clock. This is a double elimination format, so there will be no draw. There will be a winner in this game, one way or the other.
Yeah. No draws, no IDs. Quite a nice tech, we think, for this tournament. Making everyone play. Always
Yeah.
fun.
And of course, oh, Bo comes
Oh,
down.
the Bo-Katan's quite a big answer there. The 1 XP and negativing.
Is he putting it on the Rex? No, he's trying to save his Galen a little bit more. Okay. Buffing up the Galen. No, he's decided that it's not going to make enough difference.
Yeah, just going for the Rex, saying, well, I've got an 8-8 and another 8-8. So
Yeah.
2 8-8s on board, and that's going to build up pretty quick.
Indeed. So, if assuming it gets to game 3 and both players are 1-1, what exactly is the process for determining who the winner is then?
So if we get to time on game 3, it will be whoever has the most remaining health on their base. And if that is equal, it will be whoever has the initiative on the final phase of play.
Final phase. I remember it now you mention it. This is exactly what happened when Howie was playing Thork in the final of that OP Birmingham game. Howie was on Palpatine blue, I think it was, possibly even yellow. And Thork was running a boss card control deck, which is why they both went to time after like an hour and a half worth of gameplay. 2 experience points on Rex means that's swinging for a bundle at this point. There is a lot of damage on Howie's base.
Yeah, so Galen being gone now, so whatever was called has been removed from the board, opening up Howard's hand again. But that -3 has done quite a lot of work this turn from the Bo-Katan. What a powerful unit that was coming
Vader
from the
now,
last
an
set.
ambushing Vader now can't clear both. It'll kill one, but the one it ambushes into won't die. At which point, all Edouard has to do is, what, claim and swing?
Pretty much.
So Howie, at this point, is there wondering, do I have an answer? Do I take initiative and try and top deck something that I hope might give me an out for this? Or do I concede and we move on to game 3 and try and make as much as we can out of it? No, we're using the Shien Flurry.
Yeah, going for the
Bringing
play.
in the Vader. Which one we're going to kill?
I think you do have to go for the bow and put the 5 into the Rex.
Yep. Vader survives, of course, because it is shielded
Yeah.
when it does so.
Yeah, with the when played there, doing 2 shields, one to the Bo-Katan, it was chosen, and one to the Vader himself.
Yep.
And then on attack, as the Vader is being ambushed by the Shien Flurry, procking the Vader's on attack effect, defeat an enemy unit with a shield token on it. Really nice ability to get 2-for-1s and a lot of added value.
But if Edouard's claimed, then there we go. That's it, racking it up. Howie must have been trying to look for an out to get rid of that.
Yeah, Howie just understanding there, saying, well, I'll play it out, see what you do. If you claim, cool. If not, I've got a
Like Vader
chance.
was a bit of a Hail Mary there. He knew he could kill one of them, but in doing so, he would allow Edouard to take initiative and then swing straight to base with whatever unit was remaining. So he had to hope that whatever he might have got.
Yeah, and that's a great tip for all of our lovely viewers back at home. Always play to your outs. Always play to see if you have got a way to win. Never write yourself off until the fat lady sings, as it were.
Yeah.
Give yourself every opportunity that you can to win these games, especially when there's some amazing prizing on the line, as you have got today.
Absolutely. It's not just that, though. There is also not just every chance you might draw the out that you need, but your opponent, no matter how good and how well they're playing, how well they might seem, tournaments like these sap your focus, they sap your mental agility, and you might just make a misplay and miss something, and then, oh, you've let me win the game. Yeah, great, cool.
Exactly. And everyone knows they've done it from time to time. I do it all the time, probably.
Yeah, absolutely, so many times.
And you get punished for it. So having that opportunity, making sure you're still in the game, still in the fight, is always the right choice.
Yeah. Right, so we're going into game 3 now with 11 minutes on the clock. That has not included any extension the players may or may not have been given. We'll try and find out how long that extension is, if such a one exists, and let you guys know when we find out. But for now, we're resourcing down and going straight. Oh, well, the clock's adjusting. Okay, excellent. Time is flexible and malleable, so now we have the...
Didn't know we had that ability. That's quite cool, isn't it? Yeah.
Widdly-wee, timey-wimey. Yeah, that's how it goes. Right, we've got removal in Edouard's hand. We've got...
Doesn't like it. Sending it back. Going for the mulligan. Saying, I know what I want. I know what I'm digging for. So let's have another look.
Very happy with his. I think I see a Karis there. Presumably for the turn 1 play, it served him well and will continue to serve well. It's played in the red, in the blue and yellow force deck, so why wouldn't it?
I mean, after seeing this list, if you see a turn 1 play that's a force unit and the stranger, I think you're pretty happy.
Yeah. Let's stick with that.
Yeah, why not?
The ramp ability being shown by the Lando here is Very, very powerful. It's a question going to be how many credit cards do you put in your deck? Opening with a body for a Sentinel play, 2/4 heroic new card.
Yeah, that is a very nice card. Being able to choose where the Sentinel is as well on attack is very powerful, especially against the space lane threats that you are seeing quite commonly at this point of.
And we've seen a lot of Rebel
Right.
cards in Edouard's deck already, through the Kanan, through the Zeb, through even. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna have to find out the name of that card. It's gonna bug me after this event. The raid.
There he is. Okay.
Toydarian Technician.
Yeah, nice. Okay.
Mind Trick's done a work on him.
Yeah. Well, they work on us apparently because we didn't know his name.
Exactly. Owen Lars coming down. Give Howie a bit of card draw if you want him when he dies, but the Restore 2 is very powerful. And we've got is that a pair of Freya Acolytes? I see.
Yep. 2 Trace Acolytes.
Cheap resilient force units for gaining the force and parrying all of his abilities.
Yeah, exactly that. The 2/4 force generation is always going to be powerful, but also their bodies that can utilize the Jabber effect when damaged as well, which is always very, very powerful and allows some very good value trades.
Body at this point has to give himself Sentinel if he's going to give anyone Sentinel. The Toydarian might like money, but he doesn't like rebellion, so we're not having that.
Yeah, and it's always interesting at this point in time, knowing that we are playing not to draws. Players' choices start to change pretty quickly.
Oh yeah, as you pay attention to what the time has to be. Nobody wants to take the risk for it coming down to initiative and who does or hasn't got it. The damage on the base. You're starting to make rush choices. You start to go more to base than you might otherwise be.
And Edward there opting to remove the Owen Lars before it gets any value play. Obviously, Howard does get to do the search, snapping the chance to take that Towson's Assassin, and I don't blame him. What a cool card. Playing it instantly off the top, saying, well, yeah, there you go.
Let's get rid of that Toydarian. Suddenly I've got a massive board presence and you've got nothing.
Yeah.
Your Restore has gone away, your Raid Toydarian has gone away.
And you've got to have a nice answer here from Edward. Otherwise, it is going to get away pretty quick. Jabba, next turn deploy. We know Stranger's in hand for Howie, so it could be another blowout turn from this Jabba deploy.
Edward choosing to spend a resource to try for a credit, which he's got. I'm not quite sure what he's discarded there, but is that a
I think it's a Val. Is it a Val?
Yeah, you're right. That's Val.
The new Val. It's a very shiny Val.
It is.
Just taking his time to figure out exactly what he's playing here. No, he says, that's it. That's all I've got for this turn.
Okay, doesn't want to use his 3 resources. Goes straight in. Howie making the most of what he's got available.
Yeah.
Taking an early commanding position, although Howie has taken 3 more damage to his base than Edouard has. How much does that really matter at this point? Matters a lot going into the final 10 minutes of this game.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But Howie representing a total of 8 on board right now. Another 2 from this Jabba deploy as well, potentially coming through. But opting to swing with an Acolyte here, saying, I want to save this Assassin just in case I need to clear something big.
Oh, like an early Rex play.
Like an early
Rex.
Rex.
Out with a bunch of credits, even before Lando deploys and gains extra credits out from doing so. He's made the exhausted Treyas into the Sentinel, I believe.
Ooh, so we're seeing a Mastery attached onto there for the trade. Very nice there, saying, I do need a way through this Rex. That is a really big turn by Edward because he's had to spend all of the credits.
Yeah.
That means the Lando will not be able to do the whole gimmick of generating more credits next turn.
Howie's also spent, what is that? 4 plus 3 resources to do so. Oh no, it's an even traded number of resources a bit. 7 to 7.
7 for 7. Total 7 for 7. But again, Howie is left with a board state. Now, straight deploying to the Lando, getting them credits. Oh, he did have 1 left. There we go. Fine.
Lando, I would assume, largely being ignored at this point. Although a bow will clear the board up of the Treyas Acolytes very quickly if he gets to play it the next turn. Stranger coming in and killing Lando. Let's get rid of that. We do not want that hanging around. Okay. Gaining the force as well. If we didn't already have it.
Bo-Katan. Oh my goodness. Picking up 3 units, 3 XP onto this Bo-Katan, turning her into an absolute monster. What is that? Now an 11-11?
Edouard reading that this was likely to take place, knowing that he could play the bow to do so and clear up the board, leaving himself with a massively powerful unit that Jabba can't really do anything to.
Yeah.
At least not straight off the bat. Having said that, bow is not a leading unit. Bow can just be got rid of with Shatterpoint.
And there we see it. As you mention it, use the
Speak of
force,
the devil. Yeah.
defeat a unit.
Excellent.
Bo-Katan has gone. 4 resources spent.
Do you happen to know if we're watching a game in the winners bracket or the losers bracket right now?
I believe this is winners bracket. Both are
Okay.
1-0.
So, oh, it does say, yeah, exactly. That means that even if either of these players do lose this game, which one of them obviously will, they won't eliminate out of the tournament. They will still keep playing and going on to see how that goes.
And that's the benefit of double elimination. It does
Yeah.
mean that these players have got a second chance.
People have travelled from far and wide to be here. We've done a wonderful job advertising this and getting an amazing range of players here to do this. So having them get the most out of the day is definitely a consideration. I respect you for doing it. It's awesome.
Oh, thank you very much, Mark. And we love doing it. We love putting it on for you, all the guys playing, and everyone back at home.
We've got a Liberty in hand for Edouard.
Yeah. As Jamba just clears the 2-1 Sentinel standing in front of him. Liberty here, though, presenting a huge threat in the space lane. And you've got to think that Howie's got to have an answer. And he does. The no glory any results, saying, I'm going to go control here. You play a big unit, I'm going to get rid of it.
With less resources than you spent to play it.
Yeah, exactly that. Unable to capitalize on the remaining 3 resources, though, but I don't think Howie's too disappointed with that. This Jabba is still sticking, though.
Yeah. Howie's base having 1 hit point more than Edward's. Is it hit points remaining or hit damage taken?
It's hit points remaining.
Okay, so he's got a 1 hit point advantage in that, which means he's effectively 2 ahead of Edouard were the game to end at this precise second in time, which it won't do. Obviously, there's still 6.5 minutes on the clock. Another Liberty comes down.
Exhausting the Jabba on play. Very nice there. Preventing that 2 getting any further up.
Howie's got a lot of resources. Does he have a lot of answers? He's got quite a few cards in his hand at the very least. How much top end are we going to be able to see from both players?
And now, obviously, Howie not having the Force does mean that these shatter points become a little bit less useful quite quickly.
It's limited in what it can get rid of, and it currently can't get rid of that. But there's the Lawbringer that we spotted in game 1 that didn't get played. It will have to go into the Liberty. The Liberty is a Sentinel at 9/7, which I believe will kill the Lawbringer. Would that be a straight trade? I don't think it would be anything but a straight trade.
But he gets the exhaust through first.
Yeah.
Meaning that the Liberty is getting in 9 damage, pumping into base, and no answer from Howie on the board at the moment.
Nothing to be able to do to it. Very nice indeed. He's still got Jabba to do 2. We've got an Anakin to do -3, -3 to the Liberty, which isn't going to make much of a material difference to the Liberty's plays. Edward, just play that and take it back.
Yeah, just taking a minute, just thinking through. But no, we are going to stick.
Okay.
Again, looking at cards, trying to draw the extra one.
You absolutely take the card draw in this state. Every card you've got as a potential answer and a potential extra tool is going to do it.
Yeah.
Damage swing in Edward's favour, quite significant at this point. Puts him ahead in the race with 5 minutes on the clock. Howie does have a lot of damage on board, and Edward can only exhaust one of them. We've done 3 damage to kill the little X-Wing.
Ooh, okay.
He doesn't want to stack it on Liberty to try and
Makes sense. Using the
kill it
Jabba
through a
effect
little
of
bit
the
of
2.
damage.
Yeah. Jabba going into base there.
Because Death Trooper's ability can only shoot ground units.
It can.
Okay.
But the Jabba effect of the 2 damage going through down to the Death Trooper is what is killing off the X-Wing in space lane.
Jabba staying alive has done so much work for Howie throughout this entire game.
Yeah. And Edward deciding there not to play anything else, understanding that this Liberty is probably going to get in the whole way here just by tapping this Lawbringer.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be doing damage, but all Edward has to do is claim and swing, and he's won.
Yeah. Howie
How
here
can
now
Howie
back
get
on the
out?
Force, though.
Or do we see the game being over right here? Dub, dub, dub. Cue drum roll.
So Edward's obviously now thinking, can I just claim? Just taking a look, thinking, is there a possibility I can claim? Seeing on a lot of options in hand, though, after not playing too much in the past 2 turns.
Around Sentinel. Should he choose to do so? There's a Kanan, I believe, which would bounce the Death Trooper. Not that he particularly want to. That just gives him another tool to do some more damage. The question is, what is in Howie's hand? Is it good enough? It would probably not, otherwise he'd have played it already. Which means that Howie is contemplating, I have to take the initiative and try and top deck an answer.
Yeah, lots of answers here, though, from Howie he could be looking to see.
Yeah.
So think we've got quite a lot of gameplay left in this one.
You'd have to be looking for a no glory.
I
Yeah,
do
assuming he's
think
got another
actually
one.
we see the shatter point in hand. So if Edward does claim here, now that Howie has got the force back, it will be able to remove the liberty. Okay, fine. We are seeing the Lawbringer being killed off,
But also healing 3 to Edward's base as he does so.
and Howie snaps at the chance to shatter point down
Yeah.
that liberty, saying, "I've had enough of this big spaceship. Let's get rid of him." Oh, and that's turn for turn, hand for hand. So we're going Lando down there as a Sentinel, 4/5 Sentinel, followed by the Stranger coming out from Howie
Gone.
there.
Just gone.
Absolutely annihilated. The Jabber effect removing that from board,
Yeah.
and then being able to push through damage to base. Howie says, "This ain't over yet. We're ready to fight. Let's slog it out for these
Yeah.
final 3 minutes."
We will not give up. We will never give up.
Exactly
Never
that.
surrender.
And also here, looking at it, Howie is representing a total of, do some quick maths, 15 to base on
There
this
we
ground.
go. What do we need for a win? 11.
11. So enough there from 3 swings.
Edouard will probably then be looking for removal and or ground sentinel. Liberty won't do it. He'll only be able to tap down 1 unit. Might buy him a turn.
Unfortunately, I'm not too sure. It'd have to be a Liberty plus a Sentinel here.
Yeah. 11 Anakin. Death Troop doing 3.
So
Jabba
we do
doing
see the Liberty
2, tap down
exhausting the
list,
Stranger.
as we do. Howie, I would assume, would have to get the most damage in quick as possible, swinging with the Anakin, because you can't risk anything happening to that and not making the most of the damage that you've got on the board. Maybe he chooses to play a mastery on something like the Jabba.
Howie takes the claim.
Okay.
Is it the claim? It looked like a very purposeful move.
Not sure.
It is.
Really?
It is just claimed.
Wow. Okay, so he wants to claim and get a swing in with the Stranger first thing before Liberty swings next. But Liberty swings and Howie dies,
Yeah, exactly that. So
which is one assumes therefore why he's claimed. He needs an out for the Liberty.
but
Because
seeing that,
Edouard could just swing in one action and kill the game.
understanding he has the Sentinel. Okay, makes
Yeah.
sense.
Fighting to the last breath. Like
Yeah.
it, holding on tooth and nail,
Oh,
removing
and there's the
Sentinel.
handshake.
There we
Wow.
go.
What
Yeah.
a super close game there, guys. Edward, winner of round 2 in the Nexus
Oh,
Invitational.
look at those expressions.
I
That's
know.
Like, this has been a marathon and a half. Both of them chuckling, letting go of the tension. Oh, such a game.
Yeah.
Close fought. Going almost to time there. Going overtime, including the extension. Brilliant game.
And guess what? We've got 7 more to come.
7 more.
7 more.
That's a long day.
Yeah, could be 7 because of the double elimination
Yeah.
structure. 6 to 7 more to come. How crazy
Excellent.
is that? And you can see the look of disbelief on Edward's face. Can't believe what's actually happened, but very well played there from both of our players. Congratulations to Edward on that round 2 win.
You're going to get him up for an interview shortly, I understand?
Oh, yeah, as always. Get him up here. Let's talk about the list. A very interesting one.
Yep. Look forward to seeing exactly how that goes. Talk us through what he's thinking, what his plans are, how he's reacting to this Jabba deck, which, at least as far as I'm concerned, it kind of came out of nowhere for being in contention as a meta player now. Yeah, excellent.
Really exciting stuff. Really exciting stuff. And I can't believe we got to see Jabba on stream. How cool is that? What a fun list that is.
Howie is absolutely one of the best players in the UK. It's great to see him come down here. It's not a small drive from Preston up past Manchester down here to London. He came down yesterday, I believe, had a bit of a social with you guys. But it's wonderful to have him here for it. See what he's been cooking. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. So I think what we're going to do now, we're going to have a short break. We're going to get Edward from the Two Moons up here, have a chat. Get your questions ready, guys. He'll be here to answer whatever you guys want to know.
Yep.
Stay
Meanwhile-
tuned.
Meanwhile, I'm going to go and see how my Boston teammates did because I have no idea what I've been focusing on this game.
So stay tuned. Mark's going to be back on later, so you'll see him a bit later on. Don't worry, he'll be back. Catch you guys in a bit. Hello, everyone. We are back after that very short break. We had to give Edward a little bit of a breather just to chill out because that was a nail biter of a game. Edward, congratulations on that round 2 win. What an amazing game.
Yeah, my God, I cannot even put it into words. Like, this was a nail biter from start to finish. Went all 3 games. He bested me in first game, and I was like, yeah, I didn't really know what to actually do against this deck. I've rarely tested, and so it's similar to the Thousand Yellow Force one.
Yeah.
And so I tried like mimicking my lines to fit to that. But the Jabba ability, like, it really puts you off guard. Like, some trades shouldn't happen, and they actually do, which is wild.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you had a single turn of being able to keep that Lando on the board.
Yeah, no. He immediately cleared it with a stranger. And
Yeah, that very strange man.
yeah, and it's so clean as well. Like, it's and it stays on as a 5 with a power unit. It's crazy.
Oh, bless. Well, we have got some questions. I mean, some of them are a little bit funky. 2 Moons. How did it come about? What do we think?
Well, I mean, it's so essentially it's a Star Wars Unlimited team.
Yep.
But it's tied to a store. So this is it's my store, and we opened about 2 years ago. So in the summer of 2024, and we essentially started with Star Wars.
Right.
We're all huge Star Wars nerds. All the people that founded the store and like built everything up. And we started, like, the shop wasn't open. We started with the SOR pre-release.
Oh, okay, nice.
And so this, like, kind of evolved into more Star Wars, even more Star Wars. Our whole shop is sci-fi themed. So
Awesome.
we have a PQ. So I'll make a very blunt, like, advertisement here. For 2 Moons on the 2nd of May, we have a PQ in Zurich. It's fun. Come over. The whole shop is designed in a very space sci-fi kind of way.
Awesome, awesome. Really fun stuff. Well, I won't hold on to you for too long as the round is slowly getting paired for the next one. Give yourself time to breathe, but congratulations. Really good job. Still got 2 lives, so, you know,
Gonna be rough.
got a long way to go. Obviously, a lot of good players in the room. Going to be a fun one. Guys, stay tuned. We're going to go for a short break and we get straight into round 3. Really big one coming up. So catch you guys in a little bit. Hello, everyone, and we are back at Spellwell Games for the Nexus Invitational. What a day it's been so far. I am joined by another very special guest who is also a local of Spellbound, Henry from Take the Blast. Henry, how are we doing today?
Very good. Yeah, thanks for having us all down here. I mean, setting up this kind of event must have taken some mental gymnastics, but it's been incredible to watch so far. Yesterday was great. today very exciting as well, and I'm just happy to be here.
Awesome, dude. Yeah, really exciting stuff. We've got a really killer gameplay coming up next. But just before that, we're just going to talk a little about Take the Blast. Let us know, what is Take the Blast? How did you guys come about? What is the channel about? Give us an insight.
Yeah, so Take the Blast is there's 4 of us on the team, myself, Steve, Nadia, and Alex, and we are a Twin Suns focused channel. So in case you don't know what Twin Suns is, it is Star Wars Unlimited's casual multiplayer format. So if you've heard, I've seen games such as Commander in Magic the Gathering, it's adjacent to that, but we think it's an even better version. Because it doesn't suffer from the same issues that other games tend to in multiplayer games, where someone can just dominate the table. It's a lot more. It takes what's great about Star Wars Unlimited's DNA, which is a response format.
Sure.
There's one action, then someone can respond, and it adapts it to multiplayer, and it's just a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah. I'm a huge lover of Twin Suns. Who doesn't like politics, right? Arguing with your friends. If you've got a friend who you're not too keen on, play Twin Suns.
Yeah.
Have some arguments. It's good. I'll ask, what is your favorite Twin Suns combo?
Well, there was one that I'd set up. It was last set that I started really getting into it. And it will sound ridiculous because it uses triple cunning aspects.
Oh,
so
okay.
If you didn't know, Twin Suns uses 2 leaders and a base because it's Twin Suns, and then an 80-card singleton format deck. And my current pet deck is DJ, who is double aspects, with Qui-Gon from Legends of the Force, which is cunning and heroism, and then pairing that with a green Force base.
Okay.
So you triple yellow, green, white. And the reason for that is that those 2 leaders, they almost make up for the lack of another aspect.
Makes sense.
Because they just synergize so well.
Yeah.
You play a unit, you tuck something under it with DJ, you can return the unit back to your hand, release that one, play another unit down with Qui. It's just ridiculous. And in formats where you don't maybe expect that you can flood a board because you've got 3 other players to worry about, it does a surprisingly good job.
Oh, wow,
at just stacking your board with big units. And we know that Heroism Green and Heroism Yellow has some pretty tricky cards in there. And you're just able to get so many more of them out before your opponents really have an idea of what to do with it. So DJ Qui-Gon sounds ridiculous on paper, very powerful in the format.
I mean, it sounds really good and really fun. I have to admit, I'm a fan of the 4 spaces. The double aspect, always really fun, really cool. And from what you've seen today, any big call outs, anything you want to see?
I saw someone playing a Bow before Lake Country, which I asked them about what's the trade-off, again, being the DJ triple aspect guy, what's the trade-off of losing an aspect versus gaining that much HP? And they said, well, red is just so good at the moment in the format that it's actually worth it. There are so many good cards brought in with set 7 for aggression, especially aggression villainy, that the ability to just constantly keep drawing more aggression cards to combo with those discards, or
Makes
reveals is great. But then, as you could probably see with the next 2 competitors, there is a very interesting deck that I think everyone is going to be wanting to know more about coming up from Philip, aka Beton. But if you want to let us know what else they've got going on here.
Yeah, for sure. So we're just jumping in as the round has started. Up to 3 resources already, and Beton versus Edward. Beton, obviously the world champ, playing the Tobias Beckett red. Both,
I love it.
I mean, what a cool list, right? Yeah, what a cool list. And you can see already starting out, we've got the Tridarian Technician, the 2/3 raid 1, restore 1 on the ground there for Beton, and the stolen 80 hauler up in the space lane versus that lonely Lothwolf down in the floor.
The other deck, though, also quite interesting, is the Lando deck here, because I think a lot of people are still figuring out their way throughout the credit token system, whether or not it's going to have a big impact on the meta. But I've seen a couple of these Lando blue decks in the field today. I find it really interesting, the ability for Lando to actually just start getting big chunky units. And as you can see there as well, there are some great triple color cards in this set that they've introduced, Zeb being one of my favorites in particular.
Yeah, the Zeb Aurelius coming down there, just sniping out the Tridarian Technician. Really good heads-up play, just saying, I need to keep this board clear early. That's what it is. It would have been able to trade out that Lothwolf as well, but now that little basic wall is going up in that ground arena of a Zeb and a Lothwolf.
So Philip, they're playing, I believe it's the Restore to Raid 2 little pigman.
Hanaka, I believe his name is. Something like that, anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, really cool card, really
Great
powerful card. 5 damage a turn. When you look at it with the Restore as well, basically a 7 damage swing. But the Kanan Jarrus coming down to answer it immediately there, putting it back in hand. Really fun play.
This is a perfect curve really for Edward. I mean, it is just that Spectre synergy that works so well. Kanan and Zeb, two cards you just never really want to see come up against you.
Philip saying, well, yeah, okay, fine. You're going to answer my ground arena. Guess what? Here is the MVP of this new way of playing the game. Aggressive negotiations with a stolen AC Hauler. Straight to base, 15-0 at the moment.
That is a ridiculous amount of damage. It's always funny to me when you see cards from previous sets suddenly come into relevance. I mean, aggressive negotiations is a card that wasn't really thought of in set 6, but now it's just popping up so heavily in all of these aggression decks that it's becoming a must include.
Yeah, 100%. And you just see there Philip giving across the stolen AC Hauler with the Tobias Beckett. Deploying the Tobias, pushing that Hauler across into the trash, but obviously being killed, creating the credit tokens, is going to come back.
There you go. It's a smart play.
Yeah, 100%.
I wouldn't be too surprised if we see yet another aggressive negotiations on the AT Hauler. Oh,
no, you see another Hauler. There you go.
Amazing.
Wow. But a lot of power coming out here in the space lane and really turning the table on what was a complete blowout play from that Kanan Jarrus. You've got to think here, if you're Edward, you're a little bit scared. There's a lot of power staring you down right now, and you have to find an answer pretty quick.
Very much so. I mean, the 4 damage alone from those AT Haulers, I mean, you've got 2 of them now. The one thing he can somewhat feel optimistic about is that the Tobias Beckett flip is done, so at least he doesn't necessarily need to worry about the AT Haulers getting swapped over, killed, return again, but he still does have 2 of them to worry about. It's now about whether he can find answers in space to at least protect that. But I mean, that will do it.
And that is one of the biggest answers. You can have super laser blast there from Edward.
Yeah.
Not only is it just removing the units, it does give him the potential play of playing 2 Haulers now onto his own board.
That is a massive swing. Yeah, Hyperspace Disaster is something that you often would see come up against, you know, your Vader Yellows, your Lukes. This Beckett deck in particular is quite a new concept, it being a new leader, and yeah, the space heavy play here by Philip might have just come back to bite him.
Yeah, that does make sense. But he has got an answer of himself in the Bladewing, being able to bounce back the Kanan Jarrus to hand, deciding now to trade out the Tobias Beckett with the Lothwolf, knowing that we have to clear out those Sentinels to open up the second lane to have 2 direct ways of getting damage into this base.
It's interesting because with the Bladewing, it may have been, I mean, in my head, I maybe would have bounced one of the AT Haulers because then at least he gets it back as it goes back to owner's hand. But instead of opting to give the Kanan back, I suppose he's thinking, well, if I'm not going to play in ground anymore, I'm just not going to worry about that sort of matchup. And if he does have another Zeb, if he does have another Kanan, then you know the ground is basically locked off to you anyway. So, yeah, decisions to make there, but we'll see if it plays out.
Yeah. So instantly tapping, wow, I mean, aggressive negotiations. We are going to the race here.
It is huge.
I mean, what is that in total now? I think there's, what, 6 cards in hand, 5 cards in hand?
5 cards in hand, plus the 3 there, so an 8 damage swing.
I mean,
He's staring at the end now, and
4 from Lethal
yeah.
on 6 resources. We haven't even seen the Lando come out yet.
No. I don't think Edward's really been given a chance to be able to benefit from it yet. I mean, Lando's flip turn, obviously he gets to generate loads of credits.
Nice.
Very nice playing, which is it the layer upgrade, I believe it is?
I think that's the Nimble Prowess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's +1/+2, exhaust a unit in your arena.
And now that Lando does come down, he's able to defeat a credit, create 3 new credits. He's got to hope for something big here, maybe another hyperspace disaster or just some way of closing off space, because otherwise it is basically over next turn.
Yeah, you've got to hope for some form of liberty here. Obviously, you have got the 4 damage that can come out from this stolen AC Hauler. But just, oh no, deciding to go with the Hauler first, putting the 4 onto the... No, again, another Wind back.
He's thinking of it, because if he does do that, then the Hauler dies. Philip's able to play it himself from discard, so...
Yeah, I think it survives on 1 by doing it this way.
So 2 resources left for Philip. At a completely empty board, but he only needs the 4 damage, so it's certainly not out of the realm of playing something, then claiming, and then winning next turn, but Edward has so many resources and credits available to him that he could potentially stack his board quite well. You just wonder if he's got enough Restore or Sentinel work to at least alleviate that huge 23 damage on his base.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, a lot of credits, a lot of mana left standing, resources left standing. You've got to think Philip will have some kind of way of finding value into base here.
Yeah.
Obviously now with that Lando switch. Oh, but the Bo-Katan to
Wow.
answer. Wow, that's the
Huge.
play. And all of a sudden, the board's changed.
Very much so.
It's a lot of damage on the side of Edward here. I mean, what have we got on board? 8 plus 5, and then another 8, so 21.
Not enough, though.
Not enough.
Not enough, technically. And all Philip needs to find is 4 measly damage, but with absolutely nothing on the board, Edward is now in a control position where he can just answer every threat. The problem is if that 80 hauler does get pinged somehow or has to trade into something, Philip will have a free unit he can play. So he's going to probably look to maximize his resources here in terms of how much he can. I think I see another Blade Wing in hand, so he could bounce one of the haulers back to himself. But it's a high cost card to do so. It costs 6, which wouldn't leave him many other options.
Yeah. And you got to think that it must be feeling the pressure a little bit now. Yeah, just trying to figure out what are the actual lines of play. We're just going for playing a lonely 2-drop on his own.
I believe that's the guard that you must disclose a red, or else you do 2 damage to your own base. And that's 2 damage Philip literally cannot afford right now. Although that is an amazing play. He's actually swapped it over to Edward's board, because now Edward would need to disclose a red. And I have a sneaky feeling he probably doesn't have any in his deck.
Well, oddly enough, he might have 1 or 2 in the form of Zeb, but
true.
I can't imagine they're going to be too commonly in hand. Okay, so we're seeing the B-Wing here to bounce back the Bo-Katan. There are a few credits on the side of Philip here, down in the bottom of the screen. I believe we've got 1 left standing. The B-Wing being able to come down here after the haulers have swung does mean that it will survive this turn.
Yes.
Unless, I imagine, we might be seeing this Bo-Katan come back again.
Yeah, you'd have to think so. I mean, there's 8 resources there. I mean, it can immediately play another one. I'm not sure how many credits he's still got. Oh, no, it's just a Kanan. This Kanan card is one of the standouts from this set for me.
And ironically, that was only because the red unit was given across. That is a really, really cool play. That is so clever. Well done, Edward, for the heads-up play there. Super smart.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I mean, I think Philip maybe set himself, being Galactic champion, he set himself a bit of a challenge to play something surprising, something odd. And I will say, he pushed this map to the absolute brink, but I'm finding it hard to see a way out for him in this particular match now, just purely based on the strength of board on Edward's side.
So it looks like we're just rolling it back here a little bit. I think the total color combination to make that work has not been fulfilled.
Or was it that Blade Wing was bouncing? No, I'm not too sure.
No.
Either way, they've rolled back the Blade Wing, but instead of Liberty's coming down, instead of the Kanan. I believe, is it maybe that Kanan's effect only affects ground units? Or,
Yeah, not too sure off the top of my head from what
actually,
that
no,
could be.
isn't it? It returns units that cost 4 or less, and obviously Blade Wing being a 6-drop.
Yeah. And I think what's happened there is Beton has understood giving across his own 3-drop has allowed there to be a chrysanthemum target on the floor. For the instant ambush win there, going in with the overwhelm damage to base for the exact 4 damage to clear off.
Just unbelievable. I mean, you see a Liberty go up in space, most people think, okay, that's game for me. I mean, there's no way. They're going to exhaust, they're going to deal huge amounts of damage, and they've got a huge blocker in space for me. But clearly, he has built this deck in mind to allow for any situation. I mean, having 3 color aspects available to you means you have a plethora of different options for you. I think I've just seen him sideboard in a Rhydonium Detonation, which might be an interesting choice for him. One of the new cards from set 7, yellow-blue. I believe it's you choose. Each player chooses 1 unit, non-leader, and then returns that to hand and defeat all other non-leaders, which is very fun, very close.
Yeah, sounds quite good in Tobias Beckett.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, sounds pretty
I
good.
would think so.
But as you can see there, that's why he is the world champ, right? Any of us under those situations would be floundering, trying to find anything we can do. Calm, cool, collected, understood his play lines, knew his way to win the game, and executed perfectly.
Absolutely.
And you can't put anything past Edward here, though. He played that amazingly well that first game. So really excited to see what this next game's going to hold post sideboard, because I'm expecting all sorts of little tricks to come out from the champs deck here.
Definitely. I mean, Philip basically had 23 damage on board, 4 to remain, but then faced roughly 22 unanswered damage in a game where he just had to manage the board bounce where possible, stall out until he found basically that chrysanthemum to help him close the gap. But I mean, Edward was also just painfully close to being able to claim it himself. So I'm liking this matchup. I'm wondering what Edward would bring in sideboard to counter some of what Philip's got. The unpredictability of Philip's deck, I think, is what is maybe the most challenging part about sideboarding into it.
Yeah.
Because there are just so many units that you would have to consider that could be utilized with the Tobias deploy effect that you want to worry about. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting match too.
Yeah, no, for sure. And at least Edward's got the benefit of having multiple different sentinels in this game to try and stem the bleeding of these aggressive negotiations. But somehow you have to be able to answer both lanes at the same time. I mean, that's a real challenge for anyone, let alone a deck that's wanting to go tall, wanting to go into those bigger units nice and early with the use of those credit tokens.
Definitely. I also think that Edward clearly needs to get to the top end to stabilize whatsoever, and has some great, mid-range / tempo cards like Kanan, like Zeb, that can help him stall out. But I think now Philip's going to fully anticipate that sort of combo, that he may well just dodge ground altogether. It's going to be a tricky one to figure out for sure.
No, that does make sense. And we haven't been able to see yet any of these, the newer cards from this set, like in the likes of Rio Chain, and the name escapes me now. The 5-cost card bounces back to your player, play it for free with a shield.
Oh gosh, yeah, that the yellow-blue one.
Yes,
yeah.
the yellow-blue one.
That's what it's called, I think.
That's what it's called.
The yellow-blue one.
Yellow-blue guy, cost 5, that guy.
Amazing card, though.
What a cool card, especially in Tobias Beckett with them haulers. Really, really can punish people from playing from your own discard pile, which you wouldn't expect to be seeing the ability to do so. But this new set has given a lot of different, cool, interesting ways that you can punish someone for playing your cards.
Absolutely. I think what's actually a strength as well for Beckett is that his deploy is incredibly early in the game. So you can bring him out at 5, but the stat line alone is actually just quite menacing. A 4/6 at the 5 is pretty uncommon, I would say. I mean, normally you're looking at either a 3/7 maybe, or even lower than that. So having 4 damage there combined with maybe an aggressive negotiations, I mean, you are going to push some pretty meaty damage early on. As we saw in the first game, aggressive negotiations, it is now a mainstay in red decks. Even players are considering adding it off aspects, just because for the value of what you can get in that splash damage, it might actually just be worth the 5 cost. So
yeah, no, that does make sense. And you are seeing it out of aspects everywhere. And you can imagine in these situations where you have got the bases now that you can discount it as well. I don't see why you wouldn't be playing it out of aspect.
It's at least a consideration in the sideboard, depending on if you need to race your opponent. Starting off though, the Edward is going with the Lando effect to discard and create a token.
It looks like no turn 1 play from either of them there.
Interesting. And now obviously he did discard a Kane and Jarrus, which might not be ideal, but I would imagine he's got a few more on there. Philip, though, I think he had the Sentinel. He had one of the new Sentinels, 2/1 shielded. Somewhat resembles a Droidica.
Yeah.
And finally we get a Droidica that actually comes down shielded. And you know what? Edward's got his own.
Whatever you can do, I can do it too, and mine's in hyperspace, is what's happened there.
Lovely.
You got to think from Philip's side that that's not the best start that he'd be wanting to see. Being the aggressor in this matchup, you would imagine. So having this kind of slow start, 2 Sentinels that are shielded and are just going to sit around for a while are not the best things to see now. But we are going to speed things up with this Stolen AC Hauler.
Yeah, imagine the shielded Sentinel was maybe an answer to Zeb, because at least if it does get pinged, there you go, see, exactly that. It still stays around. Although Edward can now trade in, well, not even trade into it, but defeat it with his own one. So I think that has maybe worked out better in Edward's favor, but I can see why Philip would have maybe sided that Sentinel in, purely as an answer to Zeb.
Yeah, that does make sense. It's a very good pick up there for sure. So going up into 5 resources now, nice and quickly, actually. The guys are playing at a very good pace. We are at the point of deploy for the Tobias Beckett, but he is looking at 2 Sentinels on the ground.
He is, yeah. I think it would probably make sense to use the Tobias effect to swap the hauler, then deploy, regain your own hauler. Yeah, and that's exactly what Philip's thinking of doing as well.
Making sure that 4 damage gets in early first as well. But we are bouncing back the hauler.
That is exactly what Philip did not want to happen, because he's going to get absolutely no value out of the Beckett turn now, because he's already used the action, and so there is very little point in actually deploying this turn, which is just going to slow him down, and he's now facing a stacked ground arena with a Kanan, a Zeb. He's going to ambush in.
That's the Finn. Finn, a really cool new card from the new set, which has ambush and is a 6/4, I believe, 6/5. Ambush and on attack may give another unique unit, I believe.
I think it's
shield.
non-unique.
Non-unique unit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, even more interesting.
Sadly, doesn't get any of the value for the Finn apart from removing the Sentinel, but yeah, it's great to get a usable Finn.
Yeah, 100%. Wow.
I think it's nicely paired with the Rose Tico in the same set.
Oh, yeah.
Has been. I think the idea behind those two is they like to give benefits to non-unique units, because they're just sort of G'ing up the rest of the crew that normally don't get a big shout. Whereas, everyone else that's a unique unit, they get enough praise.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Okay, just putting the marker on there. Show the base has been used for you guys at home, making sure that's been tracked.
Yeah, so that would have been used for the Zeborelius. So if he wants to play another Zeborelius, he's going to have to pay that 2 extra aspect penalty. But considering Lando creates a heck of a lot of credits, I don't think that's going to be an issue for Edward.
Yeah, and it looks like Edward's already sat on 3 credits here after that Lando deploy. So we are expecting to see some pretty big units coming down soon.
Yeah, I mean, you could see, there's the aggressive negotiations. That's one of 2.
Damage.
Very nice.
So that's, oh my goodness.
Wow. I mean, considering he hasn't really been playing many cards, Philip, so he did have a fair amount in hand. And yeah, as you expect, 9 drops come down even on the 6 resource turn. There goes Bo-Katan and just completely wiping the board.
Yeah, 2 XP there as well onto the Lando. But again, Philip, nice, calm, cool, collected, saying, yeah, okay, fine. You have got the XP. You have got some units. Well, I'm going to go into space lane. I'm not coming down there anymore.
Yeah, I mean, there is very little value in going into ground now unless you're playing some of those Sentinels. I think he might have wanted to see that that shielded Sentinel again, just to stall for 2 attacks if possible, but it doesn't seem like he's drawn one. So he does have an Arvin Skeen, but obviously there's no credits, I believe, currently in play. Oh dear, what was that?
So that's Lost and Forgotten? Or no, Tree Remembers, I think that is.
Yeah,
I can't
the 6 cost.
Yeah.
That is tricky. And now as well, due to that 80 hauler when defeated, Edward's going to get that one. That is Rhydonium Detonation, I believe.
Yeah.
So that is, I'm going to assume that he kept the Bo-Katan and defeated the...
I mean, he picked them back up so quickly. I think he put them both into the trash.
Interesting. I don't think he needed to.
No, I'm not too sure.
That isn't Rhydonium Detonation, but it sure looks like it.
It is Rhydonium Detonation. Each player may return a non-leader unit to its owner's hand and then defeat all non-leader units.
I suppose maybe he was opting for the May return and decided not to.
Yes, yeah, there you go.
That's basically allowed. Yeah.
It is a you may. There is might have just been a miss because it being a new card. Okay, so we're seeing a Chio come down.
Chio is an incredible card. I absolutely love it. So you basically on attack may choose 2 players, and if you do, they both draw a card.
Yeah.
Very useful for any card drawing synergies, but it's also just a good stat line.
Yeah, 2/4 is such a powerful stat line for sure. But we are seeing here this damage race has turned the table. The Lando Calrissian with the 2 XP tokens on it are putting in a lot of damage. We are seeing that followed up by a Rex as well, a 7/7 Sentinel, which we've seen previously played earlier on. So this board state is definitely in the favor of Edward at the moment, but again, you can't put it past Philip, the world champ. Surely he has got some tricks up his sleeve, something to be played and turn this back around in his favor.
Yeah, I think the tricky part with Rex is ideally you want the initiative when you have him, because as soon as he attacks, he creates another Sentinel on your opponent's side of the board as well. So unless you get to attack first, more often than not, your Rex is going to have to go into another Sentinel potentially. With the on attack, it looks like he's gone to base, but he's making Arvo Skeen the Sentinel, I believe.
Yeah, I believe so. Just saying, yeah, that's my threat on the board at the moment. It is able to utilize the credits to deal damage as well. So there's a lot coming through there with that aggressive negotiations.
I think Philip's considering whether or not it's worth playing something, because he's played 2 aggressive negotiations. If he has another one that he draws, he wins. so long as that Arvo Skeen is still alive, because that would be enough damage to close the gap. Because I believe Edward should be on 20 damage, so only 7 required.
Yeah, only 7 required, but a lost and forgotten. Removing the Arvel, healing free from base. So it is looking like it's still sitting in Edward's favor here. Yeah, and that's a double board clear.
Yeah.
We are still sat on some resources, though, on the side of Philip. As he,
Oh, and the Loath Wolf as well comes down. Yeah, that is. I don't think he can overcome that because one swing from Edward and he will get enough to close the gap. So we're going to game 3.
Game 3, wow. I mean, really well played from both players there. Edward understanding his role, understanding just got to stem the bleeding a little bit, but then also turning on that gas when he finally got the chance, pushing that damage through. The Lando's a big unit, though.
It is, especially when you combine it with the Bo-Katan, because it gets even bigger with the experience added on. So, yeah, I'm seeing the value in this deck. I'm seeing the Lando flip turn, obviously, usually will get you up to 9 resources available, or rather 6 credits. 6 resources, 3 credits, which means the Bo-Katan is completely viable at that turn. And that is a big unit to overcome at that resource level. So, yeah, it's a tricky one to figure out the lanes when you know a huge unit like that removes things and buffs up other units is within grasp on the leader flip.
Yeah, there's a lot of power within these credits, and you have to see every deck is utilizing them in one shape or form, right? The Tobias obviously utilizing them there, as you see, ability to deal damage to base, ability to play things out even cheaper. The Lando going into that sheer big ramp route, which you don't normally see, or we haven't seen to date. Within that color scheme.
Yeah, it's something normally reserved for command. And yeah, to see it in a Cunning shell in particular, I think is quite scary because, as we know, Cunning really does have some really impactful cards. I mean, across the field today, I've seen a Pilot Luke yellow being represented. I think it's twice.
Yeah.
And there are some scary cards in that particular color combo that you have to worry about. So yeah, yellow's looking like it might be back.
Yeah, back with vengeance as well. So both players here just setting up. It seemed like Philippe was very happy with his hand, snapped down those 2 resources nice and early. It did look like Edward went with a mulligan, so not as happy, but does look like he's got a playable hand here. So opening up with a clan Ordo, 3/3 into a Bodhi. Bodhi, one of them. What a powerful unit that is from the new set.
Yeah,
2/4 on attack, Sentinel to a Rebel unit that you get to choose. Crazy.
It's just great stalling. Again, ideally you'd want initiative with that card, but I think Edward's probably going to find a way to get the initiative because no doubt Philip is hoping that he can swap the clan Ordo over, and then ideally he'd want the Zebs to be getting discarded, but I have a feeling that Edward's probably just going to hang on to them.
Yeah.
Or rather disclosed, sorry.
So opting for 3 damage there from the Ordo. Edward playing out the Ezra Bridger, 3/5. And now getting in with that attack with the Bodhi, 2 damage to base. In between the Tobias pushing across that Ordo, clan Ordo warrior, over to the side of Edward. And is just showing that he has got the disclosed red card to not take that additional 2 to base.
Yep. I believe Ezra is a rebel.
But that's a really nice play. Playing the Rio from hand, 4 cost, bouncing that unit back across the board, playing it for free with the shield. It's looking like pretty much gas from Philippe here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the yellow-blue one that we were talking about, the Rio Durant. Incredible character in the films, but also just an incredible card.
Yeah. Love to get my hands on that hyperfoil. Oh, so pretty.
Absolutely. So comes the Kanan, as you'd expect on the 4. So he's hitting a really nice curve here, Edward, because he's got rebels coming out of his ears for the Bodhi Rook Sentinel ability, as well as just being able to remove things.
Yeah, it's as we said, the combo lines within this list are incredible. Paired with that cheating out the resource of the credits and the utilization of the base does mean that he can play a lot of different combo lines and get a lot of value from it as well.
Yeah, don't be too surprised if you see a Zeborelius come out next turn and then he's just running a full Spectre Rebels combo, which is going to be tough to deal with. And I think Phillips he's going to want to get to that Rhydonium detonation as soon as he can, but I don't think he's got a way to quicken that before taking quite a lot of damage onto base.
Yeah.
But he has played a unit with Raid 2, Restore 2 that can help stem the flow a bit for now. But yeah, not ideal to see his Warrior of Clan Ordo with the shield bounce back to hand.
Yeah, it's a lot of value lost from that for sure.
Smart play though, I liked it.
Yeah.
Up until Kanan came down.
Up until, yeah, of course. If only you could know what your opponent had in hand, hey? But no, this Hanaka definitely sat there looking like a threat. 5 damage a turn, restoring 2 is a scary one indeed. And you got to think that's going to be the first action here coming in.
So Edward swinging with Ezra.
Yeah.
Interesting not to swing with Bodhi first to create a Sentinel, but I suppose he's got bigger plans.
Swinging with the Ezra, he is giving the +1 XP onto the Kanan, looking quite cheeky over there in the backside of the board state. 2 XP tokens on it is nothing to be kind of snuffed at right now.
No.
Yeah, deciding to trade out this Hanaka with the Kanan, utilizing that 2 extra XP, taking 3 back. It's quite a good 2, well, 1 for nothing, really.
Absolutely, yeah. And he still preserves the Kanan for a potential Zeb play as well, which would be nice.
Rear Durant going into base, adding on, followed by the Bodhi, selecting the Ezra as the Sentinel. Tobias moving across the Rio, makes sense. So we are looking at the turn of deploy. Lando Calrissian, exhausted, creating a credit token. Followed up with a nice Tobias deploy, killing off the Rio, putting it in the trash. He is ready, but he is going to have to put this into the Ezra.
Yeah, it's not looking great because even with an aggressive negotiations right now, he wouldn't be able to do much. But there's the Rhydonium detonation, and Edward's got a difficult choice to make here. Which unit does he bounce back to hand, and which ones get chucked in the discard?
That is a huge amount of value. Also playing around it whilst there is no units on board from Philippe's side means there's no downside.
No.
I'm very happy.
All upside for him.
Yeah.
And I think Edward might have just claimed, even with 4 resources available, he didn't really have anything of value to chuck down there. So another 3-4 damage into base from Philippe. And again, he seems to get to this part of the game fairly consistently. 15 damage against Edward. It's just finding that closing gap. In game 1, he managed it. In game 2, wasn't able to do so because Bo-Katan came down, and those are the sort of threats he's going to be anticipating now. But Edward is starting off with the new Lando Calrissian Sentinel.
Yeah, just trying to again throw up that roadblock, giving the -1 to the attacker, which does make sense, ensuring that that aggressive negotiation isn't going to come through and do a huge chunk of damage to base. Oh, okay, so we are going with the Lost and Forgotten here for 6, restoring 3, clearing the way of the Sentinel, followed by the Lando deploy, creating those credit tokens. Tobias does get in an additional 4, though, and that might not sound a lot, but 19 is getting pretty close to 27.
It is indeed, and at least he knows because the Lando came down, the Sentinel Lando.
Yeah,
he either doesn't have the Bo-Katan in hand, is what he's thinking, or he's in a bit of a sticky situation where he wants to get more value from it.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't able to actually do so. But it looks like he's exhausting a lot of things now, so it might be time for even worse, I'd say.
Yeah, that is a lot worse. And very smart there from Edward, asking to count cards in hand, understanding the aggressive negotiations would be lethal in that turn. So really heads up, really smart play there.
Yeah, Liberty is the card that most people are saying is one of the, if not the most impactful card in a Lawless time. And I would have to agree with them because a huge Sentinel that just exhausts often too much and bounces upgrades is, it's a nasty thing.
Yeah, and very smart then from Philippe, just pointing over, being like, oh, you've got some credit tokens there I might spend to do some damage to base. As the Lando does snap at the chance to clear the Arvel, but it has snuck in a bit more damage.
I think the issue now is that Philippe could claim here and potentially just win.
Yeah.
Depending on aggressive negotiations. And I think Edward is maybe anticipating that and unsure what to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's an answer.
It's a pretty good answer.
I don't think he actually had the resources to pay for it, though.
Oh,
Just
no.
going he had in hand, but not the expenditure of the credit tokens meant that whole skew went away. But
Yeah.
rightly said, aggressive negotiations would have been there to take the win as the champ flies through that rounders and 2-1. What a game, though.
What a game. And this is one of the decks I was very interested in seeing the play lines of. You're throwing away the chance of having a heroism or a villainy aspect in your leader-based combo, but seem to gain so much value in having 3 aspects available that combo incredibly well with each other. So Philip showing why he is the world champ. His deck building prowess is perhaps unmatched, and he's moving 3-0 for the day.
Oh, yeah. I mean, really powerful deck piloted by what is arguably, well, not even arguably, is the best pilot in the world right now. And just the ability to close out those games, sneak across that damage when players in the likes of myself, we would never have seen those lines.
No, absolutely not. And to do so as well at the dawn of a new set where the meta is just a cloud, it's uncertain, you don't know really what's going to be showing up in strength, shows how much playtesting he probably does behind the scenes with the rest of his team as well. And he felt enough confidence to bring this deck to the Nexus Invitational and say, you know what, it's the first run out in a competitive scenario for Beckett. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
And as we're seeing, it is happening.
It's working, right?
Yeah.
It's working for him. And you rightly said, the guys, they put in the work. They spend hours a week doing testing. They do it within themselves, in a wider community. So they know in and out what their list can do. And I know they've been very confident coming into this event, and rightly so far.
Yes, definitely. I mean, I don't know what his previous 2 matchups were, but clearly he's flown through those and won those as well. Be interesting to see which other decks he's come up against and what are remaining for him that he maybe doesn't necessarily have answers for.
Yeah.
We may be able to get like a little snapshot of that after the next round to sort of see like, okay, here's what he's facing against and here's the successes he's had. But yeah, I just love it. I love the fact that you can bring a deck that most people might write off in the sort of spoiler season of seeing a card like Tobias and think, I don't get that. I don't see the value. The world champ sees value in those kind of cards, and that's why you need to worry about it.
Exactly that. And, well, guess what? All of these questions, hopefully we can answer in a minute, as we're going to have Beton, Philippe, up for an interview very shortly. We're just going to go for a short break. Stay tuned, though. It's going to be a banger.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Nexus Invitational. This is Emmy, and I'm here with our reigning world champ, Beton, who has just won his third round playing Tobias Red. Beton, how you doing, and how's the deck performing today?
Yeah, amazing. It's really nice to play. It has it's a complex deck, so it rewards your hard work. I think it's a deck that can win versus almost anything. And because it's really hard to play, there are certain lines that people miss when playing against it.
Yeah.
And you just need to find the ways to abuse it and steamroll from it.
Yeah, and we saw some great example in that match. We asked chat for if they have any questions. I think a couple of questions are on the same line of what do you think about the format so far and the meta, especially this being the first premier event. How did you think about choosing Tobias?
I just had fun playing it. I think the meta is extremely open. You can almost play everything. I think almost every single leader can be built in a way that you can go to a tournament with it, because we don't really have like a top dog best deck.
Yeah.
And even the decks that are the better ones, like Luke Pilot, Chewbacca, Jin, all of them have really clear counters.
Yeah.
So a niche leader may be better positioned to win because people don't know how to play against it, and you can take advantage of it. So I think the meta is incredibly fun. Even though there is like aggressive negotiation is in almost every single deck.
Yeah, we're going to get to that. Let's get to that question with another question. The other question is, you're saying the meta is very open, but we know you test a lot, you prep a lot with your team, Enigma. Shout out to Enigma.
Yeah.
What is the matchup that you are, not looking forward to the most, let's say?
Thousand Yellow.
Thousand Yellow. Can you tell us why?
Shin Hati is just really, really hard to beat if she can kill a 5 HP unit, because she basically kills every single unit I can play.
Yeah.
So this is by far the hardest matchup for the deck. There are certain tricks you can do to win it, but it can if they go like carries Shin Hati removal.
Yeah.
It's really hard to come back to the game.
So there's some lines that are really hard to counter, and obviously you're playing the card that everyone is mentioning, aggressive negotiation. I'll ask you this last question: what do you think about the card in the meta right now, and would you ban it, or how would you resolve this?
I don't think it requires a ban. It is in every single deck because we don't have any alternatives. This is the only reason that this card is everywhere, because we lost Blaster, we lost Surprise Strike, we lost almost every single card that was finishing the game in last set. So Pod, Millennium Falcon. So the decks need something to finish the game. And like this time we only have aggressive negotiations. I think if the next set prints other ways to push a little bit of damage from hand, we will go out of this meta. Like this card was in the previous set, so we had access to it and it was non-played.
Yeah.
So I don't think the card issue. We just are in the start of the set when decks are not refined. So cards like this feel much better than they are, and because we don't have access to especially in other colors, because red actually has some ways to push damage, like commence the festivities.
There are some pumps in red that can be used.
But other colors lost everything.
Yellow, a lot. Yeah.
Yellow lost, but yellows, like, they have Han and Punch It Up, but those are the two damage.
Yeah.
We lost the big push damages. Blue and green have nothing at the moment.
Yeah. So that just becomes the default. Even splashing it, we've seen it. Decks are paying 5 to do it. So I guess to summarize that, you're saying it's too early in the meta. We're just playing with the cards that we have. Right now, it's probably too early to ban this card. We need to see how it evolves. But Betom, Philip, thank you so much. Everyone, thanks for watching. We are going into a quick break. The players will go for lunch. Just as a reminder, this is a double elimination. This was round 3. So when we come back from lunch, we're going to show you the meta breakdown with the standings. So stay tuned and we'll see you soon.
Hello, everyone. We are back. During our lunchtime break, I am now joined by another Team Nexus member who you've seen earlier today. Emmy, how are we getting on today? We having a good time?
Very good, very, very good. We are having a good time, but most importantly, our players are having a great time playing all new set 7 leaders, playing set 6 leaders. The field is so varied. And what we have for you is actually a bit of a meta breakdown. So you get to have an insight of on the decks that are being played today. Shall we show?
Yeah, let's jump straight into it. Really cool. First time anyone's going to be able to see this information of what is being able to being played here at Spellbound today.
Actually, before we do that, let's talk about what we are playing for today.
Yeah.
So we are playing a double elimination, 32 players, best players in Europe.
Yeah.
We're playing for a trophy and 1,000 pounds.
Yeah, spread across the top 8, but still a lot there to play for. Right.
But here you have it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is to be expected, right? The Lukes sitting on top. 5 Lukes in today.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen yesterday with the Nexus Open, Luke made it as a top seed. So we knew there was one, and actually another one, I think, was here. So it seems like a popular choice is actually, there's a split, right? Because I believe there's some greens and there's actually a yellow.
I think there are 3 of them on yellow, which is
Wow.
kind of crazy. A lot of brew, a lot of the ambush units coming in there, like what's it called? Blue Leader Ace, I think it's called.
Yeah.
Blue Ace.
Blue Ace.
Blue Ace. Yeah, that's it. Obviously, utilizing that space, the space lane, ambush mechanic to make sure they're getting in that attack with the fighters, enabling the loot ping as well. So basically, you end up ambushing in for 1 extra damage, which is really cool. Really well thought out to balance that space lane matchup that seems to be coming up right now.
Yeah, but look at this. This is what we were expecting from the first premier event of a Lawless time. Following rotation, there has been a lot of chatter in the community, in the competitive community, on what's best, what's top tier, but it's still so open, right? We had Beton earlier on talking about his take on the meta, and it's kind of reflected in today's list of leaders, right? What is standing out the most for you, Frankie?
I mean, there's just such a huge variety of leaders here. Even though we're saying Luke is the biggest number, followed by Lando. And Lando, who saw that coming, right?
I know. And it's 3 represented. We saw it on stream twice already, with some incredible interactions with the new tokens, with the new credit tokens. Actually playing against Beton and his Tobias Beckett. But a couple more that stand out for me. Today we have some Jin Ursos.
Yeah.
We have 2. Yesterday we had none. That was really surprising. But also we have 2 Chewbacca.
Chewbacca. Yeah, the walking carpet.
We have 1 player, Bota Network, Buku, on it. And also Red Rufus is playing Chewie.
Yeah.
We can actually share who's in the top winning bracket. Just as a reminder, we're running double elimination, meaning that you enter with 2 lives, and then if you lose 1 game, you get knocked down to lower bracket. If you win, you continue on your streak. Frankie, are you able to share a bit more of who's winning?
From what we can see, because we're not being able to run this through Melee, we don't actually have it online. But we do know who has won a good few games.
Yeah.
So obviously we know the world champ is still sitting pretty as 3-0 on the Tobias list. I believe we have got a Luke Yellow also sitting at 3-0. One of the Inglorious Blasters currently working their way through.
Yeah, Josh is
day.
running hot. Apparently, there is a very, very interesting combo that the Inglorious Blasters have figured out with Luke Yellow. It's not as much as a combo, but is a very powerful flip turn. And we might be able to see it on stream, maybe in round 4 that is coming up in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But also, one thing I wanted to shout out is that Akbar from our own big annotation that took one of his favorite leaders and upgraded and updated him to set 7 with a very homebrew, similar to Josh, who brought Han set 7. Really cool.
Yeah.
Anything else outlier here? We have 3 moles.
Yeah, I mean, to be expected. We have the 2 scoops here today who have been representing Maul for the past, 3 sets now, 2 sets now, something like that, who have perfected the list really well. And obviously we have Jordan, a really key player who made it through from day 1, who is here today. It's still playing Maul, also bringing that number up to a total of 3. Expecting to see it here in number as well across the whole season, as it is a really, really powerful leader.
Yeah, absolutely. So the meta breakdown, again, it's not disappointing. And honestly, I cannot wait to see what will make the final brackets. But just a quick shout out to all the teams that are competing today. Just want to revert to us really quick so we can also talk a bit more about the tournament. A big shout out to all the teams that have joined today. We have obviously our own Team Nexus with 4 players, actually 5, because George qualified from yesterday. We have the Inglorious Blasters. We have the Nordic Takedown coming all the way from Sweden and the US.
Crazy, right?
That was amazing. Then we have, who do we have? We have Dagstar Plants.
Yep, well said.
They had a few players, actually. They were invited as 2 slots. Silk and Moto Telerik made it, and then 2 more players qualified from yesterday.
Yeah, really good job.
We had 2 moons. We saw Eduism 2 rounds in a row with his Lando.
Craziness.
Very, very good that. Who else? Now I put myself in a pickle because I want to shout out them all. I believe the only one I'm missing is obviously the Bottom Network.
Yep.
Shout out the Bottom Network. Amazing players. We have Buku and Dave. They're on 2 different lists.
I think across their team, they are on different lists. Yeah,
so
sure.
Dave is on Talzin and Buku is on Chewy. Am I missing anyone?
Obviously, we've got the 2 scoops.
2 scoops.
2 scoops, the local team.
Oh, yes.
Inglorious Blasters.
We mentioned Inglorious Blasters, 2 scoops. And then a bunch of free agents, top players. Team House, we have Alec. Honestly, such a great field. We cannot wait to jump straight in the next match. But we're going to have a little break because we are going to introduce a very special caster with you, Frankie.
Yeah.
I'm not going to spoil it, but stay with us because we're going to be back very soon with round 4 and a special guest caster with Frankie. See you soon.
Hello, guys. We are back. And as we promised, we have got a very, very special guest joining us for this round. We have got Hannah. Hannah is part of the Asmodee team who has helped us put on this event today. Hannah, how are we today?
Good. Good, thank you. Yeah, really excited to be here. It's so cool to see so many people in this space in London. Yeah, just really cool. Really good vibe when I walked in. Really cool.
Yeah, a lot of Star Wars, a lot of cards being played.
Love it.
Obviously, you know, you've been working on the new set with everyone, been playing a lot yourself as well.
Yeah. Got pre-release bits and pieces going on, so that's really cool. Some really cool cards. It's triple aspect, and I have to say it straight off the bat, like, so pretty.
Oh my God, yeah, so pretty. All right, nice and easy, nice and quick. What has been your favorite card, favorite leader, anything from this new set?
Oh, okay, that's hard. Okay, I mean, there's this, I think it's like a little bunny guy, like
yeah.
Leppy.
Yeah.
Love that.
Really cool.
Yeah, I was playing the starter decks as well, and that was quite cool. And I just pulled those, and it was really hard for my opponent to get past me. I know it's like opening turn card, but still, like, really great.
Oh yeah,
really great.
we was talking about this card, a 3/1 with shielded and overwhelmed.
Yeah.
So much
yeah,
power.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's cute. It's really cute.
It's really
I
good.
love the cute.
You love the cute, okay,
obviously.
fine.
Oh, and the pod races. Really cool, this set as well.
Yeah.
Really cool.
Yeah. The Sebulba list could be really quite fun. I
Oh,
would love
so
to do
cool.
something with Sebulba at some point.
Yeah, no, really cool. But also what I love about this set is that it just sort of brings me back to my childhood a little bit as well.
For sure.
Someone said Sebulba to me earlier, and I went, oh my God,
Yeah, that guy.
cool.
Super aggressive. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, we love.
No, cool. And obviously, some really cool artwork and showcases coming out from this set as well.
Yep.
If I was to give you a pack right now, artwork, what one are we picking?
Rebo.
Rebo.
So
Yeah, he is very cool.
Yeah, really cool. Love the design of that one. Love the new showcase cards as well.
Yeah.
Super cool. The event a couple of weeks ago, I think we had one showcase maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
I heard someone pull a showcase yesterday. Is that what I heard?
Well, I mean, on stream yesterday during our lunch event, Emmy did manage to pull
Oh,
a showcase of Jinut. So, and if you didn't get to see it, guys, go back and watch yesterday's because it was a really cool pack battle between Nexus member Emmy and Nexus member George, who did a great job.
That's so cool.
Awesome. So
fan.
it does look like we are ready to go across to the stream table now. Yeah, there we go. So we've got Thomas Rose and Matt Aldridge in our 4th round. Should be a fun one. Hannah, I know, you know, what kind of decks would you like to see?
I mean, I like the aggro decks. I think they're really cool. Yeah, I love the variety actually. Emmy was saying to me before, we're seeing a lot of different variety going on at the moment. So I'd like to see, just different variety of
Different stuff.
Yeah, different
Nice.
stuff. I think,
Something to excite the guys, something new,
Yeah.
something quite explorative.
Yeah.
I can get behind that for sure.
Yeah.
And both of these guys are really good deck builders. Thomas
Mm-hmm.
Rose has been a really big powerhouse in the UK card playing scene, winning, I think, a total of like 4 PQs across his career at the moment.
Wow, yeah.
So-
Wow, that's really cool.
Yeah, a really big one to contend with. Matt as well, doing a really good job, one of the locals around here, who is progressed on from day one and is still battling it out to get through to that top spot today. So should be really fun.
Very cool.
Yeah, so it looks like the players are all just set up and they're getting ready to go. So as soon as we're ready, we can cut over to the top-down screen and show you guys exactly what's going on. Awesome. So it looks like, guys, just taking a minute to come across, but we're looking at resourcing here from Tom and Matt, just figuring it out. Can't figure out if Tom's happy with that or not. He looks a little bit puzzled by that
A
hand.
little bit of a poker face maybe going on. Looks a little bit like I do when I'm trying to place resources down, to be honest.
Yeah, well, there you go. But it is a Townsend red.
Nice.
Love
a Talzin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all opening with a Secret Sage against a Charisnemic. Charisnemic, a really big power from the last set. That really powerful.
Nice.
Yeah. Nice, easy early turn. Just going through there, 2 resources each. Going into resource phase now, readying the resources up and bringing them units back online. We have used the leader ability there to give the Charisnemic an XP token as well, giving over Matt a credit. You'd like to think that's a little bit dangerous. Credits this set are really cool, though.
Actually, yeah, really, really cool. I think, yeah, a little dangerous there. We'd like to see what the answer to that is.
And there you go, right? As we mentioned, that credit token giving Matt that kind of resource cheating effect allows him to play the Talzin Assassin a turn early
Yeah, love that.
to remove that Charismatic, preventing free from base for the next turn. But Tom does have to disclose, bringing the spy out onto the board.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool move there.
Yeah, the spies are really cute, though.
I love them.
It's
Like
such
the-
a cool design.
Yeah, really, really cool. I think just cool to see out on board there.
Yeah. I think we should, at some point, we might make some Nexus spies, have all of our little members on them. How cool would that be?
Stop it. That'd be so cool.
Oh, for sure. So it looks like Tom's just taking his time here, trying to figure out what to play. This is the Brute from the new set. Again, double aspect card, really pretty.
Yep.
The red blue of this one. Have you seen its hyperfoil?
I have not actually seen this one, but I love the artwork on that. It looks so good.
Yeah, the colours really pop for
Yeah.
me. So just thinking this over, whether or not he wants to swing across or use the ability of the leader here. We are going to do it, giving across another credit token and popping the XP on the spy. Okay, making it into a 1-3 with raid 2. Opting to go to base, keeping that aggressive stance. As you asked, you want to see some aggressive...
I did. I requested it. Yeah.
And there you go. And Tom
There we
is
go.
delivering for you, making sure. Awesome. So just going through there, back into the resource phase, readying up the resources for the next turn as we go into 4. A little bit off the ploys at the moment, but the Talzin red will be coming out soon. Now, Hannah, have you managed to ever play against Talzin?
Not against,
Not
actually.
against, but you've played with it?
I have played with it. I'm not sure if I'm the best pilot of this, but I think just a really, really strong leader, but just trying to get those cards out on the board as quickly as you can. But yeah, I think really, really cool. But no, not played against it. I can only imagine it's like a little tricky,
It could be a little tricky, for sure.
depending on what you're facing, I suppose.
Yeah, it has a kind of snowball effect sometimes. You get caught out for sure. But
Yeah.
I guess if you did ever want to have to learn Talzin red, you've got the opportunity to speak to Beton, the world champ, obviously piloting it last year to get a little bit of an insight.
Yeah.
Oh, jumping straight back into play here. The constructed lightsaber being dropped onto the Secretive Sage. That will make it a Sentinel 5/5 with a shield.
Oh,
And that's a pretty big boy.
that is yes.
Oh, dear. Obviously, Tom, his Brute has got Saboteur as well, so it can run through that shield, but it would be a trade out and losing on damage to base. You got to think that Tom's trying to find a way to keep pushing damage here, staying on that aggressive stance, though. So probably is opting to look at a way to... There we go. Straight through the shield, popping the 3 damage into the Secretive Sage, making it an easy pick-off for the Spy if we deem to go down that route.
Yes.
Yeah, and just a little bit of clarification there, as it is Saboteur. It will destroy the shield on its way through into the Sage. And you'd imagine here that Matt's just going to, trade out that Spy.
Yeah.
Looking to get some value off the board and make it nice and easy and just ensure that Sage is going to survive. So the Sage is now swinging into base. 5 to base, I believe, so it's quite a big chunk. Can't take too many more of those from Tom. The red 5 in the space lane, however, will be able to finish off this Sage if it does survive the turn. And the guys just take...
There we go.
Yeah, exactly that. The red 5 on attack when you may deal 2 damage to a damaged unit, meaning that Sage is on the chopping block.
It is indeed.
One of my favorite cards from Jump to Lightspeed is red 5. For
Oh, yeah?
Sure. Yeah, I love the... you got the OP ones.
Yes.
And speaking about OP from this set look amazing.
Yeah. No, really good. Yeah.
I'm glad we decided to go into the same kind of black visuals that we have for the sectors and the regional cards that do look incredible. Does it make you quite sad that you're not able to play in one of these events for us today?
Oh, kind
I
of.
know, it would be
kind
quite
of.
nice, right?
Yeah, it would be really nice. I mean, it's nice to play in casual bits and pieces as well, but it does get me a little bit sad.
Aw.
Want to play?
So Matt there, understanding that he's under threat from that red 5, instantly giving the no glory only results, removing it from the board with a nice piece of removal. A good heads up play there to keep his board state intact. But it does mean that resources are basically out now, so Tom has got a full stack to work with. We do see the X-Wing come down, doing 2 damage to itself to draw the card from the top, going for that cards in hand, looking for, I guess, that aggressive negotiations maybe that's been the kind of plague of this tournament so far.
Yes.
But still, the secretive stage is just chipping away. Another 5 damage to base. And we are on the turn of Talzin Flip.
Yes, I see.
Talzin Flip, 2 health left. I don't think this X-Wing's going to survive too long.
Not sure. Not sure about that. I'd be interested to see what Tom's answer to it is.
So Matt's just pushing in for another 4, just lifting it across, understanding that he's ahead in this race. He can control the tempo. He is the one on the front foot, making sure that Tom's having to answer that board. Tom's saying, I don't mind if you have credits. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Here's another unit. Matt says, I'm going to use it straight away. I'm going to be happy. Bringing out the Karis. Tom straight onto the initiative, but the double trigger here from the... oh, no, deciding not to use the trigger of the unplayed side of the Talzin, just going for the deploy. Another 3 to base, taking it to a total of 17 already on base.
Ooh. Goodness.
I think we can see there a Devastator in hand from Matt Aldridge as well, which would be pretty powerful if we do get to the 7-8 resource turns, potentially even earlier with these credits that are kind of popping up from this leader ability. And you can see from both these players here, they know what they're doing. They know their lines.
Yeah, yeah.
Super skillful players, as I say, well known around the whole of the UK and across abroad as well, competing to the highest level. And it's really enjoyable to have them here today for the Nexus Invitational.
Yeah, super cool to have them here.
Yeah. And in terms of prizing today, obviously, Asmodee has been a really generous sponsor of the event, so we always want to say thank you for the bits you guys have managed to put forward for us.
You're so welcome. It's really cool to just have these invitational tournaments and to support in this way. I think it's really cool for the community and it's good for all the players. It's awesome. Really love to see it.
So I think looking at that, I think it's upside down. Is that a Zeb? I think it's a Zeb. Yeah, it is Zeb. It's just back to front.
Zeb's one of my favorite cards of the set.
He's so cool.
Like, stop. Look how cool that is.
Like, stop.
Like, stop it. Like, 4/4 Sentinel. Come on. And their artwork. Great. Great card.
Super cool. Super pretty. But here we have the Talzin's Assassin coming down, giving it -3/-3. Again, meaning that this Zeb is probably not going to survive too long once this Talzin does swing in and give it another -1, unless Tom has got another trick up his sleeve to ensure it does survive.
Well, let's see.
Just taking a minute here. Probably trying to figure out whether or not to give it the XP to mean that it will trade something back. But even so, it doesn't look like it's going to do too much value here.
Yeah.
And we're going straight in with the deploy. Oh, and there's a kill switch. -1/-1, giving the exhaust onto the leader, meaning no value is going to come from this leader deploy. The writing might be on the wall here for Tom, I won't lie to you.
Kill switch. Woof.
And that is another new card from this set, but followed by a Nimble Prowess exhausting the Talzin leader, Mother Talzin, followed up by a Karis taking out the Seb, but for no trade back due to the -3/-3 that has already come out from this turn. Talzin Assassin doing another 4 to base, only 7 left on the side of Tom. Really gripping game, but Matt feels like he's starting to edge this one out. I'm not too sure what Tom's going to be able to do to bring it back in.
I don't know. May have a trick up his sleeve here, depending on what he's pulled, but the big old network of spies going on over there.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, for sure. But Tom, taking a moment here on this resource turn, just trying to understand what his options are, thinking, what are my outs? What am I looking for? How can I make an impactful game to this board state? Just to bring me back into the fight. What can I actually do? We already know Matt has a Devastator. And there we go. There's the fist bump saying, no, I don't have it. I haven't drawn the answer. Yeah. Let's save some time, get on to game 2, and get this sideboard in to try and make a difference. Now, I don't know about you, Hannah. Sideboarding for me is always the hardest part of this game.
Yeah. How to pick what to put in, how to take something out, like how do you choose? What would be your strategy here? What would you be looking for?
Oh, it's a really good question. So I think on the side of Tom, he is quite limited on what he can do here, understanding that the force generation is something that he has to temper. He has to control the force from Matt. Keeping him off the force will really limit the plays that Matt can make.
Yeah.
We did see in that last game, Tom got punished quite early for using the Vel ability and giving credits across from Matt.
Yeah.
Repetition of that in this game will be even more punishing. So he may have to come away from generating the XP because of how the leader ability and the card pool that blue-red villainy has means he can do direct removal whilst getting value from the credits. And on from the side of Matt, I'd be looking for more of the same, more of that aggression, more of that mid-range tempo that Townsend can really put out onto the board. Maybe a couple of bits more answer if you've got more no glories, no disintegrations. Maybe you might be coming in there, which would be a really fun one to see. Being able to pick units off with the Townsend effect post the no disintegrations.
Yeah.
So lots of options from both sides. Yeah, exactly what we want to see. We want to be a nice, fun, interesting game for all you viewers at home and us casting this event here today. But we're on round 4. We've still got a good few more to go. Now, I'm going to ask you to be a little bit biased here, Hannah.
Okay.
Anyone here, from what team do you think you would like to see winning the event? Oh, that's a big question, is that one?
I don't know if that's fair to ask me.
Of course it's fair to ask you.
No. Oh,
Well, I want Team Nexus to win. There you go. I'll answer from my side.
Okay, there we go. All right. I can't be sitting next to you and not say that.
Okay. Of course you can. Say what you want.
It'd be really nice to see Nexus do really well today. I think that would be really cool.
Okay, so players just shuffling up now, going through the cut phase just to make sure that we're all ready for an equal board state, drawing out the 6 and getting ready to put those 2 resources down. Been quite a speedy round 1 though. We've still got 42 minutes left on the clock. So lots of time for game 2 and game 3 if need be. And we have just got our Nexus Emmy taking a lovely photo of us both. Oh, stop it. Stop it. Exactly. And as you can see displayed in the center of the screen there, the Nexus lovely shiny holographic stickers designed by Emiliano himself. So we've got to give him some credit there.
Yeah, actually, very.
I think we left a good few of them in Disney the other day by accident, by accident.
Oh, by accident?
By accident. By accident,
Oh,
yeah.
I see.
Yeah. Nexus invaded Mickey Mouse's home.
Mickey Mouse's house. though.
Exactly, Mickey Mouse's house. Really fun event though, meeting Mon Mothma. Really, really cool.
I just had such a great time, and I think having her there was. It's sometimes with celebrities, it can be a little bit like you're not really sure what you're going to
back
get.
foot, yeah.
But honestly, she was fantastic, and I think even Alistair Petrie, the one that we had before at that Disney event we had before, I think he was saying it's so good to see one IP bring everyone together in such a cool space.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think she was the same, and for her to play a few rounds as well.
Oh, it's so cool to see.
Yeah, so when Khrushchev was obviously teaching her and I was sort of helping, she was quite nervous.
Oh yeah.
And I said, okay, well you've got 2 resources. What do you want to play? And by the way, she was playing a Mon Mothma deck as well.
Of course. Why would she not be?
Of course. And then she says, oh, I want to play me. And I was like, of course you want to play you. Go ahead, go play you.
Amazing. So for those of you at home who aren't aware, Asmodee put on a lovely event at Disney where we got the privilege of attending, myself and Emiliano, and we got to meet the legendary Genevieve O'Reilly, the actress and voice of Mon Mothma in everything Star Wars, which is really, really cool. And it did give us the opportunity to have an exclusive interview of her, which we will be getting onto our channel at some point. And we got to get some lovely signed cards, which are parts of the prizing that we've had from yesterday and today. But no, really fun event. Very thankful for it being put on. And I know there are lots of people out there who are super jealous that we got to attend. So yes, very, very, very cool indeed.
It's a very cool event. Very nice.
Yeah. Now, if you was to host another one, who would you love to have as your next guest?
Oh, I think Jin Erso.
Oh,
What's
that'd
her
be
name again?
good.
Remind me.
Off
Oh
the
my
top of my
gosh.
head, I can't remember.
Oh my gosh, why is it just like exited my
It's like
brain?
yeah, I know.
Anyway,
Anyway.
I think a lot of people around the office would be very happy if we had Jin Urso come in and hang out with us.
I'm not surprised. I mean, I won't lie to you. Every time, even when I came last year, and I've never been disappointed with the guests you've had. But if you did have Pedro Pascal, I would melt.
Oh, same.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah.
I don't know how accessible he is, but we can see. You know what? I can't make you any promises, but let's see. Let's see. I will do my best.
Awesome. Right. Jumping back into play here.
Here we go.
We see a Rio coming down from Rio chain coming down from Tom, looking to give both double card draw for the players, and a Secret Sage from Matt here. Again, looking for that easy force generation, and just making sure he's got that comfortability in the shielded 2/2 unit, saying, yeah, it's not going to go anywhere anytime soon. Now, the Chio Fane is a really cool new unit from the new set. You may choose 2 players. If you do, they each draw a card. Sounds a little bit controversial, giving both players a card, but of course, when you're the one running aggressive negotiations, there's always that benefit for yourself.
Yeah, having that extra card is really going to help there.
Yeah, 100%. So again, Tom just taking his time, figuring out on the correct resource as they get ready for the second round of play. Instantly going in with the Chio, giving both players that card draw, it looks like. But doing that, giving options to Matt as well, saying, yeah, okay, fine, but I'm going to utilize these cards just as well as you are, as I'm also on red and have the ability to play aggressive negotiations as well.
Yeah.
Matt opting to send the Secretive Sage into the Chio, doing 2 damage, popping the shield and gaining the force at the same time, as he just turns over his little token there, making sure we can all see it nice and clearly. And that's another addition from this new set is the credit tokens. The metal ones look really cool.
Yeah, the metal ones are awesome. Just adds an extra cool element to the game, I think.
Yeah, they look really good with the little token binder as well.
Yeah.
So Tom here now playing the Sinterkaz. That while this unit is upgraded, it does become Sentinel. That pairs perfectly with Vel, as it would turn it into a 4/6 Sentinel for 3 resources. That is incredible.
That's actually really strong. Yeah.
A lot of value to be generated there. But again, you've got to think that Tom's going to be a little bit scared of giving credits over to Matt, as he did in the last game, as that was kind of the downfall, and got punished for doing so. And Matt just taking his time to figure out what to do. Oh, it's another new card from the new set, doing 2 damage to the Chio, 2 damage to base, I think is what's gone on there. Yeah, just deciding there, pointing to the base, indicating that additional 2. Really powerful card that we haven't seen played today, but yesterday we saw it played a number of different times. Tom opting to just take the initiative rather than giving the XP over. Again, understanding the power of credits. Credit tokens are a force to be reckoned with within themselves. And yeah, understanding giving that action cheat, so resource cheat, not action cheating, isn't that best thing to be doing right now. And Matt just saying, yeah, I'm ready for this next turn. Whenever you're ready, Tom, take your time. No real rush. We've got loads of time on the clock, even if we do manage to get into a game 3. And also this set, Hannah, obviously we have got the launch of Eternals events.
Yes.
That's a really, really, really cool format.
Yeah, really cool. And I think it just brings a whole new set of players into it as well, I think.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people will just be excited to be able to play the cards they've got hold of from the previous sets that may not be accessible as they are now.
Yeah.
And we see Tom here just coming in with 3 to base, pushing it over to 5 in total, 2 back on the side of Tom. Now with the Secretive Sage, pushing that up to 4. Really just quite ticking along, both players understanding that, yeah, let's get this game rolling. Let's start chasing some damage down, putting our opponents on the clock, saying we are in a race. Just making sure that there are no value trades coming in. But we do see it's a new card, another one from the new set, the double aspect. I think it's called Hanako is the name. 3/5, raid 2, restore 2. Really, really powerful unit. Followed up by a GI, Grand Inquisitor. And I think that's the one from the store showdowns.
Looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, really cool. Hidden 3/4 unit, raid 1, attacking for 4 in total. But you've got to think, this is going to be an absolute menace to this board state right now. The Restore 2 is going to take over the game unless there is a clear answer.
Look at that artwork.
Oh, yeah. Again, look at it.
So cool.
Yeah, Hanak.
Yeah, that raid 2 is going to cause some damage here, I think.
Oh, for sure, yeah. You'd like to think that it's going to be an instant 5 to base. Yeah, Restore 2. Again, all of these double aspect cards, I just want them all in hyperfoil.
Oh, yeah. It just adds such a cool element to it, I think.
Yeah, I 100% agree. It looks like Matt's contemplating a no glory only results here, and he is going to send it through onto the Sinterkaz, making sure that that Sentinel can't get into base. I think that's quite a smart play, but it does leave you fully tapped out of resources on this turn, whilst Tom is sat at a full stack of 5. And for the first time this game, we are seeing the Vel ability coming through just to pump up the Hanak, giving it the extra XP token. That does mean that the Grand Inquisitor would not be able to survive the trade and will just take 4 back, as we are seeing there. But pushing 4 onto the Hanak, saying, yeah, I'm still happy to get rid of this. I have got Tao's in flip here, and I can give the Negacing abilities if I need to. So the action's back over with Tom now. Again, just taking his time to figure out exactly what the action is. 4 or 5 resources, though. What can we do on 5? Lots of interesting things. Just taking a second here to count out the total damage numbers. Okay, so we're going for 1. Nimble Prowess, tapping down the Secretive Sage, preventing the Hanak from being taken out for free. But Matt does have the Tao's leader ability, using the Force, giving the -1 onto the Hanak. Just to trim him down a little bit, maybe lining him up to be taken out by this Tao's flip, but I imagine Tom's going to have something to say about that in the meantime. And Hannah, I have to admit, for the first time in a long time, we have got a London, a UK, a big event.
Yes, we do. Yeah, the sector qualifiers.
Going to be a good one.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. I think it would be cool to see everyone come over from different parts of Europe as well. Should be very, very cool.
Yeah, and it's as I say, the first one that we had in London, I think, in total after the launch event. So
Yep.
it's going to be really exciting. Are you guys going to attend as well?
Yeah, of course, we'll be there. A few staff will be there, and yeah, it's something obviously us alongside FFG support. So
Nice.
yeah, it'd be great.
Awesome. And here we've seen that Arvel be played, claiming up that credit token, a really good way to utilize the credits you're given across, doing some damage to base. But in between that, we have also seen the Tao's flip come into play. On attack, giving the -1 to the Hanak, and trading out, taking 2 damage back. A really easy way to trade out that XP tokens. And it looks like Matt is starting to stabilize this game, if I'm honest.
Yes.
Going up into resource 6, it will be the turn of the Vel deploy. Going straight in with 4 to base here with the Arvel. Just pushing up to 15. But seeing again the value of the Tao's leader. The -1 allowing that trade out nice and cleanly, only taking 3 back. That is so far 2 units for nothing off of the Tao's deploy.
Puts Matt in a little bit of a strong position there.
Yeah, for sure. And again, Tom saying, right, okay, sure. You're removing my units. Let's get some cardra involved. Get out an X-Wing, put 2 damage on it, 1 more in hand. Always quite nice.
Yep.
We are now pushing the Secret Sage into base, pushing up to, I believe, 4 on base. Yeah, 4 damage on base. Matt needs to start catching up at some point as Tom does flip the switch and go up into the space lane. It looks like another red 5 come down, followed up by a GI, going ground v space, doing an even split. You've got to think that Matt's going to have to find some answers to this space lane sometime soon. Otherwise, these space units are going to rack up some damage. So we are going with availability. Going to put an XP token onto the red 5. Creating the credit token on the side of Matt. But Matt's got to be scared, knowing there are Arvels knocking about, which will be able to knock out that credit token and do some additional damage to base, as we have seen previously. So Matt's just taking a minute, having a think, looking at his options, saying, well, what do I have to answer this space lane? I'm not too sure right now. Looks like we have got a no disintegrations in hand, which would be able to put a unit to within 1 HP. But the Vel ability will be able to then rebuff it back out as with the on-attack swing. Yep, so there's a pass into a kill switch, which is instantly going to tap down the Vel, preventing her from giving the bonus plus effects. And it does look like a pass there and the claim. Both players looking quite comfortable in this position, understanding the game's not over yet. We are still in a little bit of a foot race, but the towers in on board, both leaders on board, and a lot of power to be spread about as well. And also in this new set, we've had the, or coming in this year rather, we've got the new Twin Suns decks coming out.
Yes. So they will be really cool. I think it's just encouraging a little bit of casual play, but also a lot of competition there as well.
Yeah, then a lot of people struggle to build their Twin Suns decks, so it is going to be nice to see a way of having that pre-constructed build already put together, allowing people an easy access way into the game.
Yeah, like me.
Oh, I don't believe that for 1 second.
Oh, come on.
Okay, so Tom there instantly snapping down on the aggressive negotiations, giving that +1 with the Vel, giving over the credit token to Matt. A whole cluster of cards in hand there, pushing up Matt to 23 damage. That does mean lethal is on board in this space lane for Thomas. I don't know if Matt's going to have an answer here. It's going to be a pretty tricky one to figure out. Just taking another minute to have a look at this hand, figure out if there are any answers. He doesn't look too confident what he's got, I have to admit.
I'm going to say his poker face is slipping a little bit there.
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, Mr. Calm, Cool and Collected is slowly starting to sweat.
It's okay.
Yeah, it happens.
Happens.
So we're attacking with the Mother Towers into the Vel, giving a -1 onto the red 5, preventing the 1 swing kill. But if you're Tom here again, I feel like you're just going to keep pushing into base. Understanding that there's value there. Yeah, there you go. So 1 left on Matt's base. Nothing much left I don't think Matt can do here right now. We have to remove this X-Wing and then be able to remove both units from board, which I'm not too sure I'd feel too comfortable with.
Yes. Play till the last minute, though.
Always.
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 Yeah.
Always got to play out your hand.
Yeah.
See if there are any options that you've got, especially in these bigger events where there's a lot of prizing on the line.
Yeah. Not sure if I've got an answer here, though, but... Oh, counting.
Everyone's made that mistake on, oh, yes, I have an answer. Play it and gone, oh, I don't have enough to do it.
Oh, I know. That conundrum, sort of trying to find something that you can do.
Yeah,
Is this going
exactly
to work?
that.
Is this going to work? The calculation. Here we go. Let's see.
Okay, so Talisman's Assassin to remove the X-Wing.
Yep,
It's a
okay.
good start. Tom still sitting pretty, looking at this hand. 3 resources left up on the side of Tom as well, who might be able to populate another threat, which he does, in the form of Chio Fane. And any of these units being able to find their way into base right now would be lethal. And Matt's got a long way to climb back up into this if he is going to manage to stabilize this game. So the Grand Inquisitor goes into the Vel, trading out the units, removing the XP on demand, which is definitely the right call here. But again, I don't see a way in which Matt can deal with both the ground and the space. So no disintegrations coming through, killing off the Chio, but leaving this red 5 up in the space lane with 4 damage. And yeah, Tom just pointing out there saying, yep, I've still got it. Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Then there's the fist bump and the scoop. So moving on to game 3, at least we get to go for a nice 3 games here on these 2 really cool, interesting decks. Vel is a leader that you don't get to see too often.
Yeah, no, I think it's really cool. And I think that was a nice little play out there. It was a bit of sparring. We like that. But in the end, I think Tom just had it over him.
Yeah, Tom just definitely had that commanding start. The aggressive negotiations was the really big card that come down here. And I have to admit, I haven't done too much testing with Vel, but after this, I might have to have a look into her a little bit.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Always giving XP is a nice added benefit in comparison to what we see normally from the leader abilities. And obviously seeing a lot of ways to utilize the credit tokens that are even on the side of Matt's board as well. So Really well played out here from Tom. But game 3, again, both players having a chance to reshuffle through their sideboard, see what answers they have, and make sure that they haven't missed anything from that previous look for game 2. But Tom, again, looks quite confident. I don't know. He's saying, I like it. I'm just going to shuffle it all back together and let's get going on to game 3. 24 minutes on the clock, though, so still a lot of time.
Still some time there.
Yeah, a
So
lot of time.
heading into this afternoon, what are you looking to see?
It's a good question because we have got a huge variance here still.
Yep.
We have got a lot of Luke
Yep.
from JTL,
Yep.
which is good. It's a Luke Yellow seems to be doing very well. It's a very fun list.
Yep.
We've got a couple of Vaders. We've got a couple of Mauls. I think all the Mauls might be out by now. I'm not too sure.
Yep.
But I do just want to keep seeing all of these new lists. The Chewbacca's. I'd love to see a Chewbacca on stream.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, that's fair. Chewbacca's cool.
Yeah, the
Strong card there.
super aggressive leader is Chewbacca. 4 costs to deploy. You have to pay him, though, to come out. You have to pay 4 for him, but I think it's a 5-4 on deploy or a 5-6. I can't remember off the top of my head. Really, really powerful statted unit for that early on in the game.
Yes.
Three players just slowly shuffling up, getting ready for this first resourcing phase. And I'm sure both players know exactly what they're looking for here, what the mulligan will be. As you just see Matt cutting through Tom's deck. Just a nice little courteous cut, making sure that everything's on the up and up. Tom showing the 6 drawn, all on, ready to go. But even on stream here, you can see these seasoned players, they're comfortable. They know what they're doing. They know how to win the games. They know all their play lines, even their mulligan strategies. So I'm expecting nothing less from such a high caliber of Tom Rose and Matt Aldridge. All right, both players draw out their 6 cards, start looking at what these resources will be. And instantly Matt's sending it back.
Yep. Didn't like what you saw there?
No, and again, like we said before, with the sideboarding, mulliganing is pretty hard.
Yeah, for sure.
Understanding what you're looking for, what matchups you've got. The key opening play, mulliganing aggressively, is such a good tactic, knowing that I need to see these cards in order to be able to compete. Even if you're not 100% guaranteed, a lot of the time it is the correct decision to send it back and look for what you want. But Tom being a little bit more cautious, holding on to this hand, I think. But even so, he has got a few options for this turn 1 play. Yeah, sending down the 2, saying, I'm ready. I want this. I'm ready to take you on for game 3. So hopefully here Matt can draw into something a little bit more desirable. Taking out the top 6 and having a quick look. Oh, I can't even really see what he's got there, but it looks like he's quite happy. Snapping down 1 resource. It does look like he at least has a turn 1 and 2 play. Always a tricky one, resourcing.
Yeah, for sure.
Always end up looking at all my cards going, oh, they're all pretty good.
Sometimes I'm goodbye.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, I don't get to see you ever again.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Actually, that's why plot was quite cool, wasn't it?
Plot was a really cool mechanic,
So
especially
cool.
with Smuggle starting to rotate out.
Yeah.
Having a way to play from resources is really important.
Yeah.
Okay, so we see a Paris come out from Matt, an early powerful force unit to generate the force, followed up by a black one from Tom, opting to stay up in the space lane, which does make sense considering how it feels like Matt might be struggling to interact with the space lane a little bit.
Yeah, we saw that from the last game a little bit. So I think starting here in the space lane for Tom is really, really good.
Yeah, and we just see the 2 going into base, generating the force from Matt, followed
2 in
up.
space.
Yeah, another space unit. Also drawing a card.
Lovely opening turns there.
Yeah, exactly that. And followed up by a Treya Acolyte. Not the most powerful turn 2 play from Matt. Just another 2-4. And you've got to think that Tom is just looking to go for nothing but gas here. And utilizing the availability after Matt has already played a card does mean that Matt can't play a 4-drop this turn, which probably would have been the play he would have wanted to make. So black one coming through for another 3 to base. Again, the race is basically on. So a claim followed up by the pass from Tom. Just looking at this next resource, taking a moment. as we go into the 4 resource turn. But there is a lot of power in the space lane already from Tom here, as he is taking over the lead of 2 damage up on the total damage counters. And you imagine that Matt's first action has got to be to spend that credit. He can't risk it getting picked off again by the Arden. Okay, so we're going in with the no glory. Full 5 there, paying to take out the 2 cost unit. That's not the most optimal play here from Matt, but sometimes it needs must.
Yes, needs must, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Stemming the bleeding, at least for a little bit.
Be interesting to see what Thomas has in answer to the ground units here.
Again, Tom just taking his time for a moment, just having a little look at the hand. Again, he's a very patient player, is Tom. Likes to understand all of his lines before he goes too far in. And again, saying, wow, you've tapped all your resources. I'm going to space lane again, and I'm going to draw another card. Okay, so we're using the Mother Housing ability just to stem the bleeding a little bit, reducing down that attack from 3 to 2, just giving us a little bit more of a buffer. Followed up by Atreus Acolyte, instantly snapping back the force on, as you see there, flipping back over the token. I don't know if Tom's going to have much to do here with 1 resource, whether or not he's going to use the Vel ability again. Yeah, there we go. Just using the Vel ability, giving the one over onto the Red Squadron X-Wing, or one of the Red Squadron X-Wings. Followed up by a swing with Karis, getting another 2 into base, just making sure that Matt is staying in this race. Coming up to 5 resources now, we are looking at the Mother Towers in deploy, which would be able to snipe out one of these X-Wings if executed incorrectly, and if Tom doesn't interact with that board. So just tidying up the board totals there, showing 6 on base, instantly popped up to 10. Matt's having a look, figuring out his answers, counting up them resources. And we're still on the force, 2 ground units, Karis, Atreus Acolyte, opting to swing with the Atreus Acolyte here. Just chasing up the damage total, as Thomas instantly, again, pushing on the pressure, going into 13 versus 8 on base. It is turning into nothing but a race at the moment. And Tom, again, just taking his time, understanding all of these options, and it's coming down. I mean, we said we wanted it in hyperspace foil, but at least Matt says, well, I've got a hyperspace one for you to look at.
Here we are. Very nice.
And because of those credits, it does mean that Matt has another 2 resources left standing. Thomas has followed up with a red 5, with the Karis now going in for another 2, taking Tom up to 10 total on base. We have got the flip of the leader to come out this turn as well. So we are going to see even more damage being piled onto bases here. But Tom has got another 2 resources to be used in the first place. Okay, so we are killing our own Karis, proccing the force, removing one of the space lane threats. Really, really important to be doing that in this racing scenario.
Yes, very important play there. I think it's just so interesting the way that it's a race, like you said. I think, yeah, it's interesting.
It does mean, however, now that Mother Towsing ability will not be able to be used before the deploy. Not that I mind do too much this turn, but even so, it does mean it's not now available with using the force. And we are going to use the Vel buff, giving the 1 XP over onto the X-Wing. Straight into the Mother Towers in deploy. Another 3 to base, another neg 1, but is not going to be too impactful to this board state, as we see a claim in the past going on to the next action of play. I mean, Tom is holding on to a fistful of cards. That's a lot of cardboard in that hand.
Yes, a lot of cardboard.
But at least for this turn, it does look like Matt is going to have the Restore 2 online, which will help stem some of this space lane damage that is going to be coming through. Readying up the units. It's Tom again, just on the initiative here. Just taking him another minute. Probably figuring out whether or not to go into these aggressive negotiations. And there is one of them. That's a lot of damage to base.
That is, oh, goodness.
That is a lot of damage to base.
Oh.
So, Matt, 23, sending in the Hanak, reducing it down by another 2. But if Tom does have another aggressive negotiations, this could be all over in an instant. It doesn't look like there's a snap down of it. Again, just weighing up some options, trying to understand what the right play is. Okay, just clearing up the board there. It does look like a credit was missed off of the XP ability. Which all of these credits are incredibly impactful to these board states. The ability to play something one turn earlier, as we saw in game 1, can swing things around. And even saying swing things around, there's only 3 damage in this game.
Yeah.
So Tom opting to push in another 3 damage with the red 5, taking Matt to 24, I believe, in total. Yeah, 24 damage on base there. 4 damage left, and we have got the Vel to deploy as well this turn.
Yeah, okay.
So Treya Acolyte pushing another 2 in, taking Thomas to 20 on base. So the Karis is going into the Vel. Very smart play there, reducing down the damage by 2, understanding that it will take him off of lethal. Although options are slowly running out for Matt here, as we are seeing a nimble prowess to tap down the Townsend's Assassin. And that looks like it might be it. Unless Matt, has a way to answer Tom's Vel on board right now, the on attack +1 XP will claim this game. And again, Matt not looking too confident here.
The math is mathing here.
Yeah, the math is certainly mapping. I always hate it when the math doesn't map.
Oh, the math is difficult in my head, but here we are. The math doesn't math.
Again, just taking another moment, assessing all the situations that can come from this hand. Is there anything I can do? A little count up,
Yeah.
just to make sure. Have I missed some? Have I missed any of these?
Maybe you miscounted?
Maybe another 2 have just appeared, and I can do some more stuff, but who knows? Even by answering this Vel, the space lane threat is real. Still sat there with 4 damage on an X-Wing, which would also represent lethal. And Tom sitting there quite calmly, looking like he feels quite confident in this situation to know that there isn't much to be done. And there's the fist bump. The game falls to Tom on Vel. Who would have thought that Vel would have been that far ahead? What a good game that was.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
I don't know about you, Hannah, but seeing Vel being played this early on in what is the event to shape the meta
Yeah.
is a really cool unit.
Yeah, I think that's really, really cool. It's nice to, like I said earlier, I think it's nice to have a little bit of variety and not just seeing like loads of variations of Han, to be fair. So yeah, I think, but yeah, very, very cool.
No, super fun. So it does look like we have finished round number 4 here. And we are back to the casting desk. What a game.
Really cool to see so many different cards, so many new cards, but also just that race at the end there was quite a different style of play than what I'm used to. So yeah, really, really cool.
And I think in that last game of play, we did not see Tom play a single ground unit.
No, I don't think we did.
Just genuinely sitting like going, well,
apart from
you
the
can have
leader.
the ground, apart from the leader.
Apart from the
That was it. Yeah, fine. All
yeah.
right, we'll allow him to have that one. Yeah. But yeah, no ground units, purely space focused, which is a real concern for a Lawless, I think, today.
Yeah.
But no, very well played from both of them. And obviously, we're all playing for our grand total prize. We've got £1,000 on the line here today, so everyone does want to be involved. And also, we have the Nexus trophy. Hannah, do you want to show everyone at home the lovely Nexus trophy? Just
Sure.
lift it up a little
Oh
bit.
my God, it's heavy.
It is heavy,
I
I know.
didn't realise.
Yeah, hence why I got you to pick it up.
I just-
My arms are tired.
Okay, sorry, I go to the gym. Can we
Look
see
at that. Look at how pretty that is.
Nice.
All designed by our wonderful Emiliano, who has put in a lot of work to this event, so he's done a great job. But yes, we are going to get the winner of the last round, Tom T-Mouse, Tom Rose, up for an interview in just a moment. Stay tuned. See you in a moment. Hello, everyone, and we are back. Nice and quick break there, and we have got the winner of the last round, Thomas Rose. T-Mouse, how are we doing? Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here. I'm having a fantastic day. Obviously, so far, it's all been going my way, so I can't complain.
Awesome, awesome. And Vel, wow, what a leader to pick. Never would have seen that coming.
Yeah, it's been exciting to play. There's a lot of decisions. Sometimes I make the wrong decision, but I like that it has a huge amount of player agency. So every single turn, you got to think, do I want to use Vel? Am I using Vel before I attack and risking the removal? Am I using it afterwards? Give them credits in the hope that I can play the Arvel to take out their credit again.
Yeah.
I knew I was going to be playing red, blue, white,
Sure.
but I did a lot of testing on different leader-based combos, and Vel was the one where I felt like I had the most control over how my results end up. And I like feeling like I'm in control.
Oh, nice. I like it. Okay, we've got a couple of questions from the guys online as well. What are you running to splash with the base? What is the out of aspect?
It's the Spectre package.
Nice.
So the reason that I knew that I wanted to be red, blue, white is being able to have the off aspect Kanan on 4 into Zeb on 5 is huge.
Yeah.
You take out a Sentinel with the Kanan bounce effect, anything up to a 4 cost if you've got a red. Most of my units are red, so
Wow.
it's usually online for just a free waylay.
Yeah.
And then we all know Zeb. If you get the bonus, it's great. But even if you don't, just having 3 damage on legs with the Sentinel body as well, it swings the tempo of the ground arena so hard.
Yeah. 3 damage on legs. That's a quote to live by for sure. And obviously, you've been through the day, and look, hold up your little green envelope here. He has taken down a Nexus member at some point of the day as well. You have won one of our patented Nexus bounties. Do you want to open it on stream?
Yeah, let's see what
Let's
we
see
got.
what we've got inside. The suspense building.
A Sarge promo, pin, and a sector bag.
Wow, so that is
Love to see
the
it.
Asajj promo from the World set as well. Pin, which a lot of people are sought after, and a Sexer badge, which you might have a few of already. But anyway, who knows? Tom, great job. congratulations on that round win. Now, everyone back home, you're going to lose me for about an hour whilst I take a little break, give your ears a rest. We're going to have Mark and Henry come back in to cast this next round, which will be one of the final rounds of the winning bracket. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. And we should be back just after a short break. It looks like the guys have just stepped to the side. So we'll be with you in just a moment. There we go. And there we go.
Welcome back. How you doing? Oh, I want to get in there first.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Well, where are we? Why don't you tell me?
Good afternoon, SWU fans. We are here on the, fifth round now?
It is round 5.
Awesome. We've got a game for you. We've got 2 of the brand new Lawless time leaders hitting it out head to head. We've got the 2 people who are remaining undefeated in the winners bracket. Philip, Beton, and Thomas playing Vel. Philip's playing Tobias. And oh my God. Wow.
It is a fun deck.
I've been poo-pooing Vel all day. I feel so ashamed now. It's horrible and awful. Tobias is something that I must confess I horribly... When I first saw the previews coming out, I wrote it off as a Twin Sons only leader.
Which I'm fine with.
Yeah, absolutely, as you should be. So naturally, Tobias and Vel, I'd make a Twin Sons deck out of that. What would you pair with it?
I could see it happen. I think I'd probably go aggression base for that.
Yeah?
Just get all of those nasty aggression rebels in there that you just want to really dish the damage out with, and then give them over to your opponents and then flip over.
Yeah.
But this next matchup, like you said, is a double elimination tournament. So these 2 competitors, while one of them will lose this match, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's game over for their day here at the Nexus Invitational.
Yep.
It just means that their opponent will have a bit of an advantage going into the rest of the bracket. So we're about to go live to the gameplay.
Indeed.
Of course, if you're enjoying this, make sure that you do like and subscribe to the Nexus. They've got tons of content for SWU, as do we.
Indeed. You can completely ignore the Nexus. This is totally a takeover of the Nexus channel by 2 people with completely different YouTube channels, unrelated to Nexus in any way, shape, or form, except they're our good friends. Henry here runs Take the Blast, a dedicated Twin Sons channel based out of London here in the UK, out of this very store. They're awesome. Check out their stuff. It's such a good, fun way to play. I have a YouTube channel called Unlimited Power TCG. while we kill time waiting for Philip and Thomas to rack up their games and get into the overcam. There we go. Awesome. Right.
So there we have the Vel and the Tobias matchup. What's your initial take on how you think this will play out?
So I've seen Philip in a previous game come from nowhere to win in a single hit with a deployed Tobias with sudden ferocity on it and aggressive negotiations for an extra +5, doing 12 damage in a hit to close out the game on the turn after he's deployed is Tobias. So that is crazy. Vel, I honestly have no idea how this is going to work.
Yeah, it is a bit of sort of a mystery leader, but it's actually been fairly well represented today. It does seem like a trade-off that is maybe worthwhile at the moment while people are still figuring out the credit token system.
Yep.
Yes, your opponent does get a credit, but can they utilize it effectively? Who knows?
Right, so we started off with an Ordo 3/3 Disclosure red, otherwise do some damage, and a Chio fan for a little bit of card draw, fueling the aggressive negotiations going into later turns from Beton, as he would be want to do, which is fine. Control.
Yeah, that's something that I think both players will be happy with as well, because both running red, I think aggressive negotiations probably forms a big part of that splash damage shell they're all probably gearing up towards.
Yeah, Vel's not so much a drawing leader, but has got certainly potential to do so. We've disclosed the Karis to fuel hitting for 3 damage to base, which is great.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly from round 3, Philip also does include the Warrior of Clan Ordo in his deck.
Yeah.
And it might be something he's probably going to side out after this, because it doesn't seem like it will have as much effectiveness. We get a blue squadron X-Wing, dealing
Taking
2
damage to the
and-
card draw.
Yeah.
There we go. Again, lending credence to the aggressive negotiations aspect that they're almost certainly playing into in both cases. Two-faced Troy.
It's interesting that he's not electing to use the when played effect yet. I suppose he'd rather do that if he was playing on a curve where Tobias would deploy immediately afterwards, maybe. But of course, Tobias's strength is that he can just flip control of a unit at any point, regardless. As they're both resourcing up to the 4 resource turn.
This looks and feels to me like both of them are kind of racing to get advantage and see maybe who will be able to do the most overpowered kill stroke in one go first.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any of those big haymakers, though, that I've seen in other decks. Like you've seen quite a lot of decks today have been utilizing that nice curve of going from Ezra to Zeb, Ezra into Kanan into Zeb.
Yeah.
Not something we're going to see here, so it's a bit more of like the lesser known characters making that bulk of their curve.
Yeah, although Honor has also seen a fair bit of play today and is a very, very strong card out the new set.
It is, yeah.
Creating a 7 hit point difference from the rage she's got and the restore she's got at the same time. Not necessarily that useful here.
No, it's not. I mean, at the same time, it's also quite a good vehicle for sticking aggressive negotiations on if you need to. Certainly not the end of the world, but
Absolutely.
yeah, I think they're all sort of. Philip seems to be unsure
Yeah.
how to read. There is the Kanan.
Kanan's
So,
down there
okay.
bouncing, getting rid of the two-faced Troy straight away.
But now that might be a card that he just reconsiders playing anyway, just to actually use the when played effect this time and then deploy Beckett to take advantage of it.
Give it straight away to his opponent Thomas and then kill it with the Tobias flip. Killing immediately every single card that you own that your opponent is currently controlling and getting card draw off the back of it and credits is ridiculous. Oh, there's the Honor mention.
There is Honor instead. Yeah, a lovely. These 3/5 Ray 2 Restore 2. And I think this is the really fun thing we're seeing with set 7 is these double aspect cards that combine the flavors of both aspects into one lovely unit. And I couldn't think of a better way of doing that than a blue-red card that both heals and hurts more.
And has a wonderful bit of flavor text below her main name as well, which is something along the lines of Squee Oink, if I recall correctly.
I also wouldn't have minded if they put the Maz Kanata subtext there,
man,
where is my boyfriend?
8 cards in Beton's hand right now, we can see, as he's being very kind enough to show us on the overhead cam. So even right now, that's a tasty aggressive negotiations right there. We're on the 5 resources. 94 health.
Well, I imagine Thomas also probably has a decent amount himself, considering he's also benefiting from the Chio fan on attack. And it looks like he is. I think that might be an aggressive negotiations.
That's a bit hard to see, isn't it, from the reflection?
Yeah,
You're
the
absolutely
glare's
right.
a bit tricky, but I'm gonna say
Given
probably
that he's
it
dealt
is.
8 damage, yeah, it seems reasonably likely.
Yeah, so like we said, he has benefited a
That's
bit.
hit straight to base.
So Philip in slightly tricky territory with a 10 points away
Yeah.
from being out on game 1.
Good chance he's going to be waiting to force Thomas to try and claim, then give him a unit, flip Tobias, kill the unit, make the most out of it. Get some extra card draw, get some extra credits out of it.
Yeah, he's having a real tough think about whether or not he wants to attack now, get the restore in. I suppose just because there is a decent chance that there might be a finisher in hand.
You could be forgiven for thinking that there's no events in either deck except aggressive negotiations, really, couldn't you, at this point?
That's true.
I'm sure that's not the case.
No, I mean, one card in particular that I love that Philip has included, I believe in his sideboard, is Rhydonium Detonation, which is absolutely fantastic as on the 7-drop, but
Absolutely.
it's not something he can rely on just yet.
Yeah.
But he is being pushed a bit to the brink here because next turn could end up being quite a fatal one.
There's Beton has 12 health left, which, as mentioned, is perfectly well within the range of a tasty aggressive negotiations attack and pull. He's done another 3 damage, revealing the same card to base, which he's pulling as aggressive. So he's hitting with Chio. Chio does 2 base. He's probably got 7 cards in his hand if I recall correctly. So that's a chunky hit to base right there.
Pushed him up to 18 now. So both players really within reach of each other's next aggressive negotiations, arguably.
So talking about, it's not exactly an elephant in the room, but it might be. There's been a lot of talk online about should aggressive negotiations be banned. And I mean, come on, it's release weekend. It was pre-release weekend last weekend. That reaction has only come about because people starting to play the amount of card draw out of Jin more than anything else.
Yeah.
But what's being generated with Tobias is pretty tasty here.
Oh.
Aggressive negotiation again.
That was quite incredible. So
For the killing blow, 9 damage.
for the killing blow, but only really possible because of Vel gifting so many credits to Philip. He had about 3 credits to spare there, plus 2 resources, enabling him to have more than enough in the bank to swing with Tobias with the aggressive negotiations. You saw how many cards he was drawing throughout game 1. It's unsurprising.
It's like a completely different way you've got to play the game now. You've got to take it to effect. Okay, yeah, I'm on 18 health out of 27. I've still got another 9 damage. Oh my, I'm dead.
It's not
Where
enough.
did that come from?
It's not enough. You need at least double digits, and even then it's a bit tenuous depending on the deck you're playing. You mentioned aggressive negotiations being something people are considering on the chopping block. I am also of the opinion that it's too soon to tell. And also, there are plenty of ways to deal with cards like that. There are plenty of ways you can turn off card effects, discard cards. It's not a sort of tier 0 card that every red deck will include. Most of them probably will because it's a great card. Arguably it is, but there are plenty of ways to play about it, in my opinion.
Indeed. Some of the obvious things could be something like the yellow heroism card, jam communications to remove an event from your opponent's hand. There's also tip the scales at 2 costs that can remove any non-unit card from your opponent's hand. Single yellow aspect. The flip side to that is if a single card dominates the meta to a point where it's either in your deck or you've got to counter it in every deck, then you're reaching Django territory, you're reaching Force Throw territory. Who knows?
Yeah.
We shall see.
Yeah, and I can understand that, but I also think that we've had many cards that are just considered staples of every aspect in the past anyway. I mean, you could have argued that Surprise Strike should have been on the chopping block back in, pre-rotation, but it wasn't because, again, there are ways to deal with a single card that you can totally expect in a certain color combination.
And even if it is, I can't see FFG doing anything about it until at the earliest after some PQs have happened. This event is wonderful for us getting a glimpse of what the meta could look like from all the top players here today.
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily mean what's going to happen in a month's time when the PQs start. Right, anyway. Exhaust.
Yeah, and actually, as a correction, Philip is actually playing a plain old 30 HP base, not a 28. So he wasn't as close to death as we first had thought,
but
still scary enough. Thomas playing a Karis Nemec, I believe his name is. One of these standout 2-drops in the game currently.
Oh, absolutely.
Just unbelievable value there. When defeated, you can reveal an aggression, a heroism, and then you get to make a ready spy.
One of 2 cards contributing to the death of control.
Yes.
As many people attribute it in the meta these days. 5th guy is a 3/3 Sentinel, if I recall correctly.
I think it might be a 4/3.
4/3.
Sentinel Saboteur as well.
Oh yeah, very nice.
So again, this is part of that fun of mixing up these different aspects. You've got the fun of a blue Sentinel with the fun of a red Saboteur unit all on one card.
I find it very interesting how these 2 people right at the very top of this tournament, at the very launch of the new set, are playing not a small amount of Lawless Time cards in both of their decks using Lawless Time leaders.
Yeah, it's proven to be quite a popular and exciting set, I think, for players, both in terms of mechanics it's adding, credit tokens, they're fun, but certainly these color combination cards that really strengthen the deck archetype you're trying to build for.
Biff has gotten rid of Chio Fan. He doesn't want any more of that hand draw than he absolutely has to, which is absolutely reasonable given what it did to him last game. But we've just seen a
Rio Durance, so that's a very fun card. When played, you can return a unit to your opponent's hand, then they can play it for free with a shield.
It's to the owner's hand, not to your opponent's hand. So if you've given them a unit with Tobias, you can return that to your hand and play it for free with the shield. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's in the deck. He's not made the most of that ability in this case because he hadn't given anything to Thomas to make the most of, but it is still an exceptionally tasty card, especially when you consider pairing it with staples in the meta like the Hauler.
The stolen AT Hauler.
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah.
Because if your opponent has that, you can just have it back. Thanks very much.
That's mine, actually.
Kill it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Cheers.
it's still tricky for Philip here because he's got that Sentinel to deal with eventually.
Yep.
But at least he's basically exhausted his Nemec so that he can't attack with the 3 for now. So they're both sort of playing a bit of a stall game. I think they saw how explosive game 1 was and decided, you know what, let's slow things down a bit.
Vel is buffing the Sentinel to give it a little bit more staying power, which is fine. We've got an Arvel to kill credit tokens and do damage as it does. He's given a credit token with Vel and then basically killed it with Arvel.
So a free experience for himself, and that's kind of what you want to see in a Vel deck. Is while you will gain those experience tokens, you want to still be able to deal with the credits. And as we saw in game 1, Philip used the credits to his advantage, not Thomas using the experience to his advantage. And so he wants to eliminate that possibility.
But this time Thomas has waited until after Beton claimed before playing both those cards and getting rid of the credit before Beton had a chance to make use of it this time.
Yeah. So Beton starting with the initiative on the 5 resource turn. This is the Tobias flip turn, though. Right now, there's not really the value to actually use it.
Yeah, he does have one of those new 2/1 shielded Sentinels in hand, I saw.
Those are fun.
That'll keep his Tobias safe for a hit or 2.
But the card draw hasn't been especially strong this game, which plays into Thomas's favour. And he obviously has the stronger board as it stands, because Philip literally has nothing. But we'll see how long that lasts.
Indeed. Beton taking his time here to try and work out what his line is going to be, what he's going to play. He's bringing Tobias straight out.
Interesting.
Not plotting something. We have seen him with a sudden strike in previous games, so he is playing that as potential future buffs, but that has not been used this time, if it is in the source row. Arvel hitting for 4 straight to base and being killed by Tobias. Looks like Tobias is being used as a missile at this point, which is fine.
Yeah, it's maybe not gone to plan for card draw for Philip, although depending on what he sideboarded in, he might have some top end that he's hoping to get involved.
Ooh, what was that?
That was the new 6 cost, was it? That defeats a unit then heals? No.
That wouldn't have killed Tobias.
No, it wouldn't have been.
Maybe it was just some damage.
Could have just
collateral
been some
damage or something.
Yeah.
Which would have done 2 to base and 2 to the unit.
There is that 2/1 shielded Sentinel.
Yeah.
I'm still upset that we didn't get a Droidica with a shield. It almost looks like one, but it's not quite.
They did that and said, we've put a mechanic in there that's in place of the shield, and it wasn't really quite all that. Was it? No. But, hey, was it some damage reduction or something? I can't remember.
I think it was just a Sentinel.
Is that what it was?
Yeah. It was an exploit 3 Sentinel.
We both play a lot of Twin Suns decks. We don't know what this obscure card is.
No.
So you can tell that it's not on the radar in the slightest. Right, so we got a Karis, we got a Sentinel.
And they're
both
both
of them
shielded.
have gone through the highly lethal opening turns. Not a huge amount of card draw going. Only 7 damage on Beton's base, so we get to see what sort of top end the guys can bring to the game.
Thomas now using his base's epic action to play Kanan. Normally would cost him 6, but because of the epic action, he's reducing the aspect penalty, so he plays him for 4.
Yep.
And it returns that droid laser turret to hand.
It would get to bounce a unit that costs 4 or more back, but in this case, that's not necessary because the Sentinel. Oh, the Sentinel did cost 3. You did have to do it to get the bonus. Yeah, my bad.
Philip's playing the new Finn card, which can ambush in and
Ambush for 6.
and it, on attack, can give, I believe it's shield or experience to.
It's a shield
to
to a non-unique unit.
Yeah.
Which is great if you've got a little non-unique shielded Sentinel to buff. But no, that got gotten rid of. Meanwhile, Karis doing some damage.
Yep, took out the Finn. And then Philip just resorted to claiming.
And had a shield at the time, which is why it didn't go, which is fine. Vel is going to be coming out shortly. If she hasn't already, we've got a spy that's been disclosed off Karis, so Karis is dead. Yeah, I thought that.
Yeah, he played, I believe he played a Karis, defeating his own Karis.
That makes more sense.
Revealed the on defeat trigger to then make a spy.
Vel's out, buffing herself with experience, giving some more credits to Betar, who is either going to be in a position to make use of it at this point or isn't, because he's in very real danger now.
Yeah, this is getting to aggressive negotiation territory. And with an empty board, it's looking like a tricky one. Although this is where Rhydonium Detonation comes in clutch, and I don't know if he has one in hand. Doesn't look like it.
No, it's kind of very easy to spot if you know what you're looking for, but
just another shielded sentinel, which will help for now.
Absolutely, it'll take buy him a breathing room for an action or 2 at the very least.
Yeah, because he's facing down. Well, we've got 3 from Nemec, we've got 3 from the spy, so 6 plus another 5 from Vel. That's 11 damage he can take this turn, potentially more.
It would cost him 6 to play another Kanan, but no, a Galen comes out.
Yep.
We have absolutely no idea what's being named, of course. If we get to find out that, we will let you know.
I wouldn't be surprised if he did actually name credits.
Oh, yeah. Good job.
To turn off those 2 extra credits that he currently has.
But we're aggressively killing Vel with...
No, I think that was is it system shock?
So that is a 1-point damage, ping, and kill and upgrade. So he's just used that to take the experience off Vel.
There's the X-Wing coming down, deal 2 damage to draw a card. So maybe Thomas is gearing up for an aggressive negotiations at some point.
As the finisher, once he's taken the shield off the droid, which he just has, needs to kill the droid with, I'd imagine, the Karis, just to do that. Reveal, get another spy out in ready. Push some more damage through to base. The spy will do 2. Vel's on 4.
I think cheekily he's revealed the aggressive negotiations in his hand, showing... So maybe that's a sign of confidence.
If he has, I think it's 9 cards in hand, he can aggressive for the win.
But Philip's not saying he's done yet.
That other spy, is it, or is he using... maybe he's run out of spy tokens, just using that blackback card as a spy.
Maybe.
As a placeholder, that would figure.
So 8 resource turn here, and it feels a bit like the writing's on the wall for Philip in this match. 0 damage on Thomas's base is quite astounding considering how much back and forth on base was happening the previous game. There's the Rhydonium. Lovely. So the unfortunate thing is that it does not do anything to to leader units.
Yep.
So Vel will be stuck, but I imagine what will happen is that Thomas will decide to keep Galen in his hand and defeat the spy.
Well, if Valen's hitting for 4, Vel is hitting for 4.
5 with the experience.
5 with experience.
Yeah.
That'll be 27. So he only needs to aggressive negotiations for 3, and he's got the win.
Yeah, and Philip knows that he's got that in hand. So I think really this was just for fun.
There we go. That's the game. Going into game 3.
Well, when you brought the 2 undefeated players in the winners bracket together, you knew it would probably be a tight one, and we go into that game 3 decider to see who goes through undefeated after this round.
Both know exactly what they're doing. Every single move, they know. They've got, if they don't know, they've got a very good idea of what their opponent is playing at any given point.
Yeah, I think based off of that match, though, I think the sideboarding was stronger in Thomas's favour.
Yeah.
I think Philip's deck maybe benefits a bit from its obscurity in round 1, in that you're not quite sure maybe what to expect with Beckett. But after seeing his tricks in round one, the sideboarding makes it slightly more manageable, which is Thomas kind of showed perfectly in that game. The fact that he took no point of damage on base really speaks to that.
It's also interesting that Beton didn't give any units to Thomas to control that game that I saw either.
No, he didn't. Well, I think Thomas did a good job of dealing with them. I mean, the Kanan coming down, just removing anything on Philip's side of the board. I mean, he had to deploy his Tobias leader
Just
with
to buy
nothing.
some breathing room.
Yeah, with absolutely nothing else, just to help control the sort of battleground a bit. But yeah. All right, the players have shuffled. They'll be checking their cards, resourcing, maybe mulliganing, and going into the deciding game to see who will go 5-0 at the Nexus Invitational.
Yeah. Oh, feeling the tension.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time in this one, although these are two fairly quick decks, so I don't think we're going to need the whole 34 minutes.
No. Which may mean a bit of a break for you guys, but we'll have an interview with the winner, either sitting with us or with Frankie afterwards, opening with the Toydarian, is that?
Yep, the Toydarian. I believe he's a 2-3 with Raid 1 and Restore.
Yep, that's the one. He's like the Honor Light. We've
Yeah.
got a Chio fan on the other side for the card draw. Choose 2 players. Another great Twin Sons card.
Oh, just incredible.
Yeah. Who wants to draw a card? What my bid? Are you going to attack my mate? Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
You could even give it to... You might be the sort of weirdo that's playing Chaos of War in your deck, and you could choose 2 of your opponents and then play Chaos of War.
We've got an upgrade on the Toydarian. Is that a mastery? It can't be a mastery. You couldn't play it for...
I think it's
non-unique
Nimble
unit.
Prowess.
That would do. To exhaust down the Cheerfane. That makes sense.
Yeah.
It only saves 2 damage, but it also saves the card draw that they could both take. Which would play into Beton Sand as much as it would Thomas. So...
So he won't benefit at all from the restore the Toydarian has now. But I think at this point, seeing how quickly the game got away from him in round 2, I think him pushing more damage than his opponent and preventing as much of it as he can early is going to be helpful.
Well, it has actually prevented 3 damage because of the experience on Tio.
True.
That could be 4 if Thomas buffed him again at this point with a ready vel, which he could do. No, we've got a... Is that a
Red
black
3
one? Or is that red 5? Sorry.
Red 5?
3. Red 5, it would be on the 3. Is it 3-4? Yeah.
Yeah, and on attack can deal 2 damage to a damaged unit.
Yep.
The Toydarian does swing in, so that's 4 damage on base for Philip hitting Thomas there. He still has 3 resources as well. And because he used the credit to play for the Nimble Prowess.
Yeah, he's just been given another credit, having Red 5 been buffed by Vel.
Now down comes the Troigs. Again, electing not to give him over when played, though.
Yeah, looking to keep the Sentinel because he knows how the buffed units from Thomas can potentially just do some damage.
Yeah, that's true. And I think protecting base at all costs is important. I think we just saw a... what's the plot card that gives a +3?
Sudden Frosty.
Yeah, I think that is in Philip's resource row, which is maybe going to show itself later.
Making Tobias hit like a freight train.
Absolutely. Okay,
right.
resource 4, we get an Arvo Skeen.
Kills a credit token, deals damage to the Troig, which means that Red 5 can damage it when it attacks, hit it for another 2 points of damage.
But not enough to kill it, though. I believe it has 4 HP.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll just use that little bit of damage.
Would that have been enough to kill the Toydarian? I think Toydarian's 2-4 with +1 from the Nimble, if I recall correctly.
I think he's 2-3.
Plus
so
1
he's got 4 HP currently.
It
Again,
still would
not
not
enough.
have been quite enough to kill it with the ping from Marvel and the ping from the Red 5.
There's another Nimble Prowess. It's interesting how similar in makeup these 2 decks are, but achieve vastly different things. Warrior of Clan Auto coming down with the on attack.
Yep.
Must reveal a red card or deal 2 damage to your own base.
Doing a nice 3 damage to base when it hits. Protected behind a Sentinel, which has just died to the buffed up.
Oh my
Geofane.
goodness, it's going to be double draw. The aggressive negotiations could be the biggest splash damage of all time.
Yeah. Who could get to 15 damage first so that first the other player can close the game out with a single lag egg?
I think for Thomas,
Is that the plan? He's taking the plan token.
he's taking the plan. So he'll scry one and put one at the bottom of his deck. I think Thomas currently would feel like he's in a driving position because he has Arvo Skeen down.
Yep.
And it's upgraded. So although he will be still giving out credit tokens, he has a way to turn them off as well.
Yeah, on attack. Every time it goes in, he'll just kill one and ping a point of damage, which then with the red 5 will build up and kill a unit or two here and there, which will be nice. If it's in danger of dying, you can buff it again with Vel, give it out another credit token, which will fuel another ping from Arvel the following turn. Very good.
But of course, that's only if Philip doesn't find a way to use the credit before it goes, which he might just do that. I mean, he'll be able to deploy Tobias this turn. He might find a way to use the credit to perhaps play for that sudden ferocity or otherwise.
It's interesting I've not seen any of the more overt anti-credit blue cards that are in Lawless, where most of them dwell. There's the Tamarin guy from Andor. There's the Converex security that nukes them as well. I think so far we've only really seen Arvel and Galen that he's using to negate credit tokens.
Yeah.
Arvel doing so in a proactive manner, and Galen just blanket getting rid of them. Or making them valueless at the very least.
Yes.
Yeah, can't let that Arvel hang around, keep pinging and nuking the credit tokens. Getting rid of that using his bust up Toydarian, leaving 2 Chio Fanes and the Ordo on the board, as well as the red 5. Red 5 now having no targets to go into with no damaged enemy units left on the board.
Yeah, certainly the right call. And I think unless Thomas has another Arvo Skeen in hand, he's going to have to think twice now about using the Vel leader ability, because give Philip enough credits and he will find a way to use them quite destructively, I imagine.
Enough low-cost units to certainly make use of it, whether he's playing them. No, we've not really seen any big top-end cards from either player.
No, and for Thomas, he kind of has to also... Another bit of mental gymnastics he has to do is he has to decide, when do I use my base's air pick action?
Yep.
And clearly he wants to keep it for something like Kanan. But maybe he's got something bigger, like a Liberty.
Looks like Benton's only got 3 cards in his hand at the moment from what he's been playing. Interesting. Red 5 doing 3 to base, no damage to a unit.
He's on 11.
11 versus 8.
Hmm.
The thing I wanted to mention as well that a few people have been asking, I'm not sure if it's been asked in the chat, but I've seen it in other social medias. If you are following the melee.gg link, you will not be seeing pairings, you will not be seeing scores, because it doesn't support the double elimination format. But after the game is over, the standings will be edited and amended to show who's ranked where. It will also show all the deck lists once the event is over and closed. So that's the use for the melee.gg at the very least. It's not much use to you watching the games we go. Right, here we go.
Philip was debating whether or not to give over the Chio before deploying, but decided against it, but does use the plot for sudden ferocity.
Yep. He wants to keep, I assume, the card draw off Chio to fuel aggressive negotiations now or later. Tobias goes into killing the Sentinel without being fueled with any kind of pump, because it would just be wasted, which makes perfect sense. We got another Ordo backing up a bit more ground space.
A decent board going into this next turn then for Philip, but Thomas, I wouldn't be surprised if now's the time maybe he wants to bring out a Zeb, or no, instead he's just going to defeat that Beckett. What is that? I'd love to know what that card is.
That reflection is in just the wrong...
I know. It's a 3-cost blue, and it seems to kill Beckett every single time. But only when he had enough damage on him, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Okay, a lot of resources getting turned here for Philip. He's played the newer cards.
Fixed cost, defeat a unit and heal 3 from your base.
That's right.
Whose name I honestly can't remember yet.
Frankie knows it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that Cinta?
It is Cinta.
That's a new Cinta.
Incredible card, not just for Vel decks, but in general. Yeah. When upgraded, she gains Sentinel. And guess what? Vel has a quite easy way of upgrading her.
Almost like Vel and Cinta were designed to work together in some fashion.
No. What gave you that idea?
Oh, couldn't possibly imagine. Such a good series, though. If you've not watched Andor, you've got to go watch it. It's great.
Top TV, let alone top Star Wars TV.
Absolutely.
So Philip's debating his next move. He wants to he's actually going to try and deal with the Cinta before it gets too much of a problem.
But he's not buffing to hit in one go to kill her if he has one or not. I think I can see a Vel in Betton's hand, maybe. I might be mistaken there.
And there is the experience. And now that Cinta has become a Sentinel, and Philip just electing to take the initiative. Vel will deploy.
Rather than sacrifice the Ordo into it to just do 3 damage.
Yeah, it would not have been enough to kill it, but I think he knew that probably was never going to happen.
He'd rather save it later for more tactical play, which makes perfect sense. Or maybe if it takes a couple of damage, give it away and get a credit and a card in reparations for doing so.
Thomas going into the Clan Ordo.
Very tightly controlled game here on both sides.
3 really interesting rounds altogether.
Oh, yeah.
First up, we had just a race. Secondly, it was all control for Thomas and all tempo. And now we're just getting this sort of ground war going on in game 3. And both bases largely undamaged.
This Vel has been used masterfully. It really has. He's not made them...
So impressive.
He's given out more experience than you'd think, but
Costanton coming in, but
talk about seeing no top end. Now we've seen some ambush overwhelm.
He is going to have to attack the Cinta, though, because it does have Sentinel.
Yeah. Which has indeed killed Cinta.
Nasty unit, that.
Because he's got a whole load of card draw from Chio across the deck. Well, he doesn't have that many. He's only got 3 cards in his hand. It cost him 2 to bring Sanson back to his hand in order to ambush overwhelm him again. But he is doing it. He's paying that price.
And there's Zeb Aurelius.
That's my bad. He's just shot it with Zeb. Okay.
Yeah. Another Sentinel, but one with a explosive effect, I would say. Zeb is, clearly there's this Spectre package that they wanted to design where all of the Spectres benefit each other, and Zeb in particular with Kanan, 2 incredible cards.
Indeed. Zeb is also going to become a big character in a few months' time as a featuring character in the new Mandalorian movie when it happens in 2 or 3 months. So I've no idea if FFG would have been made aware of that ahead of time, but it's still a great looking card.
It's good timing. So Chio feigns down. He's got 3 damage on him. They're moving on to the next phase, I believe. And with Zeb on board and a pretty stacked Vel.
Oh, yeah, hit for 6 now.
Yeah, hitting for 6. Probably could buff up the Zeb
health as well.
And Philip with the initiative going into resource 9. Although I don't think he's elected to resource.
No, another Cassanton could just walk over, but no, we're seeing the Shielded Sentinel play instead to take 2 hits in order to get rid of, unless Thomas has got something like a tree or otherwise to get rid of it. Possibly even a Kanan would do so now that Zeb's on the board.
Yeah, and he hasn't used the epic action yet from his base, so Kanan certainly...
Get played for... Oh no, we got Galen instead. Galen naming...
He could name the Sentinel.
He could do.
And then it would just be nothing.
It'd be a 2-1.
Be a 2-1 shielded, but not a Sentinel anymore.
Yeah. That'd be an interesting play. Then he'd hit for 6 with Vel.
Plus
4,
1 somewhere else.
+1. Plus 4 from Zeb, and whatever the aggressive negotiations can do. So that would be
a lot.
11 damage plus the Agneg takes it up to 22. So on the chance he can aggressive negotiations for 8 damage, that would be game.
Yeah. I think Philip's aware of that because he didn't elect to use the Chio Fen on attackability there.
Yeah. Not to power it up even further. I've got no sight on how many cards Thomas has in his hand at the moment. It doesn't look like that many, though, from the little camera off on the far right there.
Watching him shuffle his cards, and
it only looks like 2 or 3, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Beton playing very thoughtfully and carefully here now. Oh, that lends credence to Galen having named the droid laser turret, because you're now useless. You can have him. I'll gain some benefit from giving him to you for a little while.
Yeah, I think that's what allowed the Zeb Aurelius to hit base in the first place.
Makes sense.
But now Vel's going to go in, probably buff herself up, make another credit.
To base, down to 22.
And it's getting tricky. He's got 7 to play with. Might be going with...
removal on Galen, which heals his base for 3, but it now means the droid laser turret is a shielded Sentinel.
Yeah.
There's the aggressive negotiations being shown.
Because I think he's claiming, yeah,
That's it.
Thomas would claim next phase, next action, and then that would be it, really.
Philip Skuderek, the world champion, has been defeated, playing Tobias Beckett red, taken out by Thomas, who's been running Velsartha.
A deck that I think we could all agree, or at least a leader we could all agree, looked a bit skeptical, a bit iffy, but has proven itself. And by all means, so has Tobias Beckett.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
both
absolutely.
players had gone 4-0 into this. Both incredible players in their own right. But in this instance, in this matchup, on this day, Vel took out Tobias.
Indeed.
And Thomas can say, I beat the world champion
Oh, yeah.
at Star Wars Unlimited.
That is a flex. And you can tell by his face that he's overjoyed.
He couldn't be happier.
Yeah, absolutely. I've not seen such rapturous bliss.
But it's important to remember, today is a double elimination tournament.
Absolutely.
So Philip is not out of the race to take home the beautiful Nexus Invitational trophy by any means. He has one life left in him. But Thomas now going into it with all his lives. So he has certainly got the advantage in the field if we were to pick a winner at the end of the day. So really interesting matchup, though.
Yeah, we'll find out how the rest of the games have gone. We will work out exactly what is going to be happening with interviewing Beton. No, it won't be interviewing Beton. It'll be Thomas, of course.
Yeah,
As
again.
the winner of that game. He was interviewed last game, wasn't he?
He was.
Excellent. Thanks very much for watching. More games to come. Henry and I will not be commentating together again today.
They couldn't handle it.
Unless we literally kick the other guys out of the room, which, should we do? Yeah?
Yeah.
You up for that?
That's fine by me.
Yeah?
You
That'd
could
be
take Frankie, I'll take Emmy.
No, I think I'll pass. Should
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. But yes, it's been great. If you've been enjoying the coverage so far of the Nexus Invitational here at Spellbound, make sure you drop a comment as well with how you think the rest of the tournament's going to end up. And of course, subscribe to the Nexus. They
Indeed.
have plenty of incredible Star Wars Unlimited content, as well as, I'm sure, plenty to come as we get into the next season of competitive. And those guys, they like to travel around and get involved in competitive SWU.
And if you're making it to the London sectors, hopefully we'll see you there as well, of course.
Absolutely.
All right. Thanks very much. Cheers.
Hello, everyone, and we are back at Spellbound Games for the Invitational. We've got a little bit of a break for a couple of minutes, so we thought myself and Em would jump back on and keep you guys entertained with the remaining players in the tournament.
Oh, yeah. I mean, are you not entertained,
Wow.
as they say? You're witnessing the best players playing the newest decks after rotation in set 7. And we've had some incredible games so far in this double elimination tournament. So just as a reminder, we had started with 32 players made off of 4 Nexus, 8 from top 8 from yesterday, which had 1 Nexus in there, and 20 top swoop talents that battled it out in a double elimination. And we have just a few players left. Should we share with the stream who is left and what they're playing, Frankie?
Of course. So, starting with bottom up, we have got our very own Big O Notation. Needs no introduction. does
Top
the Ollie.
11 in the chat. Top 11 in the chat,
Exactly,
please.
that's it. Big O Notation.
What is he
Ollie
playing?
Simmons on the Akbar Data Vault.
Oh, yeah. Nexus special. You are going to have a good treat next round because Ollie is going to represent our team on stream against Alec, which is one of the other players in contention. What is Alec playing?
Alec is on Darth Vader Yellow. JTL Vader, the menace that has come back again.
Oh, yeah.
Going to be a good one.
It's definitely a leader that we were expecting. There are some that we're not expecting, but we're very happy to see.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Red Rufus, Aaron, one of the best players in the UK, showed up today with a Chewy and is now also in contention.
Great to see
Who
a
else?
Chewie going up there.
Yeah.
We have got none other than Deck Star Plans. Got it right this time.
Oh, yeah.
Silk. Silk is still in contention, playing the Lando Blue, the credit generation. We saw how explosive it was earlier, and it's still in contention to take the top spot of the Nexus invitation today.
Yeah, and the last 2 spots are filled by the other 2 players that you saw on stream.
I mean, and it's not just the other 2 players, are they? They are.
literally some of the best players in the world. Well, one is the best player in the world.
Actually, is the best player in the world. Yeah.
Bet on with his Tobias, narrowly missing the win against Thomas Rose, who is, again, one of the best talents in the game. And we're going to jump in the game very soon. One thing I want to remind everyone, this is a community event from the community to the community. Appreciate everyone that came and played yesterday and today. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for all the comments in the chat. Please do leave a like, subscribe in the description. We have our Discord. We're going to post all the lists. We're going to have on this channel the deck list review with some of the top players. So definitely subscribe and stay tuned. But I think we're going to cut soon. And Frankie, I'm going to leave you with Mark from the Bota Network to comment this next game, if that's okay.
Going to be an exciting one. Stay where you are. Be back soon. See you guys in a minute.
See you soon.
You have got the big O notation, Oliver Simmons against Alex Drinkwater. Now, Mark, if I'm not wrong, these guys play each other basically every week at locals anyway. And they made the trip down today to be two of the best players in the world, two of the best players in Europe, and two of the best players of the Nexus Invitational.
Alec has got a game on his hands here, trying to take the bounty away from Oliver, which I'm sure is going to be the big driving factor in here. No, we got Vader Yellow, who's been a force in the meta since JTL when he made a name for himself as one of the power space decks, and one of the cheapest ones to get as well, not using that many legendaries. Ollie has... Oh, the story around Akbar DV was great. So, UK Games Expo last year, Ollie did really, really well day one with another deck, and he made the top 16 to go through to the final day, I think it was, or top 8 to go through to the final day on Sunday. So he brought Akbar DV in for a joke on the Saturday just to play it, and they actually did better with his Akbar DV than he did, and then was then forced to play with it the following day on the Sunday. He was like, I don't want to play with Akbar DV, I want to play with the other one. And then oh, wow. And he's been playing it on and off since then, and clearly getting into the final rounds of this tournament against some of literally the best players on the continent has been such an achievement.
Exactly that. And instantly going for that exhaust with the Akbar effects, tapping down the Mina Bonteri, saying, yeah, you know what, I don't need Restore right now. I need a spaceship.
Yeah, let's have another spaceship. Woo!
Yeah, why not? We're going to the space race, boys. And
we got three ships on Alex's side, 2-1 costs, and the Victor Leader, is that?
Yeah, Victor Leader, pumping up all of those ships, making them have the additional 1 power and 1 defense. And there we're seeing the Vader ability being actioned to create that TIE token. Really pretty aggressive start here from Alec, having 4 space units on board, representing a lot of power.
Meanwhile, we've got a seasoned fleet admiral in to take advantage. I don't think Alec's going to... his deck is designed to be drawing an awful lot of cards here, so it's possible Ollie didn't have much other turn 2 stuff to play instead of the seasoned fleet admiral.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me there, to be honest with you. Season Fleet Admiral obviously has got the raid 1, so still going to hit for 2.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can't see that the card draw ability is going to be too impactful right now, especially as you say, Alec not drawing a ton of cards in this list.
Yeah. The big bogeyman of the Vader list, the clone squadron, I believe, is rotated out.
No, Clone Combat Squadron is still real and is still
legal.
live.
Oh,
and
it's JTL. Okay, fair
absolutely terrifying.
But we've beguiled away.
And there it is. Look, in hand.
Clone cohort going to get buffed by the number of ships in play. A beguile in hand as well for Alec, who can just replay his Victor Leader as well, obviously, of course, to buff the 2 ships that are out there remaining.
Yeah, and really smart there from Ollie. Understanding that bouncing back the Victor Leader is going to kill off that A-Wing there, as it was being kept alive by the buff of the Victor Leader. So really smart, really clever heads-up play there from our Big O notation.
Yep. And if at some point he does use not the change of heart, the other swappy card.
Commandeer, I think is what you mean. Is that the right one you mean?
No, the one where you give him a unit and then you get another unit back in return.
Oh, you mean choose sides. But
That's
I believe that one has actually been rotated now.
Oh, change of heart has.
Change of heart, and I think choose sides was set to Shadows of the Galaxy.
Okay, well, fair enough.
But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm sure the chat will be live.
Ollie was talking about it earlier, so I was thinking maybe he's planning on using this here, but I could well be mistaken, because if he did manage to take the Victor Leader and buff any of the spaceships that he did have, but it might not be a factor. So there we go. Anyway, we've got next thing on board. We've got the clone cohort I see there, buffing out with 3 units, so it's +3/+3, hitting hard.
Yeah, so currently being a 6/6 on board. Quite a hard unit to answer, even at the best of times, especially in this color scheme. I'm not sure what Ollie's going to have up his sleeve to answer this one.
He can bounce it, but he would have to do so before Vader deploys onto it if he's going to do that.
Yes, exactly that.
However, no, he's not running blue, so the Tree Remembrance is not a viable alternative way to answer it at this point.
Yeah.
Green, he could potentially do some damaging based on hit points, but there's not a huge amount of that there. If he played a Haymaker on Mina, that would do 3 damage. Buff it a little bit.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. But obviously, Alec going straight in here with the 5 to base, and then being answered by
cross.
2 damage to base.
Places choose sides. Okay, there we go. That'll do it. Thanks very much, chat. Appreciated.
We knew he was somewhere in the middle there.
Yeah.
Cool. So Mina Bonteri, 2 to base, restoring 1, just trying to stem it again, bring that health total back to something a bit more likable for Ollie. But this clone combat, again, just sitting there being a 5-5 in space is a bit scary.
Yeah, absolutely. When Vader deploys, if Vader deploys as a leader onto it, it will create 2 more TIE fighters as well at the same time, immediately buffing the clone cohort by both the Vader pilot bonus and the extra +2/+2 for the ships he's generated at the same time, making it a disgusting beast of a ship.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a Republic ship as well, just to add insult to injury. How dare... maybe he's just brought it with him, who knows. Is that a Y-Wing? Yeah, it's a Y-Wing. Awesome.
So Vader ability coming through here, creating another TIE token.
Yep.
Followed up by Akbar, who says, well, you create tokens. Guess what? My tokens are a little bit bigger. So there comes an X-Wing token, the 2/2 in space, tapping down the Season Fleet Admiral. And it wouldn't surprise me here, Mark, if that Season Fleet Admiral is nothing but an exhaust engine to be used with this Akbar leader.
That would figure. Potentially coming in clutch, blue leader ambushing into one of the 1/1 TIE fighters.
Yeah.
Victor leader comes back out to buff all the other remaining ships. It seems a little bit like Ollie might be on the back foot here, but I think as time goes by, his top end will absolutely outpace Alex available with your classic Vader yellow deck.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if that is the case, but also the armada on both sides is becoming quite a size.
Yeah.
Ollie is able to answer a lot of these ships, but as we've said, clone combat, Victor leader, all quite scary. But here, Alec opting to just finish off that blue leader, saying, no, I'm not going to let you get more value with that card. I'm going to take it away with one of my tokens whilst I can, and make sure you've got to work to remove my board.
So meanwhile, there's 2 of the ships in space. There'll be 2 more when Vader flips, assuming he flips on the clone cohort. So that'll be +4, plus another 1 for the Victor leader, plus the Vader bonus. Means it's going to be hit for a ton.
Oh, yeah. Just big numbers. Big numbers. Numbers we don't like to count to as on the commenting table today.
Which won't kill the game in one go. DV's got a lot of health and he's only done 9 so far, but it will do a lot of damage. I would imagine if you're Ollie at this point, you've got to be thinking, do I save a tap down for that unit? Do I save something to ambush it or deal with it after he puts Vader onto it?
The real tricky situation here is, what if Alec decides to not deploy the Vader onto the clone combat?
Yeah.
And you've got to think, what am I going to tap? I've got 2 big units that I'm looking at that are going to be representing a lot of damage to base. I can't exhaust both of them. And even exhausting one, I'm still going to give you an X-Wing.
The downside is if he does flip Vader onto the ground, you won't get the extra 2 spaceships for doing so. That only happens when you deploy Vader as a pilot. That doesn't mean the combat squadron cohort, whatever it's called, isn't still a beast. It just means it isn't quite as big of a beast.
Yeah, for sure.
The X-Wings can go and kill the little TIE fighter as it is. They can't quite kill.
So the snap deploy there by Ollie, getting the Akbar out early, probably suggesting that he is going to look to tap down the Vader leader unit, wherever it does end up going. As the Akbar, when deployed effect, can target leaders as well, which is a really cool use of the Akbar leader.
Yeah, it will give Alec a X-Wing for doing so, which would increase the clone cohort squadron even further, but it does buy him time from being tacked down. But no, Alec goes in and swings for the damage straight away with the clone cohort, getting that damage in before Ollie can do anything about it.
And 6 damage there because of the +1 from the Victor leader.
Yeah.
It's a lot. There's a lot coming through.
And Alec could still quite happily just deploy Vader onto his own ship, the Victor leader.
Yeah, pretty much that.
Rendering that buff almost impossible to get rid of.
Okay.
Ollie's tapping out all... No, he's not. He's faking out. There we go. What have we got here? We got... Is that a Kira?
So I think in hand, we have got a Crucible, and it did look like that was going to be the preferred play. We may also have a Queen Amidala, but the Crucible does come down.
Yeah.
+1/+1 to every unit in play. A lot of experience tokens here. And look, those lovely UK experience tokens there. All of them sleeved as well, even though they're metal. He doesn't like to hold back. Make them nice and premium. Why not?
That does look good.
That's a lot of buffs. That's a total of 5 damage added to this board state.
Yep. Suddenly, Victor leader is threatened. Clone combat is not threatened immediately. But Vader's coming out, it looks like.
Yeah.
At this point, which ship does he want to save the most? He appears to want to save the Victor leader.
Does make sense. The additional +2 coming out, and they're going to be quite hard to remove now with that Vader on top of it.
Yeah, and the 2 ships that Vader will create, the 2 TIE fighters, will buff clone cohort anyway. making it that much harder to get rid of with the 2/3/3 X-Wings.
And followed with a Palpatine plot as well, creating 2 spy tokens.
Which are both
Oh my
Sentinels.
goodness, and this lurking snub fighter to exhaust the Akbar, meaning this Vader's going to get through to base. Not a lot that can happen here from Ollie. What a plot turn there from Alec.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Lurking Snub, another spaceship buffing. That's what... Oh, I forgot now. I'm not counting how many buffs that clone cohort's got right now.
So what we on? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus 5. So it's an 8-8 in space.
Plus 1/1 from
Plus
Victor
1, 1,
Leader.
and 9-9 in space. Even more numbers coming out here.
Taking it to 24 out of 33. Victor Leader will hit for 2 or 3 damage, plus I think Vader is 4 or 5.
Yeah, I think it's a plus 5.
5, 6, same as the Luke.
Yeah, so
No, Luke's plus 4, plus 5.
so there should be 7 coming through to base here.
Yeah. This could be a claim and threaten lethal in the next action. Is it lethal 3?
Well, Ollie's got the
Five,
ability here to
okay.
clear off another one of these ships. Shrink it a little bit more.
Yeah.
It will be 2 action finish from Alec, especially with the Mina Restore 1 on the ground available. So there is a little bit more happen in this game than might appear, but Ollie does have to find a way to out these 2 monstrous units in the space lane, and I'm not too sure that they're there.
We're on the 6th resource turn, so the ability to play a Liberty will not be there for next turn, which would be a great space center to play if he could, but no, we're still a turn away from that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
X-Wing being sacrificed to get rid of one of the TIE fighters?
Yeah, one of the
Yeah,
extra
2 damage
ships.
on them. Okay. Crucible can do a bit of damage into something. We're readying it all up. 9 damage away to kill Ollie's base. He must have struck with Mina to kill a spy, I guess.
Yes, he swung with the Mina, kill a spy, which was Sentinel because of the Palpatine plot with Leader out, restoring 1 at the same time as well. So
Palpatine stopped a huge load of damage coming through to his base that turn, but that's not going to happen again unless he plays another one and replaces the existing one and has some other plan to protect his ground lane.
Oh, but he does have the Death Space Skirmisher. Again, exhausting this Akbar. I don't think this Akbar's managed to swing 1 ship in this game. Oh, my goodness. This is what we call playing unfair by Alec. Look at that, saying, no, you're not going to get to play the game. I'm going to out-tempo you here. Lots of yellow tricks available.
Bring your Space Armada, Admiral Akbar.
But Ollie
Darth
says,
Vader.
you can tap things, I can tap things too. I'm going to exhaust your clone combat with the Jin. But even so, it doesn't seem like Alec is two-phased at all. Just getting in the damage of the Vader there, nice and early.
Putting him in check, 5 damage to go to base.
And 2 units to answer, 2 big units to answer. And even if Ollie claims here, there's still an additional, 6 to base, which would be lethal.
If Ollie claims here, there is a possibility you could play the Liberty, which would Sentinel, huge Sentinel in space, and tap something down at the same time. Might buy him another turn of life. Unless Alec were to bounce it with a Beguile we saw in his hand earlier, which I don't think he's used yet. That would be a blowout.
But yeah, really tricky situation here from Ollie. Just having to weigh up all of these options. I mean, I wouldn't like to be in his shoes right now.
Well, you've dealt 4, you've taken 28. It's kind of on the last leg at this point to game 1. Does Ollie recognise that scoop, or are we going to see it played out? What's he looking for? If we had an easy, obvious play, he would be doing it right now and going straight into it. So this says to me that he doesn't have a clear, easy out at this point.
Yeah, just having to think. I think there's a fireball knocking about in hand there somewhere. Yeah, sat on top. So again, maybe able to trade out one of these lurking snubs. But even so, it does mean that the token will get in for an additional 2, or there is just the claim from Alec just to say, well, I think I'm probably going to have this.
Fireball comes out to ambush and take out one of the ships.
Yep.
We've got Lurking Snub on the board. We've got a Death Space. We've got Victor Leader with Vader. We've got Clone Combat Squadron, which is currently getting +4/+4. One single swing does it from either Vader or the Clone Combat. Can Ollie stop them with what is left to him in his 3 resources and what's on the board? The Crucible is not going to be able to take either of them out.
And weirdly, with this Palpatine unit on the floor, there is still enough damage here from Alec to close out the game this turn.
Oh, yes, there is. You're not wrong. But if he's claimed, I suppose.
Yeah.
Ollie trying to work out what he can do to stem this. Oh no, he hasn't played, so he's attacking the base. There we go. Cool.
Additional 2. And you've got to think the action here has to be to clear the unit.
The only other thing he could do, I would guess, would be to restore one of Mina. Might buy him another action.
Yeah.
Before deciding what you put your X-Wing into and what you put your Crucible into. Season's Fleet Admiral still sitting there going, derp. Nothing new here. Well, it'd clear the Palpatine out, potentially.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Not that that will do much good at this state. In fact, Ollie clearly knows because he's trying to work out. There we go. Clear the lurking snub, save him for another action.
Yeah, 3 damage prevented there, but even so, I think you still think those 2 units, they've been there basically the whole game. They've been unanswerable. As we mentioned for Ollie, I'm not too sure what outs there would be for them in his list.
Clone combat's currently now at +3/+3 from the Victor Leader and the 2 other ships. So,
So Alec here's gone for the claim.
Yep.
You'd like to think that Ollie's going to be... Oh, okay. So we
Figure
are
of
seeing
Unity.
Figure of Unity come down.
Which will buff the X-Wing going in. That's not going to kill your Vader.
Yeah.
But it will restore as well with that attacking and Mina attacking and Season.
It looks like he's saying it's not there. Not for this game. Maybe on to the next one. Really well played there, though, by Ollie. Trying to find his outs and playing to them. But Alec just being able to apply so much pressure early. The clone combat in conjunction with the Victor Leader just feels insurmountable in that game.
I hate that clone combat. As a year-long Luke 4 player, I hate that clone combat.
Yeah, it's a pretty big ship for no good reason other than having more ships.
Yeah.
Well, more ships is what Vader does best. So I'd expect to see a lot more ships in this next game as well. Well, there you go. You see Ollie sideboard instantly there. Lots of ships.
Straight away, looking to answer those. Less of a ground presence. Wonder if Alec would look to side out the Palpatine or side in more ground defense, which would be a wasted thing if Ollie's going more heavily into space.
Yeah, for sure.
We might be looking to see a little bit more anti-space removal or bounce if Ollie has such tech in his deck. He's not running blue, so it wouldn't be an easy choice to put any hyperspace disaster or such in there. Interesting.
Yeah, it does look like Ollie's got an exact direct game plan, though. Seeing that straight away and just, you can see, dropping the cards. Didn't even take a second thought, knowing exactly what he is looking for.
Yeah.
But from the side of Alec here, you've got to think, how often do you play into a Akbar Data Vault? Not exactly the most common list in the world right now. So, yeah, I wouldn't imagine there's a particularly previously thought out sideboard strategy for Alec here. But even so, players of this caliber.
He had such a solid win in that first game. Maybe you just continue on unchanged.
I mean, it does look like that is what he's contemplating here. Just throwing it back out as it was. Just saying, yeah, sure, I'll keep hold of them. The cards are doing me good.
If it ain't broke.
Yeah, don't fix it. Yeah, can't knock that.
All right. What would you be playing if you were here today, playing Frankie?
Oh, that's a good question. I would like to say that I've played enough to know exactly what I would pick, but to be honest with you, I haven't spent enough time playing. The Jabba Force Yellow is a really fun list.
Oh, that did look fun, yeah.
Really fun list. And I know a couple of the guys have been working on it for a while now, and it's got some power behind it.
Oh, yeah.
But I do think I probably have lent towards Sabe. If you guys at home have watched any of our videos lately about the meta and what we think is going to do well, Sabe was my pick. I thought she was going to have a really good tournament and be represented in a couple of numbers. So I probably would have done that in some shape, way or form.
Right.
But unfortunately, we'll never know.
Indeed.
We'll never know. What about yourself, Mark? What would you like to have been playing?
So the deck I brought with me that I would have been playing if I was here, and the only reason why I'm not is honestly I messed up my dates and timing. Frankie and Emmy were kind enough to issue me an invitation, and I thought I was going to be out of the country, so I rejected that invitation. And when I figured out I could actually be here, I'm down here helping commentate with you. The deck in my bag is a Luke 4 yellow deck.
Nice.
which we've seen a few of today. So it's interesting to know that some other people are on that bandwagon as well.
Yeah, good few numbers.
I've got a few ideas and combos for it, which I've not seen anyone else doing. So
Ooh.
perhaps we've got some special tech there.
Some
but
secret spice,
we
we like
shall
to say.
see. Yeah. Anyway, we're resourcing. We're going into game 2. This is keeping Ollie in the tournament. Is that right?
Both of these players, this is their final life as it is the double elimination. So 4-1, any loss here would knock you guys out of contention for that first place spot.
Walking away with 400 of your Great British pounds as first prize. Here we
And
go.
not to forget the amazing Nexus trophy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Not to forget, in the slightest. The Nexus guys very proud of the blink they've brought, and rightly so. Thank you very much, Frankie and Emmy, for all the work that you've done putting this event together, getting it ready, getting it in place. But we're on the go now. We've got a tie. I believe that tie gets a bonus if there's another space unit in play. We've got a Republic Y-Wing with a land speed.
Yeah, land speeder there from Ollie, nothing to ambush into. The Screeching Tie from the last set, Screeching TIE Fighter, 2-1. On attack, you may choose a ground unit. If you do, it loses its keywords.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Amazing card from last set.
Yeah.
To be getting rid of that pesky keyword, restore.
No, it depends how Ollie's planning to use the land speeder, whether he's using it as exhaust fodder to create more spaceships, in which case it being rid of a keyword isn't going to make that much difference. But, I mean, getting rid of restores, always useful.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, fireball coming down here from Ollie, being able to pick up that Y-Wing. Only taking the one back now, and also meaning end of turn, the fireball will take one more damage, but it will survive into next turn. That is quite a huge play there, being able to tame the space lane early.
Absolutely. And Alec has still been able to attack with one of his 2 one-drop spaceships, which means Vader will be able to create a tie as he's just done, and he's played a Space Sentinel as well, blocking the fireball from being able to contribute too much more, but we do still have the X-Wing to board state being built up here. Okay.
Yeah. The Sentinel is definitely a great play here from Alec, understanding that that fireball would be absolutely terrorizing through these units. Just saying, yeah, I can trade you out. I can sit here and be a little bit of a wall. Well, guess what? Ollie says no. The Blue Ace.
4/5 other ambusher. Another great reason to play Yellow Hero Space. Such a good card. Obviously, the downside is when you attack, you do ready an opponent's unit when you do so. In this case, he's only readying 1/1 unit, so it's not doing much for Alec to do so. But 1 damage is 1 damage.
Yeah, for sure.
Might kill a fireball before it dies, but at this rate, the fireball will kill itself at the end of this turn, regardless.
Oh, yeah. And Alec here just deciding to send that Screeching Tie into the X-Wing, getting rid of it off board before any other antics come into play, and it picks off that token for free.
He can't kill the Blue Ace with it, but he could kill the X-Wing, so let's do that. The fireball is going to crash and burn.
Pretty much.
Not really something he needs to worry about taking care of now. Ollie could do 3 damage with it, or he could exhaust it with Akbar to create another X-Wing. He's probably going to do 3 damage, I'd have thought.
I would like to think so. He's also got the option of trying to put it into whatever Alec plays now, just seeing it as an additional 3 damage to put through, which is a good option. It looks like Ollie here is just going through the actions of playing pass. Alec creating another token with the Vader ability, and then playing out the Clone Combat Squadron, which was so painful in that early game. Ollie trying to shrink down, I think, the Clone Combat here. Not too sure. Taking 1 second.
3 damage to it, which will leave it with 2.
Actually deciding, no, let's just get rid of one of these tokens. Make it a bit smaller. This way, Blue Ace next turn can ensure the kill.
Assuming he goes first with it, it doesn't get buffed by another spacecraft being played.
Exactly that.
By Victor Leader would give it +2/+2 being played. Or another spaceship would just be the +1, but still potentially useful. We're going into 5 resources here. Yeah.
Lots of options here. Lots of options from both sides. And a much closer board state, I must say, in comparison to the first game.
Yes, absolutely. Clone Squadron definitely got ahead of Ollie last game. He absolutely does not want that to happen this time. I believe Alec Plank. Yeah, he's got the blast token there. We see a Boshek pilot.
Oh, nice. Boshek coming down. And he finds a Beguile and another 1-cost ship. So both of them are coming to hand here. And more importantly, it does put that Clone Combat out of reach of Ollie's Blue Ace.
So if I recall correctly, Boshek they don't go straight to hand. Do they get discarded and then you get to draw them from your discard pile?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
The way the card reads is discard the top 2 cards of your deck. If they are of odd number, you can add them back to your hand.
Which you tend to see a lot in hard decks, hard 4, because obviously it plays as many odds as it possibly can, if not all of them. But Vader playing an awful lot of 2 1-cost units, not trying for the 2-cost units, gives it that advantage in doing so. Yeah, interesting. I can see that. That's fair. We boosted the clone combat squadron with the pilot buff from Boshek, but the spaceship's been gotten rid of, the TIE fighter, by Blue Ace. So we debuffed the clone combat squadron a little bit from there.
Yeah.
Uh,
But again, this clone combat, just sitting here even on its own,
Yeah.
with that upgrade on it, upgrade removal is scarce these days, especially in these color schemes.
Oh, absolutely.
So you can't think it's going to go too far away right this second.
The only thing that has happened by deploying Boshek onto the clone combat squadron, if that is a bonus, and it is you now cannot deploy Vader onto it. He has attack with it, so he can create a TIE fighter token, but you don't really want to put Vader on a TIE fighter token if you can possibly avoid it.
Yeah, ideally not, right?
The ship needs to be played this turn, and Alex still has 3 open resources to play another spaceship, which will be ready next turn.
Nice.
To do so, we can see 3 there. Is that a lurking snub?
Yeah, Lurking Snub, the 2-1 TIE fighter that gets +1 on attack if you have a token.
Yeah.
Ollie there, seeing the Beguile being discarded off the Boshek, says, yes, I will take that, please. Jam Communications will snipe out that Beguile from hand.
Yeah, not having that.
3 resources left stood here from Ollie as well, so lots to do still in this turn.
Very tactical play, thinking going on here.
Yeah. And this is
Something ambushed it.
the pirate ship from the new set. A 2-3 ambush, a really cool addition to the Vader list, ensuring that it is going to get an attack through each turn.
Almost tailor-made to kill X-Wing tokens at the very least.
Yeah. And Alec here just dropping his hand, saying, yeah, we're going wide. We're making this boy even bigger. Have you got an answer?
We've got a spaceship that I believe gets raid if there are other TIE tokens in play, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I think it's just another token, I think, which is quite interesting considering the Palpatine plot card is still in Alex's deck somewhere.
We've now got 3 other ships Vader can deploy onto, none of them particularly insane, but it's still Vader deploying into space on a spaceship, creating 2 more exhausted TIE tokens when doing so, which buff the combat squadron even further. Playing Palpatine into ground might. Ooh, will it really have much effect? I wouldn't have thought so.
No, but at least it would be able to have something, some kind of preservation on that ground, something to populate 2 lanes even. And just being highlighted here, we have got the Max Rebo band have been played in that last turn. Really cool card that we haven't actually seen today yet. And during the regroup phase, it creates a credit token. How cool is that?
Looking to ramp ahead, maybe try and get his Liberty out a bit sooner by creating credits each turn. It being a 1-5 makes it difficult to deal with. He could deal with it in one go if he chose to deploy Vader to the ground, I think.
Yeah.
Attack with that and kill that. But would you really want to do that just to stop creating 1 credit token and waste the damage Vader would do and the extra TIE tokens he would use to buff the Clone Combat Squadron, which has been the only thing we've talked about for this entire game at this point. Clone Combat Squadron. There we go. Defining this deck. Or at least empowering it.
Yeah, 100%. But we have seen here the Akbar straight on to deploy. Ollie just taking a second there thinking about the plot, and he has decided to plot out Jar Jar. Now, I will be interested to see where he is going to decide to put the Jar Jar.
He buffed the back Rebo with it.
I'm not too sure. It looks. Oh, it's just going
I
to put.
thought he'd buff the Blue Ace personally, but
Yeah,
no,
it is the Max Rebo. Oh, sorry, the Max Rebo band, not Rebo himself.
All right, so Rebo's now hit for 3 on the ground. Maybe it's to ensure that Rebo survives a turn. Its 7 hit points is temporary. It will go down to 5 at the end of this phase.
Oh my goodness, what a deploy turn here from Alec. Sending the Vader up onto the TIE fighter, bringing out the 2 additional TIEs, 2 lurking snubs, tapping down the Blue Ace and the Admiral Akbar. No tap from the Akbar.
Playing 4 ships in 1 action, buffing the Clone Combat Squadron by that +4/+4 on top of what it already had. This is disgusting.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming through here from Alec. Ollie trying to answer by giving everything restore 1, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough right now.
He's taken a chunk. It's not what this is really going to do for him. It will allow him to potentially play the Liberty if he claims ready for the first action of the next turn, which would tap down the Clone Combat and exhaust. It'd be a Sentinel, like a 9/7 Sentinel, if I recall correctly, in space.
Yeah, it's a really
That'd
big
buy
unit.
him a lot of time for whatever is on the ground to attack, do some restoring. For Blue Ace to maybe take out another unit. I've kind of fixated on Liberty being his solution here, but it is definitely in his hand. I can see it.
Yeah. But even so, just claiming there, Alec just saying, okay, I'm going to push another 3 into base.
Yeah.
This clock is still on. 4 health left for Ollie here. And you're right, the Liberty is still there. But that Clone Combat is, I don't want to count. I don't even want to know the number.
It doesn't matter if it's tapped down.
It's pretty big.
It is huge. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay.
Scary numbers.
Oh, man. Right. Liberty's coming down. Credits being played. We've got a 9/7 Sentinel in space that is tapping down the most dangerous ship on the board right now. Absolutely, as it should be. Alec has got more than enough damage to be able to... As he... Oh, of course it gets rid of upgrades. Yep.
Oh, wow. Sending the Boshek back. Now, I'm not entirely sure that is going to be the best choice here because it will give Alec the chance to draw more cards.
Yep. And potentially play more cards. Spaceships, which will buff the clone, but even so is.
And
So in theory, Alec would just claim at that point, and then all the restore he would be able to get from, what, 5 units would put in, but the Clone Combat would still be able to strike first. Especially now he's got rid of the Liberty. What did he do? Did he beguile the Liberty? Is that... Can't see what he used to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Vader's gone.
So
Did he trade into it?
Vader traded into the Liberty, trading himself out at the same time, but pretty good value play there from Alec.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 spaceships other than Clone Combat on board.
But Lethal is still here. The tap
you're not
from
wrong.
the Death Space Skirmisher saying, yeah, we're going to stop some of this restore.
The ties are still only hitting for 1 at this point. We got what Lurking Snub ready. We've got that ambusher ready. Ollie can't do much about it. He's fully tapped down, but he has got the Blue Ace ready to kill 1 ship.
But 7 damage. Yeah.
There we go.
I was going to say, good game from both players there. 7 damage represented in the space lane. Ollie understanding, nothing to be done. I can't answer this space lane. Even with my restore package, what can I do? Alec can just claim next turn, sending in the Clone Combat Squadron, doing a huge chunk into base. There we have it. Vader. Vader Yellow, taking over round 6 of the Nexus Invitational. A real powerful deck still, even post-rotation, not losing a lot. If anything, gaining more.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And still one of... If you're looking to get into Star Wars and you want a powerful deck, it's still horrendously cheap. There are no insanely expensive cards in Vader Yellow. Picking it up would be well within the budget of most people looking to get into this game quite happily. And as we can see, still very, very powerful.
Yeah, incredibly so. I know you can see Alec looking as happy as ever. Bless him. With Rich, our head judge, who's been doing an amazing job throughout today.
Again, you can see that Alec is joyful, overjoyed to be going into the final couple of rounds of this tournament.
What a game.
Wow, yeah. Vader Yellow still got
game.
it, definitely. Ollie, one of the best players in the world, knocked out. Here we go.
I mean, 2 games left before we get the crowned champion of the Nexus Invitational.
Yep.
I mean, it feels like it's been building for a long time here.
Yeah.
We don't know the results of the other games yet.
So how long have you been working on putting this tournament together then, Frankie?
So we originally had the idea, I won't lie to you, probably about a year ago.
Okay.
Yeah, about a year ago. So it has been in the brain-thinking, wondrous world of the Nexus for about a year.
Yep.
And then once we've had our partnership fully agreed with Spellbound Games,
Yep.
it all just kind of fell into place. And we saw the amazing opportunity and the black hole that was no events during this post-rotation
Yeah.
period, and we thought, right, this is the time to do it. Let's get something on for the community and try and get on the best possible event we can put out there.
Absolutely. Doing an event like this and launch of any set is going to be powerful, but the first post-rotation thing that we've got going on when nobody's got any idea what the meta is going to look like from some of the top players in the continent all together in one store. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. It's been real fun to have it organized, and so far all has gone quite to plan. And as you've just seen, we get to bring you some amazing gameplay, and we've got 2 more rounds of it to come as well. So please do not go anywhere. We're going to get Alec up for a very quick interview in a short moment in time, but we're going to go for a little break.
Yep.
Stay tuned.
But
we'll be back.
This is the last one from me, so I think I'm not commentating anymore today. Thanks very much for having me. It's been a pleasure. Cheers. I'll see you guys around.
Stay tuned. Be right back. Hello, everyone. Very quick break, and we are back here with Alec, who has just taken down the notorious Big O notation. Must be some pretty good bragging rights coming in there for the local scene.
Look, Ollie's only 2 losses today were to me and Tom, both from the same locals, so it's been a rough day for him. But can't argue myself.
No, not at all. Not at all. And I'm sure all the viewers back at home are wanting to know, Vader Yellow, what was the thought there to bring that into this tournament?
So pretty much everyone else in the room also figured out that Space Aggro was pretty good. I was expecting a lot of like blue, white, red, kind of very fair decks. Like Jin was looking just kind of unbeatable as the mid-range deck to beat in our little bit of testing. So we were expecting to face a lot of that kind of territory. But yeah, none of it turned up. So Vader was good into the meta we thought, and then we saw the breakdown yesterday, and Vader was not a good pick. But we're struggle busting our way through.
I mean, there you go. You know, even when it sometimes doesn't look like the right pick, you still manage to find a way.
And the deck's just inherently powerful. Like, if you draw Victor leaders and big ships, then, like, you're going to do well. If you have the double one-drop opening and they don't have sort of red removal that double pips, then, like, it's hard to lose too bad.
No, 100% agree with you there. But out of all the things that you've played today, has there been anything that's felt particularly challenging?
Oh yeah, so the other space aggro decks are real good into you. Like Luke is one of the worst matchups. I played a Luke green in Swiss, earlier in the day, which I beat, and a Luke yellow, which was wildly unbeatable. So those games were not close. And then otherwise, the really fast ground aggro decks, so like Sebulba randomly
Ooh,
is
yeah.
wildly unwinnable. Like you just don't have answers to Sebulba's ship.
Yeah.
He just punches you for 7 every turn. So yeah, you don't even get to your flip turn because they just kill you too quick. Yeah, so anything going way too quick, or that just is a better space deck that has more stats than you. And then there's also some of the decks that slow you down just enough to get to like 7 mana and then have main deck Hyperspace Disasters.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So there's a bunch of stuff you're trying to dodge, but you have tech in the deck, like Garinden main deck lets you cover for a whole lot of options. So covers you for the Outer Rim Constables and the Aether Strikes as upgrade removal.
Nice.
Covers you for Hyperspace Disaster and like Bo-Katan out of blue, white, yellow credits. Yeah, just covers you for a lot of random options. So you have play into a lot of stuff, and then some decks, if you just have the Victor Leader kind of curve with enough snub fighters and stuff to stay alive, then doesn't matter how bad the match is. You can always have some game.
Ah, that makes perfect sense. And we have got a question here from Els. Shout out to Els. Awesome. What would you like to see? Any new cards, future sets?
We want generic upgrade removal again. Bring back Confiscate. That's all I want.
And that comes from the man playing Vader himself.
Like,
yeah.
there's too many leaders that are flipping onto ships at the moment. Not okay. So yeah, keep that. Give non-red decks an option. Because red's already good.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Now, 2 more games, still in contention to win the
Absolutely.
next Invitational. Take home the amazing Nexus trophy. We're going to go into another short break, but don't go anywhere. We have got 2 more rounds to come from the next Invitational. Alec, congratulations.
Thank you.
Go all the way. See you guys in a minute. Hello, everyone, and we are back for the penultimate, the semi-final round of Star Wars Unlimited here at Spellbound Games for the Nexus Invitational. I am joined by Henry from Take the Blast. Henry, it has been an absolute blast today. How have you found it?
Unbelievable. I'm still trying to process the meta that has actually appeared here. I don't think it could have been as wildly varied as anyone expected, but you know what? That just goes to show a new set brings a healthy, varied meta, and you guys are going to have the toughest part picking apart what things to pay attention to at the end of it, I suppose, because don't ask me, it looks mad.
It certainly has been. And what we've learned is the new leaders are powerful.
Yeah,
I
they are
mean,
good.
We've still got 2, at least, new leaders from the new set in this top 4, the semi-finals. And we're going to bring 2 of them onto you now. We're going to have Tobias Beckett, bet on, against none other than the walking carpet, Chewbacca himself.
Love this because Chewbacca as well being such an interesting deploy leader that I just, again, pre-release and spoiler season, I think a lot of people looked at Chewbacca and thought, okay, that's a great leader side, but what's up with the whole defeat the resources to make credits thing? And clearly, there are methods to the madness. There are ways to make him effective. And yeah, if you do then deploy him, that's a big 5/6 that just comes in ready.
Oh, for sure.
I hope you have an answer for it.
Yeah, 5/6 a turn is no joke. And not only that, the fact that the built-in board management is just there.
It's true, yeah. And I think depending on the coloring that you pair him with, some of these multicolor aspect cards have already proven to be very powerful in the game. I think practically every deck that's been on stream today has utilized them in some way. We've seen it plenty of times with this Tobias Beckett red, and it's just fun as well. It's just fun. And what else can you say? But Star Wars Unlimited is a very fun, exciting, and often at times unpredictable game, and Set 7 has proven that.
Yeah, 100%. And it's only going to grow from here, right? Because we are just getting into post-rotation. And I'm sure you guys at home, us on this side, we've got lots of things we want to try out. So please do leave a comment. Let us know. What are the things you guys are trying out? Anything new, exciting that we haven't thought of, the guys haven't thought of? Put it in the comments, like and subscribe, and just let us know. We're going to get you across into the gameplay.
I don't know if it's just me, but I've been on every bet on game today. And he's won one and lost one, so I don't know if I'm a good charm for him or a bad charm.
Well, I mean, always bet on.
That's true. I mean,
there you go.
It was a pretty tough matchup for him in round 5, but round 7 now, I believe this is.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we said, it'll be an interesting line of play. The Chewbacca leader, as Aaron has gone to space to start with, Beton responding with a ground sentinel, which won't do much for him there, but...
Yeah, you'd like to think that we're just setting up for the deploy turn of the Tobias Beckett, just trying to get as much value as we possibly can. But Aaron here just saying, well, I'm going to play out my own stolen AC hauler, even though I'm sure you've got a couple of them somewhere in that list to come down on the side of Beton. Now, as you say, the Chewbacca, this unit is scary.
It is very scary. But it's all about managing the pre-flip, I suppose. Maybe you don't actually want to use his unit's leady side ability too much before you deploy him. Maybe you save that for later. I'm interested to see how Aaron plays this, really.
Yeah, no, I do agree. But Beton here just opened up with 2 damage to base from that ground sentinel. And then Aaron replying with a juicy 4 damage off of that. Stolen AC Hauler. Stolen AC Hauler. What a card that's been throughout this whole tournament today.
Unbelievable card. It was a really fun card to see, even in set 5, set 6, especially with Kazuda being able to turn off the ability and still get maximum usage out of it. But it's a very interesting card. But also, I feel like there's a bit of danger here for Aaron because we know what Tobias Beckett likes to do. Give a good unit, take it back, and AT Hauler forms a big part of that. There's a scenario here where Philip could, at one point, have 6 AT Haulers on his side of the board, which would be quite funny, but, you know, we'll see.
I mean, stealing AT Haulers is always nice. Aaron here opting to use the Chewie ability, defeating a resource, popping that shield off the Sentinel, making his way through this wall that's being put up by Philip Beton on the ground. We did see a knockdown there as well, the raid to restore to 4-cost unit. 5 damage a swing. We say this every time we see it, and it just seems like too much.
It is quite a massive swing, and to be fair, he's already taken quite a lot of damage on board, Philip, so that restore 2 is just going to keep him in the game a little bit longer. Aaron clearly playing a very heavy space shell for this Chewbacca. You're seeing all types of fighters and transport units up top. We've got the red 5, we've got the... I'm not sure, is that the Red Squadron Y-Wing as well?
I think that's it. Yeah.
So, you know, he's dealing plenty of on-attack little pings as well.
But they're just seeing the two going in from Philip. Aaron, again, replying with a Soul 80 Hauler, basically mimicking what we saw last turn. The Hanak getting in, doing that restore 2, trying to trim down some of this damage that has come across from Aaron in these early rounds. But you've got to think that this red 5 is going to be coming in soon, possibly doing that additional on-attack effect if this indirect damage is not attributed correctly.
Yeah, it's tough to make the call there, as well as the fact that with the Chewbacca effect, he could just deal with that Sentinel. And I have a feeling Philip probably wants to save that Sentinel to trade over to Aaron with Tobias Beckett. But then Aaron's got a way to deal with it as well, which is...
Yeah, and all of it going onto the base. So that is absolutely stepping up really quickly here.
Yeah, he does use the Tobias Beckett ability to move that Sentinel over to Aaron, which I assume he's going to want to pop once he deploys Beckett. So will Aaron find a way to defeat it first? Checking his hand and having a little think.
Yeah. A lot of options here from both sides. Aaron's got to be careful of, what's the card called? The defeat all, return 1 to each player's hand. Can't remember off the top of my head.
The Rhydonium Detonation.
That's the
one.
one.
That forms, so far what we've seen has formed a huge part of Philip's sort of mid-game management, and usually doesn't affect him too much because by then he's normally not really got many non-leader units on his side of the board anyway, so it's more about disrupting the other side.
No, that does make sense. But again, both players just taking a moment, understanding. It looks like we might see the Chewie flip here, which would be a lot of damage. No, we're going for another defeat a resource, going on to the Hanak there. Trying to optimally use the...
I think he actually pinged the Sentinel so that Tobias Beckett wouldn't get to have the
Very,
effect.
very clever. You are right. Makes sense. Ensuring that does not come back. Tobias deploy, though, followed up by a sudden Frosty. That's quite a big Tobias there, holding a lightsaber.
Yeah, I think Tobias is really well statted for a 5-drop. 4/6 is quite good. You normally only see the 4 attack on a 6 or 7-drop units. So stacking that upgrade on top, he's hitting for 7. Still has a chunky bit of health himself. I mean, Chewbacca can't take him on now, which is potentially dangerous. But also, let's not forget, our old favourite aggressive negotiations can also add a lot more onto that too. This is where Philip likes to try and turn the tide.
Yeah, and you can see Aaron there just trying to do the math early, saying, well, I understand aggressive negotiations is a thing. Aggressive negotiations post this Beckett swing is nearly game. It's almost over.
Yeah, I think he might actually end up pushing Aaron up to about 20, at which point he could then potentially claim and win next round. So it's so interesting that with Philip's deck, he doesn't use an aggressive negotiation. Maybe he's saving it for next turn.
But, well, also, yeah, I'm not too sure. I think it's just trying to go for the one-hit kill. Maybe it's not there, as you mentioned.
Because he does have enough. He has the credit
got the
token
credits,
too,
yeah.
you know, but maybe he's saving it. Maybe he wants more.
But also here, Aaron representing a lot of damage. Chewie swinging for 5, Red 5 doing 3, so 8 can come in here from Aaron. Pushing all the way up to 26, and there's a lot of units that can get him over the line after that.
Definitely.
26 damage.
I think one thing he could consider is, he could hit into Chewbacca, or hit Chewbacca in, and then use the red 3 to deal the remaining damage.
Not even that. Using the defeat a resource to trade out Chewbacca on the Tobias.
Yeah, that's probably the wisest choice, because if Philip claimed there, he probably could call game with an aggressive negotiations, but not to happen. Instead, he's just got his Honat on board, which would restore him down, but I think, you know, this is the moment in the game where Philip would be looking to play a Rhydonium Detonation, just to restabilize where possible. And at that point, you'd expect that Aaron would probably return the stolen AT Hauler to hand and defeat the other 2 units, rather than let Philip get a free Hauler.
That would make the most sense, but who knows? These guys have got lots of tricks up their sleeves. Maybe he's got an amazing way to get it back, but hopefully we're going to see exactly what's going to come. Aaron here just, again, doing some maths. He knows it's there, trying to figure out what the answers are. Both sides are very close in this game.
Very close. I think Philip's got 5 cards in hand, but I'm not sure that he has a aggressive negotiations. And even so, it's not enough with honor to make a one-hit kill happen. Aaron decided to play another red squadron, which, if there is a Rhydonium Detonation, could be a bit of a mistake. because he's about to lose even more units.
And
it
he
is
has
an
the aggressive negotiations. He has the cards in hand. 5 plus the aggressive. Philip there just saying, "Yeah, I've got it. Sorry, guys. Next round, next game. GG.
Wow.
What a game. What a play. Game 2.
Game 2. Quite a quick round. I mean, 8 minutes. Not even. That one flew by in. And I've noticed this a lot in game 1 for Philip so far of the 3 games he's been on stream. Game 1 looks like he's going to lose it, and then out of nowhere, a huge amount of damage comes down, and he swings it in his favor, usually winning it then and there, or at least the very next turn. But the sideboarding in particular is the trick here. What does Aaron have in the sideboard that can really counter what Philip does? Because as we saw in game 5, Philip was completely blown out of the water in his game 2 match, where he didn't even get a point of damage on base.
Yeah.
He just lost. So smart sideboarding would be what Aaron needs to do here. I don't know if he's going to have those specific answers, but you know, red-yellow is quite an interesting combo for plenty of interesting cards there.
Yeah, and it's weird. We don't get to see too much credit hate at the moment, which is quite interesting. I think the main thing that we're seeing is the 4 cost 4/3. You utilize the credit token to do damage to base. That's the best of it that we're seeing right now. I mean, oh, there they are.
There they are.
I'd imagine we're going to see some of those come in. Maybe the jam communications trying to snipe the aggressive negotiations from hand.
Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me. But again, on the side of Philip, Beton, I'm not too sure what he'd put in for this matchup.
No, because I don't think I saw anything particularly stand out from this Chewbacca deck that makes me think you need to play Chewbacca to get the most out of it. It's an interesting one. I mean, we've seen in that deck there's a few like mainstays like Nemec, and obviously he played quite a heavy space package that first game, but whether that sticks, hard to say.
Yeah,
I think I see the Vizago's Horn card, which is useful for Chewbacca because you will always have less resources than your opponent, and you may well have less cards in hand as well. But yeah, this will be an interesting game too. I can see as well some Arvel schemes.
Yeah,
so there's a bit of the credit hate right there. Lieutenant Gorn, I think, is another one that can deal with credits from the new set. It's also just a very well statted 4/4.
It does feel like all of the cards from this new set are just incredibly well statted.
Very much so. I think we saw a bit of that in Legends of the Force with units like Gunji.
Yeah.
I think FFG are getting a bit braver with the stat lines because they want to see more unit trading and more unit versatility, which I think is good for the game. I think, you know, not necessarily having to worry about trading in every time unless you're using the best of the best on attack abilities to do so.
Yeah, that does make sense though, trying to even out that gameplay, make it a bit more fluid and ensure that it's not just a blowout each time, a lot of units on board, getting to look at some very pretty cardboard at the same time.
Definitely. I'm interested to see what Aaron's plan is with his base. What off-aspect card is it that he's looking to get the most value out of?
Yeah, I'm not too sure, to be honest with you.
There's a few good options, of course, but nothing that I would think necessarily synergizes with Chewbacca, unless it's something like there is that 6-cost card that defeats a unit and then heals the base.
Yes, there is. Yeah,
it's a nice option sometimes. I don't know if it's going to help him in this matchup, but yeah.
Both players very chill, understanding got 45 minutes left on the clock still, so no rush for this game. Loads of times get in 2 more games if needed. But as I say, Philip Beton ready to go, 2 resources down, knows what he's got in hand. Does look like we've got a Chio in hand already. So we might see a lot of cards this game.
We might just see that, yeah. So I think there's a Beguile in hand.
Yeah. But no, instantly sees it and says, going back, not for me this game. I don't think there was a 2-drop in there.
Yeah, that's not something that you can... clearly, with this Beckett deck, you can't afford to not be able to play something turn 1, especially with initiative. Which Aaron has decided to take for game 2.
Yeah. And it being such an aggressive matchup, you've got to understand that just that sheer power presence on board has got to be the most sought after part of this matchup. Knowing to mulligan for big, early, powerful units that are just going to be challenging for your opponent to deal with.
It does have some turn 1 plays now, though. I think I see Red Squadron A wings in there, or sorry, Red Squadron Y wings. I think he's keeping one of them. And there it goes.
So Y-Wing down, Cheofane down. Space to the ground, similar to what we saw in the first game. But, as I say, a lot of cards are going to come out from this Cheofane.
Yeah, and Philip won't mind so much the card draw on Aaron's side, so this is pure benefit for him. The Y-Wing will slam into base and deal some indirect damage, which I imagine will probably all go on base as well. Oh, no. Some of it on Cheofane.
Yeah, just deciding to put the singular damage onto Chio.
It's a very specific mathematical decision. I wonder what Beton is thinking there, but he does elect to allow both players to draw, and I think Aaron's drawn the red 5.
What a top deck that is in this situation, especially after that one indirect's gone onto the Chio.
Yeah. Down comes the Troigan, I believe they are.
Yeah.
A duo at which... This is something I've seen Philip play a lot, but never seems to say, here, have the card. Because it does have a when played, you may have your opponent take control of this card and then create 2 credit tokens, which you would think in a Beckett deck, yeah, you're going to do that every time. But he seems to wait and save it as a Sentinel until he's ready to give it over, which I think is clearly part of the game plan.
Yeah, you can imagine whilst having his own ground presence that having the Sentinel on his side would make the most sense. Here now, again, assigning that indirect damage post-swing from the Y-Wing. All of it going on base this time, though, it looks like.
Yeah, I don't think he can quite afford for Cheofane to get nuked by Red 5 just yet, and he probably doesn't want it to go on the Sentinel either, so...
The swing from Chio, giving the draw, both players getting +1 in hand. Now, I'm not sure if Aaron is running aggressive negotiations. I don't think we've seen it in his games.
I'm surprised to hear that. It just seems like, I mean, everyone's considering it an auto-include in all aggression decks at the moment, but yeah, that would be a bold decision and one he might regret given how many cards he has in hand now. I think I see a stolen 80 Hauler in Philip's hand, which is perfect curve for him right now.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So we're on 7-4 on base. Still units on board, ready to swing this turn. Again,
Chewbacca is also ready to come out, and it looks like he might just... Aaron debating the decision whether or not he wants to actually use the ability or the deploy at the moment. It's going to be the deploy.
Yeah, straight down to the deploy, understanding that clearing the Sentinel is probably the best choice. Getting it off the board before the Tobias flip. But again, Philippe, understanding that that is the threat that is coming through here, so optimally playing into the board state, saying, yeah, let's get the 2 damage in whilst we can and make sure that we're getting as much value from our board as possible.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He's used the Chewbacca to clear the Sentinel and then the on-attack ability to then ping 2 onto Cheofane, who is just clinging on now for dear life, but still able to get one more swing in with him to draw yet again.
And you'd like to think here that the Red 5 will be taking out the Cheofane, unless Philippe has a way to answer the Red 5 with these 4 resources on board. It's understanding how much he wants the Cheo.
Yeah, and I think, Arvo Skeen's coming down to deal with any more of that.
Yeah, just sniping the credit token away, doing the 1 to base.
I think it's a smart call. Although he could have played the stolen 80 Hauler, I think it's more important that he sets Aaron back on tempo with Aaron already having defeated the resource and not then getting to use his credit.
Yeah, that does make sense.
And regardless, I mean, Philip can easily put the 80 Hauler on Aaron's side of the board next phase and then deploy Beckett and then play it for free anyway.
Yeah, and the Red 5 here coming through to base, just finishing off the Cheo. The ball state is looking pretty scary from Philip's side right now, though.
Yeah, I would say so. Although 10 damage on base, he's still got a long way to go, and yet Aaron being set back quite badly, perhaps, by that credit token being defeated. It might have potentially messed with any of the resourcing he did previously. There may be higher cost cards in his hand now that he's not too sure what to do with.
Yeah, Cheo swing coming in here, just clearing out the Chewie, preventing the swing for 5 to base. It doesn't look like the draw effect was actually triggered that time.
No, it was Arvel Skeen that attacked, I believe.
Ah, it was Arvel. You are right.
And there was no credit token, so no on attack to worry about. But Philip with 5 resources, although he's going to have a way to probably create a credit token on deploy if he wants to.
Commandeer. Wow, what a pickup that is.
There is your answer to how he deals with the red 5.
Amazing.
And
what a play. Understanding that moving that 1 damage from the Arvel off the credit onto the Wire Wing to Commandeer next turn to get the clear with the red 5. Playing 4 steps ahead.
Very
Always.
masterful. And you know what? It was perfect timing because Aaron had a Chewbacca pilot in hand, which I'm sure he would have loved to have gone on red 5. But
Yeah.
no, it's not going to happen. Although he could still play it on his red 5 to encourage a trade rather than hitting base with the red 5 there. But it's whether or not he wants to put the Chewbacca on his Y-wing.
Yeah. It's a tough call. Only 4 resources here from Aaron's side, so options are a little bit limited right now.
Yeah, I think he was just admiring how smart that Commandeer play was from Betson. But yeah, he's not out of this contest by any means. It's just a bit of an uphill battle for him now.
Playing out the Millennium Falcon. Philippe going to base, removing the Y-wing, but the red 5 does get to come back this turn.
I believe it goes back to hand. Does it not?
Ah, but he's using the Tobias effect to move it back.
Oh, this is why he's a galactic champion.
So clever.
He is thinking so many steps ahead. You're not going to get that back to hand anyway because I'm going to defeat it with the Tobias effect.
Yeah. And
he's brilliant.
And I believe he gets the credit in the process.
He does, yeah. So he's also, again, he's now in Rhydonium detonation zone. He could easily deal with that Millennium Falcon however he wants, so long as he has it in hand.
Yeah, but the damage totals have all kept up.
That is true, yeah. Again, Aaron is not out of this contest by any means. There goes the Chewbacca pilot.
And correct me if I'm wrong, though, this can't now go back to hand.
That is true.
Although, aggressive negotiations coming down on the Tobias Beckett, doing another huge chunk to base. I don't even know what that takes us to. 22.
Wow, that's closing the gap big time. And if he's just got one more of those in hand, and if Aaron doesn't have an answer to Tobias, then that is probably game.
Yeah.
It's interesting with the Rhydonium detonation because it does say you may return a unit to hand, and then defeat all others. But if Chewbacca is literally stopping you from being able to return it to hand, you would just actually have to defeat the Falcon. You wouldn't even get a choice.
Which can't be defeated by the Chewie.
So interesting.
Yeah,
I love this
such
game.
Such a weird conundrum.
I love this game. And that is game.
Philippe showing the next aggressive negotiations, understanding that the damage is there. Aaron gives the handshake. Game goes to Beton. Making his way into the finals. What a good match that was. Seeing the Chewbacca from the new set, the Tobias Beckett from the new set. Awesome, awesome gameplay of Star Wars Unlimited here today at Spellbound for the Nexus Invitational. What a game.
Huge. I mean, that just goes to show the sort of understanding you need to have about a board, but also about your opponent's leader and what they're trying to achieve. I think in game 2, it all changed when Arvel Skeen came down, was able to defeat that credit token that Chewbacca had created, but also in doing so had defeated a resource, completely setting Aaron back at least 2 steps effectively. From that point, it was an uphill battle. You went and then saw the Commandeer being an absolute master stroke play.
Yes. Yeah. Out of all the things we've seen today, the Commandeer, the ping from the credit token being stolen by Arvel.
Yep.
Miles steps ahead of the gameplay that we can see set up here. And that's why he's the champ.
That's why he's the champ. It's not just in his deck building. He's obviously able to, and with the rest of his team, build incredible decks, test them in environments and see where their strengths are, their flaws. But it's also just in the moment. How can you read that game? Are you thinking about what could possibly be in your opponent's deck? I've just seen 2 games there. I still wouldn't be able to tell you what was in that Chewbacca deck effectively, really, because the games happened so quickly I didn't get to see it. But clearly, Philip has this deep understanding of the meta game as a whole, what he could expect from that color combination, and was just well poised to deal with it. And his sideboarding clearly was super effective because game 2 was just
swift, executed. Yeah. Really powerful stuff. And again, being able to see the problem child of the set right now. Aggressive negotiations doing its work and absolutely doing wonders for Beton there. That with the Chio. Oh my God, how many cards were drawn off the Chio to set up with 2 swings from a Tobias Beckett going, yeah, okay, here's about 15 to base per turn. What do you mean? Okay.
What can you do about it? And this is the thing. I think people are going to need to pivot to finding answers for early game units like Chio. And he's not impossible to deal with early, but if you do let him stick around too long, unless you're also playing a deck that benefits from card draw, you're not gaining as much as your opponent is. You might think you're doing all right by drawing more cards, but they've probably got a better game plan for it. And it just goes to show, aggressive negotiations is a card you're going to have to think about. Chio Feign is a card you're going to have to think about. What do you do about them?
Yeah, 100% that. Well, let us know, guys, in the comments. What would you guys do about it? What would you like to see from these guys in the next tournaments you see? What are you going to bring to your next tournament? How are you going to beat the champs list? Now, one more round left, Henry.
One more round.
One more round left. We're going to be coming with you to the finals very shortly. Thank you for all your time here today, Henry. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Absolutely.
Guys, stay tuned. One more round to come. The final. Bet on. Be back soon. Hello, everyone, and we are back with Emiliano and myself, Frankie, at the Nexus Invitational. One more round to go. What a game that last game was.
You call me by my full name. Am I in trouble?
Yes, you are.
We are almost ready for the grand finals of the Nexus Invitational. This will be the culmination of a 2-day event that has seen some of the best players in Europe battling it out, starting yesterday from the Nexus Open, when we had 28 players playing a Swiss tournament with no IDs, going into a top 8 that qualified today alongside 4 more Nexus players and 20 top SWU talents from all over Europe, battling it out in a double elimination format. And we've had some great surprises, and as we were expecting, being the meta so new. What has been your favorite moment so far, Frankie?
Oh, for me, well, 2 things I think are quite equal. Chewbacca on stream. I mean, hello. That pretty good. Wasn't expecting to see that one today.
On a semi-final.
On a semi-final as well. I mean,
That was
highlighted
great.
amazingly by Aaron as well.
Shout out to Aaron.
Yeah, shout out to Aaron for that one. And I have to say, the Jabba Yellow Force. What a cool list that is.
I
The
mean-
Stranger, hell of a card.
Yeah, I mean, we can say it now. We were keeping that, for ourselves. That has been the Nexus deck that we've been working
A
on.
little bit of spice.
There's definitely things we can take off from Howie's list. But personally, I think Jabba Secret Yellow Force is gonna be, my first choice going into this new meta.
Yeah.
But whilst we're waiting for the other semifinal, we thought we would come back and chat about the meta of today. Let's have a look again at the breakdown, Frankie. A very healthy distribution. Should we just do like a quick recap of what we have seen today?
Yeah, so obviously at the start of the today, we had a lot of space. Luke is the most dominant leader in the format, knowing he's going to be here in number, and he was five Luke pilots. Now, that doesn't mean they're all on the same list. We had a split across Luke Datavolt and Luke Yellow.
Yes.
The Luke Yellow list does look spicy, I won't lie. And you guys are definitely going to go and have a look at that one when it is available, which it will be in our Discord and in a video, which we're hopefully going to get out on Monday, maybe. We'll try and get that one done for you.
Yeah.
But Luke, here in number, here in force, and again, really powerful list. Secondly, Lando, the new deck on the block. 3 Landos all here today and doing quite well. I think we had 2 make top 8, maybe 1 make top 8.
Yeah, and what's really interesting is that 2 separate teams brought this deck without consulting each other. So 2 Moons from Switzerland and DSP, Dexter Plants, brought Lando. Very similar lists, we found out. But they both, all 3 players masterfully played Lando. I think the last standing was Silk that lost against Beton.
Yes.
But nonetheless, it's great to see Lando represented and this double aspect cards making big moves at the beginning of the meta.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And we have seen some other slightly more interesting characters. We did have the young Boba here today, 2 numbers. I don't think we got them on stream at all, unfortunately. 2 Chewbacca, which we've just seen one of them. But honestly, the most surprising thing of today is the Vel.
Oh, yeah. The Vel coming in as a one-off, piloted by Thomas Rose, one of the best performing UK players that has been performing today. So it's not been a disappointment. That's what I was trying to say. He's currently in the semifinal against Alec, which is his good friend, also from Bristol. So they came all the way to play against each other in the semifinal. But that kind of shows the level of players that we're bringing to this event. And again, we're so grateful for everyone that traveled far and wide from everywhere in Europe to be here, and really shows, how strong the community here in Europe for Star Wars Unlimited is. So Vel, a great surprise. We have seen Ollie, our very own Ollie with Akbar Data Vault, showing us how to play this new version. Unfortunately, losing to Alec. What else, Frankie? What's top of mind for you here?
I mean, honestly, the biggest thing to see, we only have one Obi-Wan Kenobi. What was seen to be arguably top 2 is what most people was thinking. Lists, post-rotation, using the Virgin's Temple, generating the Force with the health of the units. That combined with Jedi Consular was, making a pretty tricky customer. But obviously, all of the teams here not seeing that today and deciding to go in different directions. Other than that, 2 Talzin, I was expecting more.
Yeah, Talzin was definitely set as one of the best leader coming in after rotation. Obviously, Talzin took the world championship, took the regional before rotation. So after rotation, we're expecting it to be a predominant force. It really shows that players are actually not defaulting on what can be comfortable, let's say, or what can be obvious maybe, but they're exploring. Even though there's so much on the line today, we're going to show you in a second, players have kind of like kept that freedom in building expression for their decks. That has been awesome to see. So we're really looking forward to showing you the deck lists. That was the meta breakdown. We will have the deck lists ready for you. We run this tournament as a double elimination, so we have a melee link, but we run it internally. And so join the Discord in the description. And guys, if you like the stream so far, please do leave us a like and a sub. And stay tuned for the deck lists. Frankie, we are approaching the end of these 2 days. We are waiting to see who is going to face our current world champion on Tobias Red. Who do you think is going to be? Is it going to be Thomas Rose on Vel or Alec on Vader?
It's a really hard call. Both quite aggressive lists and both doing essentially a similar kind of game plan. I'm going to edge out and say that it's going to be Vader.
Ooh. Yeah, Vader has been a really big surprise, I think, in terms of the performance. I think yesterday we've seen how dominant space decks can be. So I think players will have to adapt to, this new space meta.
Yeah.
But we're getting ready for the final. We're just gonna set up the table, take a little break, and then come back. But when we come back, guys, there's quite a lot of you. We want to hear your energy. We want to see in that chat the hype. We want you ready for this amazing final that is coming up soon. Am I right, Frankie?
Oh, 100%. I've been, we've been here 2 days.
Yes.
We've been waiting for this moment, and I know you guys have as well. The trophy is going to be bestowed. I know you all want to know, and you all want to see who this wonderful piece of artwork is going to.
By the way, this is all this is heavy.
Oh yeah,
like
it's a solid piece.
This is going to be on someone's desk and probably showcased. So don't go anywhere. Literally a couple of minutes. Let us set us up. Hype in the chat. Let us know what you are hoping to see in the final, and we'll see you very soon.
Hello, everyone. And we're back for the final game of this monstrous 2-day event. What a 2 days it's been. I know I've had a blast. I know you guys at home have had a blast, but it's not done. One more game to come. How stoked are you, Em?
Oh, I'm so excited. Honestly, it all culminates to this. You know, we have been working on this event with the team, with Spellbound, for quite a while now. So having to, execute all of this plan has been fantastic. Great job on the casting today. But we are super excited to bring you the grand finals of the Nexus Invitational between Beton on Tobias Red and Alex on Vader. We are so ready. Chat, I need that energy.
Yeah,
I need that energy. We are showing off the best players, bringing the new set meta to you on the first week of Premier events. What else to add, Frankie?
I mean, that is
we
everything.
need that energy. I want to see it in the chat now. I want to see some hype.
Let's see. Just let us know. Who do you want to win? Who are we supporting to win here? What leader do you want to win? Give us that energy. Give us that information. Get behind who you want to take down the Nexus Invitational.
And with that, let's jump into the final of the Nexus Invitational.
And as you can see, we know who we've got. Alec Drinkwater, Beton, Vader versus Tobias Beckett. Not the two lists I would have guessed earlier on from today, but for sure, formidable lists to say the least. Emmy, who are you going to back here?
Oh, I don't know, man. It's so hard. I had a chance to talk to both players throughout the day. Obviously, they're both traveling. Alec is coming from Bristol, representing a very successful scene over there with Thomas and Ollie, whilst Beton, obviously our world champ, coming from Poland all the way and getting all the way to the finals. I don't know. I'm split. I think I'm gonna have to be impartial.
Oh, impartial.
Yeah, wow. I think I'm gonna side with chat. Let's see what chat is saying. We have a poll.
Okay. So we see here, Vel coming down from Beton, the new Black Starfighter coming down from Alec, the 2-2 shielded. Beton now following up with a stolen 80 hauler after doing 2 damage to base.
His favorite card, apparently. I spoke to Beton earlier and he said his MVP is this hauler because he has so many ways to bring it back, swing big. But against Vader, it might be, a good thing or bad. We'll see.
Ooh, very nice there. Beguile coming down, pushing it back into hand, just saying, yeah, okay, we're going to slow you down a little bit. Take it back. Let's have a look at what you've got in hand as well. Do you have the aggressive? No, it's not there now. Good news for Alec, you'd like to think.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen Beton on stream on a few games, stealing games with aggressive negotiations. So Alec definitely needs to keep that in mind and, kind of like navigate around it. That Beguile is a great answer to the Hauler, and now is able to continue execute his plan of swinging in, create token, building that massive board in space, and try to take the game very aggressively, especially with this new 2-2 shielded in space.
Yeah.
Really good unit.
Yeah. And both here, just pushing in that initial 2, but that Hanak coming down is going to do a monstrous piece of work here. 3 damage printed on it. Raid 2, Restore 2. That Restore 2 is not going anywhere.
Yeah. And now we just see Alex saying, okay, well, if you claim, I'll just swarm the board a little bit more. Don't mind me. Don't look here. Just stay on the ground. That Hana, though, is such an MVP of this weekend. Like, essentially hitting for 7 points, right? Because it swings for 5, restore 2. That's 7 points on board for 4. What a card.
Yeah.
Really, really good.
And Restore units are now kind of in short print after rotation, so finding useful ones even, are quite slim. Slim to none right now, but that is definitely the forefront runner that we have seen from this tournament by far.
Yeah, and you see Beton taking the value immediately with that huge swing and it definitely needs that restore because look at that space. Starting with a swing for 4, and then we have so much to do here. So many actions that Alex can navigate through.
Yeah, and now Beton following up with another 2 to base with the Vel. Just again, trying to push that tempo a little bit further. We are at the point of Tobias Beckett deploy, though, so we can see a lot of damage coming through. But Vader's still just sitting here saying, yep, I want tokens. Give me that token, that additional space unit. If we do have the Clone Combat Squadron, that will all of a sudden make it into a bit of a monster.
Oh, yeah. I think Beton is really hoping to not see that across his board right now. But Tobias going in with the action, passing Vel to Alec to create a credit token. And I think Alec is like, okay, cool, thank you. I'll just continue with my spaceships that are piling up. Probably gonna run out of space.
Yeah.
We have the 2-headed Sentinel as well.
Yeah, getting 2 credit tokens there for passing it over immediately.
Yeah, I think what's really important here is we are on 5 resources. Next round there is the flip, but also, sorry, this round there is the flip. Next round, what we can play with the credits.
Ooh, that's a huge deploy.
Oh my.
The double plot of the sudden ferocity.
We did see 1, but there's 2.
Utilizing them credits to the full efficiency here, making this Tobias Beckett into an absolute monster.
Absolutely.
No matter what happens this turn, you'd like to think this Tobias Beckett is going to get into base unless Alec has an answer in hand.
Well, now we see both Sudden Ferocity being plotted out onto Tobias that has gained so much value with that flip. Incredible. How much is it swinging for right now?
So 4 plus
Is
6,
it 10?
so 10. 10 down
10,
to swing.
yep.
This plus 1 swing next turn will be lethal. No need for aggressive negotiations, Philip says.
Yeah, I mean, when you get so much value out of your upgrades, we've seen also, I believe, Mastery is played. So the plan from Beton is really going tall and swinging for big chunks. Right now, that 10 damage is presenting a really, really scary clock. We can take 1 swing, we can't take 2.
Yeah.
As well as there can be an aggressive negotiation that can go on the Hana to swing for so much. Look how many cards are in Beton's hand right now. So I think Alec is really probably rethinking what was his original line to execute this turn. Now that he's seeing this monstrous Tobias ready to swing, what is there for Alec to do, you think?
I mean, aside from hopefully having some form of tap down in hand, I'm not too sure what he can do this turn. He just needs to generate some value on this turn. If you are going to get hit, make sure you're getting your optimal play in first. Is there any way you can get some form of Sentinel play made up? I don't know. Is there any way you think, right, I need to get some damage on board? Sure. Opting to play another ship in space, just spending the 2 before that 10 comes in, has to be a claim from Alec here, you'd like to think.
Yeah, it's either, yeah, perfect. It has to be the claim. It has to be the claim into, can I find something? Trying to think what it could be. Obviously, outmaneuver is rotating out. That is not an option.
I think there are 2 options in the list.
Yeah.
We're looking at Palpatine plot, which would create the 2 Sentinels.
Yes.
Which would do a wonder this turn.
Yeah, very true.
Or the Lurking Snub Fighter.
Lurking Snub Fighter plot, when played, tap a unit. That is definitely a good answer that Alec could have. And I'm pretty sure he's playing at least a couple of copies of that card.
Yeah. And if that actually happens, I do think doing the maths, it'll be pretty close for lethal on Alec's side of the board here.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think it's one of those games that are pretty much on the line for both players, because whilst it looks like there's no way out for Alec, if he's able to tap this Tobias, he also has a way to potentially close the game, because we are on Vader flip turn. We got that massive pump on damage. Alex is not scooping, so I'm assuming there is something.
I think we just saw there Alec putting down the lurking stab, but just trying to understand before putting it into the resource row the optimal play line. How can I actually make this work so that I can not only stem the bleeding, but win the game?
Yeah.
So instantly coming in here, snapping into the Vader deploy, putting it on the eager escort fighter, looking
He's
at the,
thinking, yeah. Is he going on the escort fighter? Is he going on the 2-2 shielded? What is the difference here? Because I don't think there's anything in particular that would hit one or the other. I think he's thinking,
Vader?
do I go to ground? Yeah.
going on to no. He's second guessing as many times as we are.
Yeah.
There we go. Looking at the plot.
Double. Both of those cards that you mentioned are getting plotted out. So we have the Pulp coming in, creating 2 spy tokens that come in with Sentinel. And then the Snub.
Amazing play there. Really heads up. Understanding that by exhausting the Hanaka,
correct,
I can't restore the 2.
Correct.
Tobias Beckett is having to go into one of the spies. The amount on board, I believe, has been calculated as lethal. And now Beton is making the same calculation himself.
Yes, he's going around with a calculator and saying, oh, he's not lethal. Oh, it was not lethal, so he didn't fall.
Oh,
he didn't
no.
fall onto the trap. Just shy of lethal. Alec, who found almost a way out. I
Yeah,
would say.
very, very close.
He just Beton just needed to claim to guarantee that final swing on the next turn. And Alex said, "Yep, you got me. I don't have enough." Very close though. Very
Super
close
close
match.
game. I think there was actually 1 point of damage.
I love how Beton is showing how many cards are going from the side. Is like staring
him down.
staring at Alec and say, "This is going in. This is coming in. This is coming in." Space is one of those matchups that really deserves the respect of your deck. So I think I've spoken to quite a few players that said, yeah, I do have plays into space, but my side deck is either all dedicated to space or is like the majority is for it. And I think Beton is on that side as well. What do you think is coming in from Alex's side?
I imagine there are a few Gardinians floating about. They can be quite powerful. Sniping out the aggressive negotiations, sniping out the ability to blow up the board that Beton has, which for the Vader list is incredibly dangerous.
Yeah.
I would imagine they will be coming in. Maybe a few more answers to the deploy turn, maybe a few more tapping abilities. I don't really know. But there's a lot there that could be coming in.
Yeah, I think the tempo value that Alec can drive is really, really important. So I do agree that I think that's what he's going to try to do. But we are slowly getting ready for game 2, for the final match. Chat, let's get ready. Let's get some reactions in the chat. Tell us what you think about this final. There's 700 of you tuning in. Thank you so much for following these 2 days. We're watching right now the grand finals of the Nexus Invitational. After the grand finals, though, make sure to stay tuned because we're going to have the winners being, given their prizes, including our trophy. And we're going to have an interview with the winner to talk about their deck. So I want to see you there. I want to see the questions in the chat, but it's not time just yet. Alec looking at reverse sweeping the world champ, whilst Beton says, one more game and I can take this whole back home.
Yeah, sounds like bragging rights there from Alec if he can pull that one off for sure.
Right, we're getting ready. Alec is going to start with the initiative, looking to establish that space arena with as many spaceships as possible.
Yeah.
And this time really hoping to get more damage, to get Beton closer to lethal than last turn to make sure can seal the deal.
So seeing there already in Beton's hand, you have got the Sudden Frosty again, which was explosive in that last game, but opting to keep it in hand at the moment, maybe? Yeah, putting down a Nimble Prowess instead. From Alec's side, you can see there, the Death Space Skirmisher. So we have got an exhaust mechanic in hand for Alec already. If he doesn't decide to put it down.
Yeah, very important. I think also he definitely wants to see that Beguile again. I didn't see if he has it in hand, but that was definitely something that can really help this matchup. And we're off to the race.
Nice, exactly that. A 2-drop from the Vader list, though, here. Not going for the 1-1 start, opting to be a bit more action efficient and stay on top of it. But the Tradoyan Technician is going to outrace this spaceship early. Restore 1, raid 1. It's quite powerful.
Yes. Yeah. Again, Restore is really relevant, especially in a deck that wants to do chip like 1. So being able to just, almost negate it. And then Alec actually is able to tap, make sure to not give that value.
Death Space Skirmisher coming down immediately there. 2 damage into base. Creating the TIE Fighter token with the Vader ability. Nice and quick prompt play there, pushing Alec ahead in the race already by 2. But that ground unit now representing 6 damage a turn, restore 1, doing 7 damage swing. That is quite scary already.
Oh, yeah. I think Alec is feeling pretty good. I think this was, as you said, like 2-drop start is maybe not the best. Although, honestly, I haven't seen Alec list. So I don't know if there's a lot of 1-drops or if it's opting for more sturdy turn 1 plays. But we see Baton getting some of the value with that initial swing.
Yeah. Straight 6 to base, restore 1. A huge value trade, immediately getting value off the Sudden Ferocity. Followed by a Death Space Skirmisher, going into base there, taking the total up to 4 on the side of Beton. But oh my goodness.
Hana is
what
back again.
A restore package.
I know. It's really, really difficult for an aggro deck that is not able to kind of confront these units on the ground to keep up with enough. But
the Beguile comes out. Oh, no.
And the Commandeer coming from the sideboard. So we have a Commandeer, a aggressive negotiation, and that's a Detonate.
Yeah,
I believe the
exactly
7 cost.
Yeah, destroy the board.
Bounce.
Keep 1 unit. Exactly that per turn. Now the Beguile here is being played. I'm not sure what the target is. First of all, I'd like to think that it's the Technician to knock off the Sudden Ferocity, but even so, 5 to base on the Honak. I'm not too sure. Yeah, there you go. Pushing that back to hand.
Yeah.
Seeing that as the bigger threat rather than the 6 into base.
Yeah, it's pretty good for Alec, but also it's probably thinking, oh, okay, well, I'm going to have to deal with all of that eventually.
Yeah.
That Technician with, Sudden Ferocity. Is that Sudden Ferocity?
Yeah, Sudden Ferocity.
And potentially aggressive negotiation can do a lot of work.
Yeah.
Still, Alec is going to go to 12 now?
Yeah, 12 on base for Alec, 6 on base now with the restore 1, 4 Beton. But a lot of spaceships sat up there to catch up this turn. And you imagine it's going to be followed up by a swing here early from Alec. Yeah, just getting in with the raid 1 whilst it's available, doing an additional 3 damage to base.
That's the first ship flying in, swooping in for some damage. There's quite the fleet back there.
An armada.
Exactly. But is it going to be enough, though? We are on the 5 resource.
Yeah, so Tobias Beckett is coming out this turn.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a... Ooh, Commandeer. Yeah, so
Nice.
we saw that. We knew it was coming. Commandeer, take control of the spaceship. And then end of the turn, bounce back to hand.
Yeah, and we've already seen this play by Beton before. Taking control with the Commandeer normally would go back to hand, but guess what? He's playing Tobias Beckett. I'm sure we're going to see him slide it back across the... Nope. Instantly bounced back to hand from Alec there, removing the opportunity for the Tobias to push it across the board and deploy to get the credit tokens. What a heads-up play.
Wow. Yeah.
Awesome play from both sides here.
Yeah, very, very well executed from Alec that has used that information of Beton's hand to prepare for what was coming. And then it continues swinging for base. Meanwhile, Tobias is out. And whilst there's no value out of that flip, which, you know, if I'm Alec, I'm very happy about, there's still so much damage presented on board. How are we going to deal with all that?
Yeah, 16 already up and representing, what's that, 10 on board with an aggressive negotiations in hand. That could be lethal
Yeah.
on board for next turn. Don't get me wrong, though. Alec is still staying relevant in this race. 13 damage done by Alec so far. The race is on.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I think Alec has what it takes in his deck to kind of fend off what Beton has for him. Actually, I think, yeah, there might be a Garinden, maybe?
Maybe.
What else could go into the ground? I'm thinking. Oh, is a Igor Escort?
Yeah.
And it
just
says,
using the resources.
yep. I just want all the damage. I want to try to have set up Leto now. We do know there's an aggressive negotiation, though. So right now, 5 cards in hand, presenting 4 more damage. That's a swing for 10. That's a swing for 4. So 14 is exactly lethal.
Yeah, exactly that. You got to think that Alec, by playing there, the Eager Escort Fighter, that he has got an answer in his hand, a tap, a something to answer one of these units on the floor.
Absolutely, because here we are approaching aggressive negotiation area. So Alec really needs to find a way to stop that, either ripping that card or doing something similar to last round, right? We saw how plot could have helped if it wasn't that the game was a bit too far gone. But now, Alec thinking, how can I capitalize on this Vader flip?
Yeah.
Let's see if this time...
Vader to ground. Okay.
Vader to ground?
Again, going to resource row.
Yeah.
Palpatine coming out of the resource row, creating 2 spy token sentinels.
Yes.
Tobias can't get through to base. Now, looking at this board state, has Alec somehow got lethal here?
Well, we can do some math. We had the restore, so that's 18 damage that needs to be found. I believe we do have, so 18 damage. We got...
So there's 4.
5, 4, 9. Vader is hitting for 5 or 6?
Yeah, hitting for 5.
Yeah.
So we've got 4 on already. 15 left to go.
Yeah, I believe 15, 5.
Beton just takes the claim, saying, that's it. That's what I'm doing. He's done the math.
Yeah. Is this enough? We are here
Gardinian
waiting.
coming out. Sniping the aggressive negotiations.
Yeah, which means that would give potentially Alec another action. So he has to see the cards. Yeah, correct.
Oh,
Ooh, hyperspace disaster.
hyperspace disaster.
But
however,
that's
I
not
don't
even
think
the
it's
biggest
enough.
problem.
I
That's
don't think
not
it's
even-
enough.
No, because that croissant, what's his name? The new ambushing.
Yeah, the chrysanthemum.
Yeah, chrysanthemum.
It will be enough to just overwhelm for game.
Yeah, I believe so.
So Alec just turning sideways there, saying, "Yep, I've got a lot of damage.
Yep.
Take all of it there."
Is that gonna be enough though?
Again,
I think-
totaling up the damage.
Yep. And then
Drawing
getting
the 2.
into next action, this is gonna be
Tom taking the aggressive negotiations, showing it from the top there. Beton, world champ, takes down the next Invitational. What a game that was.
that is kind of like, you know, such a fitting end for this event. We got into the weekend with aggressive negotiation being the big boogeyman. We had Bet on the stream earlier saying, "Nah, aggressive negotiation is not a problem. Let us play. Let us figure out the meta, and then we can see if we need a ban." I wonder if he just said that because he wants to play it and win tournaments.
Yeah,
with it.
maybe he's now sitting saying, "Well, I've won my one with it, so let's get rid of it now, so no one else can have a go." But congratulations to Beton there, really good win. piloted expertly, but I would expect nothing less from him.
Of course, but huge congratulations to Alec,
Yeah.
who piloted that Vader up until the finals. And what amazing plays, honestly. The way he executed all those lines, really trying to find a way to win, even though the situation was dire. That's what separates good player from great players. And we know Alec is one of the latter, being one of the best players
for sure.
in the UK. So huge congratulations to Alec, and biggest congrats to our world champion who takes the Nexus Invitational, the first premier event for a Lawless time here in London at Spellbound Games. We are going to have a quick break, Frankie, and then we're going to come back, talk with Baton before the ceremony with all the prizes, including our champion trophy. Anything else to add, Frankie, before we go into a quick break?
Awesome 2 days, guys. Stay tuned. Come see Beton. Listen to what he's got to say. We're going to get the insight. Come see the trophy. We'll be back in just a moment.
We will see you soon.
Hello, guys. And we are back with our grand champion, Beton. World champ, but more so importantly, Nexus Invitation all champion. Beton, how do you feel after that last round win?
Oh, lucky.
Lucky. Wow.
Well, sometimes you need to top deck
Yeah.
to win.
Yeah, of course.
I didn't expect Garindan, so that was a great top deck for me. I could have played safer, I think, because I could have played for just clear, but in the end, it was the same. So
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. A really good top deck. Now, obviously, you've been working on this Tobias Beckett list for a little while, showing its true power. Everyone at home wants to know any key call-out cards, anything that you were saying. Obviously, negotiations is there, but anything you'd say is your MVP.
Oh, MVP?
Yeah.
Howler, always.
Really? Always the hauler.
But today, I think the card that overperformed was Commandeer. But without the Howler, the deck doesn't work. So
Sure.
So this is this will be always the MVP. But Commandeer, that one main that I sneaked in here, changed a lot of math and a lot of matchups. So I'm really happy with this addition.
Nice. Awesome. Awesome. And a few of the guys at home have got a few questions for you. First one is, where are you going to put the trophy?
Next to the Champions one.
Next to the... I think you've been in front of the Champions one, of course, obviously. Great job, dude. What has been your hardest game through today?
Oh, right. The only one I lost to Val.
To Val, obviously.
But I didn't play the hardest matchup, so I avoided 1000.
So,
So Townsend you think is the hardest one?
yeah, Tails in yellow especially. I think red is not as hard, but Shin Hati like is a hard counter.
Sure.
And Val, yeah, I would have wanted to replay that matchup.
Sure.
Because I think I'm still favorite in the
Okay.
end. But yeah, I didn't have a chance to, so
Yeah.
maybe next tournament.
Maybe next tournament, always. Maybe at the next Invitational, who knows?
Yeah.
Obviously, you've made the journey over. You've had a great run on the tournament here today. Any final words? Anything you want to add for all the guys at home and everyone watching? Anything you want to make sure they get to know?
Oh, that the meta is really cool. I think it's one of the better rotations that I have ever experienced in a card game. And if you want to like know the deck better, the Beckett deck, I can just only promote my Patreon and the Enigma community.
Always good. Go and check out Enigma. Really good content. We're just going to have a couple of minutes break before we do the trophy ceremony. We're going to get Emmy back in here to come and do it. Stay tuned. 2 minutes. Be right back.
All right, everyone. We are back here with the whole store here to celebrate the win of Beton. What a fantastic run. We're gonna give the trophy in a minute, but before that, I just want to say a big thank you to our store who made all this possible. Honestly, if you are seeing this stream, if these players are here, is all thanks to Spellbound here in London. Hung, thank you so much. Tell us a bit more about Spellbound.
No, of course. I mean, we've supported Star Wars Unlimited since. The truth is, we've supported the game since before the store even opened. I love this game. It's an amazing game. We have such an amazing community, and this feels like such a, a culmination of everything Star Wars Unlimited in London come back together. And obviously, it's just been such an amazing experience being able to host this, having all the players all around the world coming here and being part of this, of this experience. Like, I cannot emphasize
people
how
traveling
amazing this
from
is.
Switzerland, from Sweden, from the US, like has been fantastic. So
Fantastic. And of course, everyone watching at home as well, thank you so much for tuning in. There's like at one point maybe 700-800 of you watching the stream. So this
amazing.
Yeah, there's just such like a big community win.
Yeah.
And that's what we're here for. That is what Spellbound is here for.
100%. If you're in London, if you're coming to London, come to Spellbound Games. And yeah, thank you so much, Hung. Shall we
Crown the winner?
Crown the winner.
Crown the winner.
Beton, is with a great pleasure that the Nexus and the Spellbound present you with the very first 2026 Champion Award for our champion, Beton. Amazing result. Beton, how you feeling?
Oh, amazing. The tournament was so cool. I'm very happy that I was invited. And if you're ever going to make another one,
yeah,
I can take another trophy.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we're ready for you. If you're watching this, you know the next time we do this, Beton is gonna be here, and it's your chance to come and beat the world champion. How's it feeling though? Do you like it?
It's really well made.
Are you gonna be able to fly back with this? It's like a weapon.
That may be a problem,
Yeah.
but I will find a way.
How would you compare winning this to the world championship?
Close.
Close, right? Yeah, close. So we'll give you time to do some shout outs, obviously.
Yeah, I always will shout out my team.
Of course.
So Team Enigma, thanks for the hours put in training. And the second one is our community, so Swoop Racers. It's grown so much recently. From there, I think I never saw this many new players coming to the community. And if you are interested in anything we do, and also like the decks that we play, they are always posted before the tournaments. So the list of Beckett was posted on the Patreon the day before.
Okay.
It was actually posted a long time ago, but it was changed. The last changes was made yesterday with the Commandeer.
Yeah, that Commandeer was a great pickup. Now we're seeing Josh here taking pictures.
Yeah.
But yeah, 100%. And also I want to say a big thank you from the community to you guys. You're always posting a lot on your YouTube channel, sharing all your insights. Obviously, you keep some of the things more exclusive on the Patreon, so definitely go check it out. But thank you so much for all you do for this community. We all appreciate it. Once again, for Beton, huge congrats. Amazing. Right, we are gonna cut for a second. We have also second and third place. We had to do this because you have a plane to catch.
Yeah.
So we'll let you go.
Thank you very much.
It was a pleasure, and we'll see you soon. We'll catch you in a minute.
Hello, everyone, and we are back one more time. Here with Hannah from Asmodee. Just to round off the end of the day, Hannah, I've had a blast. How have you found it?
Oh, amazing. Like, really cool. It's my local store, so very, very cool to come down here and see all of the cool things happening. Everyone down here, yeah, really amazing.
Yeah, and some cool people, right?
Obviously,
some cool people. Now, I know everyone's interested, but for you, what is the best moment of the weekend? What have you enjoyed the most?
I've liked seeing so many different players in one spot. That's really cool, and lots of players from overseas. That's really awesome. But my favourite's probably been here with you, blasting, because I've never done it before. So it's really, really cool.
It's so
Thank
much
you.
fun, and I can't blame you. No. Awesome, and I'd like to take just a short minute here to give someone some appreciation who hasn't got much this weekend, and I know how much work they've put into this. So I'd like everyone to give as much appreciation as possible to Emiliano. He has done all of the legwork for this, all of the screen work, all of the extra promo work that you've seen floating about, pulling all of the pieces together, getting in contact with Asmodee to ensure the prizing is here, getting together all of the prize support for the 1K as well, all on him. So make sure you guys at home show your appreciation to Emmy. Like and subscribe. Get behind him as much as you can. Emmy, thank you so much for this weekend. Done an amazing job. Any last words, Hannah?
Well, like and subscribe.
Yes, well done.
And look forward to seeing everyone at the next event.
Awesome. And on that, we'll leave you guys alone. See you next time.